This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Cruel Prince. Written by Holly Black. Read by Caitlin Kelly.
Book 1. Children born of fairy stock never need for shirt or frock, never want for food or fire, always get their heart's desire. Jingle pockets full of gold, marry when they're 7 years old. Every fairy child may keep 2 strong ponies and 10 sheep. All have houses each his own, built of brick or granite stone. They live on cherries, they run wild. I'd love to be a fairy's child. Robert Graves. I'd love to be a fairy's child. Prologue. On a drowsy Sunday afternoon, a man in a long dark coat hesitated in front of a house on a tree-lined street. He hadn't parked a car, nor had he come by taxi. No neighbor had seen him strolling along the sidewalk. He simply appeared, as if stepping between one shadow and the next. The man walked to the door and lifted his fist to knock. Inside the house, Jude sat on the living room rug and ate fish sticks, soggy from the microwave and dragged through a sludge of ketchup. Her twin sister, Taryn, napped on the couch, curled around a blanket, thumb in her fruit punch-stained mouth. And on the other end of the sofa, their older sister, Vivienne, stared at the television screen, her eerie, split-pupiled gaze fixed on the cartoon mouse as it ran from the cartoon cat. She laughed when it seemed as if the mouse was about to get eaten. Vivi was different from other big sisters, but since 7-year-old Jude and Taryn were identical, with the same shaggy brown hair and heart-shaped faces, they were different too. Vivi's eyes and the lightly furred points of her ears were, to Jude, not so much more strange than being the mirror version of another person. And if sometimes she noticed the way the neighborhood kids avoided Vivi, or the way their parents talked about her in low, worried voices, Jude didn't think it was anything important. Grown-ups were always worried, always whispering. Taryn yawned and stretched, pressing her cheek against Vivi's knee. Outside, the sun was shining, scorching the asphalt of driveways. Lawnmower engines whirred, and children splashed in backyard pools. Dad was in the outbuilding, where he had a forge. Mom was in the kitchen, cooking hamburgers. Everything was boring. Everything was fine. When the knock came, Jude hopped up to answer it. She hoped it might be one of the girls from across the street, wanting to play video games or inviting her for an after-dinner swim. The tall man stood on their mat, glaring down at her. He wore a brown leather duster despite the heat. His shoes were shod with silver, and they rang hollowly as he stepped over the threshold. Jude looked up into his shadowed face and shivered. "Mom?" she yelled. "Mom? Someone's here!" Her mother came from the kitchen, wiping wet hands on her jeans. When she saw the man, she went pale. "Go to your room," she told Jude in a scary voice. "Now." "Whose child is that?" the man asked, pointing at her. His voice was oddly accented. "Yours. His." "No one's." Mom didn't even look in Jude's direction. "She's no one's child." That wasn't right. Jude and Taryn looked just like their dad. Everyone said so. She took a few steps toward the stairs, but didn't want to be alone in her room. Vivi, Jude thought. Vivi will know who the tall man is. Vivi will know what to do. But Jude couldn't seem to make herself move any farther. "I've seen many impossible things," the man said. "I've seen the acorn before the oak. I've seen the spark before the flame.
but never have I seen such as this. A dead woman living. A child born from nothing.
Mom seemed at a loss for words. Her body was vibrating with tension. Jude wanted to take her hand and squeeze it, but she didn't dare.
I doubted Bailkin when he told me I'd find you here,
said the man, his voice softening.
The bones of an earthly woman and her unborn child in the burned remains of my estate were convincing. Do you know what it is to return from battle, to find your wife dead, your only heir with her? To find your life reduced to ash?
Mom shook her head, not as if she was answering him, but as though she was trying to shake off the words. He took a step toward her, and she took a step back. There was something wrong with the tall man's leg. He moved stiffly, as though it hurt him. The light was different in the entry hall, and Jude could see the odd green tint of his skin and the way his lower teeth seemed too large for his mouth. She was able to see that his eyes were like Vivi's. I was never going to be happy with you, Mom told him. Your world isn't for people like me. The tall man regarded her for a long moment.
You made vows,
he said finally. She lifted her chin. And then I renounced them. His gaze went to Jude, and his expression hardened.
What is a promise from a mortal wife worth? I suppose I have my answer.
Mom turned. At her mother's look, Jude dashed into the living room. Taryn was still sleeping. The television was still on. Vivienne looked up with half-lidded cat eyes. Who's at the door? She asked. I heard arguing. A scary man, Jude told her, out of breath even though she'd barely run at all. Her heart was pounding. We're supposed to go upstairs. She didn't care that Mom had told only her to go upstairs. She wasn't going by herself. With a sigh, Vivi unfolded from the couch and shook Taryn awake. Drowsily, Jude's twin followed them into the hallway. As they started toward the carpet-covered steps, Jude saw her father come in from the back garden. He held an axe in his hand, forged to be a near replica of one he'd studied in a museum in Iceland. It wasn't weird to see Dad with an axe. He and his friends were into old weapons and would spend lots of time talking about material culture and sketching ideas for fantastical blades. What was odd was the way he held the weapon, as if he was going to. Her father swung the axe toward the tall man. He had never raised a hand to discipline Jude or her sisters, even when they got into big trouble. He wouldn't hurt anyone. He just wouldn't. And yet, the axe went past the tall man, biting into the wood trim of the door. Taryn made an odd, high, keening noise and slapped her palms over her mouth. The tall man drew a curved blade from beneath his leather coat. A sword, like from a storybook. Dad was trying to pull the axe free from the doorframe when the man plunged the sword into Dad's stomach, pushing it upward. There was a sound, like sticks snapping, and an animal cry. Dad fell to the vestibule carpet, the one Mom always yelled about when they tracked mud on it. The rug that was turning red. Mom screamed. Jude screamed. Taryn and Vivi screamed. Everyone seemed to be screaming, except the tall man.
Come here,
he said, looking directly at Vivi. You monster! Their mother shouted, moving toward the kitchen. He's dead!
Do not run from me,
the man told her.
Not after what you've done. If you run again, I swear But she did run. She was almost around the corner when his blade struck her in the back. She crumpled to the linoleum, falling arms knocking magnets off the fridge. The smell of fresh blood was heavy in the air, like wet, hot metal. Like those scrubbing pads Mom used to clean the frying pan when stuff was really stuck on. Jude ran at the man, slamming her fists against his chest, kicking at his legs. She wasn't even scared. She wasn't sure she felt anything at all. The man paid Jude no mind. For a long moment, he just stood there, as though he couldn't quite believe what he'd done. As though he wished he could take back the last 5 minutes. Then he sank to one knee and caught hold of Jude's shoulders. He pinned her arms to her side so she couldn't hit him anymore, but he wasn't even looking at her. His gaze was on Vivienne.
You were stolen from me,
he told her.
I have come to take you to your true home, in Elfheim, beneath the hill. There, you will be rich beyond measure. There, you will be with your own kind.
No, Vivi told him in her somber little voice. I'm never going anywhere with you.
I'm your father,
he told her, his voice harsh, rising like the crack of a lash.
You are my heir and my blood, and you will obey me in this as in all things.
She didn't move, but her jaw set.
You're not her father,
Jude shouted at the man. Even though he and Vivi had the same eyes, she wouldn't let herself believe it. His grip tightened on her shoulders, and she made a little squeezed, squeaking sound, but she stared up defiantly. She'd won plenty of staring contests. He looked away first, turning to watch Taryn on her knees, shaking Mom while she sobbed, as though she was trying to wake her up. Mom didn't move. Mom and Dad were dead. They were never going to move again.
I hate you,
Vivi proclaimed to the tall man with a viciousness that Jude was glad of.
I will always hate you. I vow it.
The man's stony expression didn't change.
Nonetheless, you will come with me. Ready these little humans. Pack light. We ride before dark.
Vivienne's chin came up.
Leave them alone. If you have to, take me, but not them.
He stared at Vivi, and then he snorted.
You'd protect your sisters from me, would you? Tell me then, where would you have them go?
Vivi didn't answer. They had no grandparents, no living family at all. At least, none they knew. He looked at Jude again, released her shoulders, and rose to his feet.
They are the progeny of my wife, and thus my responsibility. I may be cruel, a monster, and a murderer, but I do not shirk my responsibilities. Nor should you shirk yours as the eldest.
Years later, when Jude told herself the story of what happened, she couldn't recall the part where they packed. Shock seemed to have erased that hour entirely. Somehow, Vivi must have found bags, must have put in their favorite picture books and their most beloved toys, along with photographs and pajamas and coats and shirts. Or maybe Jude had packed for herself. She was never sure. She couldn't imagine how they'd done it, with their parents' bodies cooling downstairs. She couldn't imagine how it had felt. And as the years went by, she couldn't make herself feel it again. The horror of the murders dulled with time.
her memories of the day blurred. A black horse was nibbling the grass of the lawn when they went outside. Its eyes were big and soft. Jude wanted to throw her arms around its neck and press her wet face into its silky mane. Before she could, the tall man swung her, and then Taryn, across the saddle, handling them like baggage rather than children. He put Vivi up behind him.
"Hold on,"
he said. Jude and her sisters wept the whole way to fairyland. Chapter 1. In Fairy, there are no fish sticks, no ketchup, no television. Chapter 2. I sit on a cushion as an imp braids my hair back from my face. The imp's fingers are long, her nails sharp. I wince. Her black eyes meet mine in the claw-footed mirror on my dressing table. "The tournament is still 4 nights away," the creature says. Her name is Tatterfell, and she's a servant in Maddox's household, stuck here until she works off her debt to him. She's cared for me since I was a child. It was Tatterfell who smeared stinging fairy ointment over my eyes to give me true sight so that I could see through most glamours, who brushed the mud from my boots, and who strung dried rowan berries for me to wear around my neck so I might resist enchantments. She wiped my wet nose and reminded me to wear my stockings inside out, so I'd never be led astray in the forest. And no matter how eager you are for it, you cannot make the moon set nor rise any faster. Try to bring glory to the general's household tonight by appearing as comely as we can make you. I sigh. She never had much patience with my peevishness. It's an honor to dance with the High King's court under the hill. The servants are over fond of telling me how fortunate I am. A bastard daughter of a faithless wife, a human without a drop of fairy blood, to be treated like a true-born child of fairy. They tell Taryn much the same thing. I know it's an honor to be raised alongside the gentry's own children. A terrifying honor, of which I will never be worthy. It would be hard to forget it, with all the reminders I am given. Yes, I say instead, because she is trying to be kind. It's great. Fairies can't lie, so they tend to concentrate on words and ignore tone, especially if they haven't lived among humans. Tatterfell gives me an approving nod, her eyes like 2 wet beads of jet, neither pupil nor iris visible. Perhaps someone will ask for your hand, and you'll be made a permanent member of the High Court. I want to win my place, I tell her. The imp pauses, hairpin between her fingers, probably considering pricking me with it. Don't be foolish. There's no point in arguing, no point to reminding her of my mother's disastrous marriage. There are 2 ways for mortals to become permanent subjects of the court: marrying into it, or honing some great skill, in metallurgy, or lute playing, or whatever. Not interested in the first, I have to hope I can be talented enough for the second. She finishes braiding my hair into an elaborate style that makes me look as though I have horns. She dresses me in sapphire velvet. None of it disguises what I am. Human. I put in 3 knots for luck, the little fairy says, not unkindly. I sigh as she scuttles toward the door, getting up from my dressing table to sprawl face down on my tapestry-covered bed. I am used to having servants attend to me. Imps and hobs, goblins and grigs, gossamer wings and green nails, horns and fangs. I have been in fairy for 10 years. None of it seems at all that strange anymore. Here, I am the strange one, with my blunt fingers, round ears, and mayfly life. 10 years is a long time for a human. After Maddox stole us from the human world, he brought us to his estates on Innsmire, the Isle of Might, where the High King of Elfheim keeps his stronghold. There, Maddox raised us, Me and Vivienne and Taryn, out of an obligation of honor. Even though Taryn and I are the evidence of Mom's betrayal, by the customs of Fairy, we're his wife's kids, so we're his problem. As the High King's general, Maddox was away often, fighting for the crown. We were well cared for nonetheless. We slept on mattresses stuffed with soft seed heads of dandelions. Maddox personally instructed us in the art of fighting with the cutlass and dagger, the falchion, and our fists. He played 9 men's Morris, Fidchill, and fox and geese with us before a fire. He let us sit on his knee and eat off his plate. Many nights I drifted off to sleep to his rumbling voice reading from a book of battle strategy. And despite myself, despite what he'd done and what he was, I came to love him. I do love him. It's just not a comfortable kind of love. Nice braids, Taryn says, rushing into my room. She's dressed in crimson velvet. Her hair is loose, long chestnut curls that fly behind her like a capelet, a few strands braided with gleaming silver thread. She hops onto the bed beside me, disarranging my small pile of threadbare stuffed animals. A koala, a snake, a black cat. All beloved of my 7-year-old self. I cannot bear to throw out any of my relics. I sit up to take a self-conscious look in the mirror. I like them. I'm having a premonition, Taryn says, surprising me. We're going to have fun tonight. Fun? I've been imagining myself frowning at the crowd from our usual bolt hole and worrying over whether I'd do well enough in the tournament to impress one of the royal family into granting me knighthood. Just thinking about it makes me fidgety. Yet, I think about it constantly. My thumb brushes over the missing tip of my ring finger. My nervous tick. Yes, she says, poking me in the side. Hey! Ow! I scoot out of range. What exactly does this plan entail? Mostly, when we go to court, we hide ourselves away. We've watched some very interesting things, but from a distance. She throws up her hands. What do you mean, what does fun entail? It's fun. I laugh a little nervously. You have no idea either, do you? Fine, let's go see if you have a gift for prophecy. We are getting older, and things are changing. We are changing, and as eager as I am for it, I am also afraid. Taryn pushes herself off my bed and holds out her arm, as though she's my escort for a dance. I allow myself to be guided from the room, my hand going automatically to assure myself that my knife is still strapped to my hip. The interior of Maddox's house is whitewashed plaster and massive, rough-cut wooden beams. The glass panes in the windows are stained gray as trapped smoke, making the light strange. As Taryn and I go down the spiral stairs, I spot Vivi hiding in a little balcony, frowning over a comics zine stolen from the human world. Vivi grins at me. She's in jeans and a billowy shirt, obviously not intending to go to the revel. Being Maddox's legitimate daughter, she feels no pressure to please him. She does what she likes, including reading magazines that might have iron staples rather than glue binding their pages, not caring if her fingers get singed. Heading somewhere? She asks softly from the shadows, startling Taryn. Vivi knows perfectly well where we're heading. When we first came here, Taryn and Vivi and I would huddle in Vivi's big bed and talk about what we remembered from home. We talk about the meals Mom burned and the popcorn Dad made, our next-door neighbors' names, the way the house smelled, what school was like, the holidays, the taste of icing on birthday cakes. We talk about the shows we'd watched, rehashing the plots, recalling the dialogue until all our memories were polished smooth and false. There's no more huddling in bed now, rehashing anything. All our new memories are of here, and Vivi has only a passing interest in those. She'd vowed to hate Maddox, and she stuck to her vow. When Vivi wasn't reminiscing about home, she was a terror. She broke things. She screamed and raged and pinched us when we were content. Eventually, she stopped all of it but I believe there is a part of her that hates us for adapting, for making the best of things, for making this our home. You should come, I tell her. Taryn's in a weird mood. Vivi gives her a speculative look and then shakes her head. I've got other plans. Which might mean she's going to sneak over to the mortal world for the evening, or it might mean she's going to spend it on the balcony reading. Either way, if it annoys Maddox, it pleases Vivi. He's waiting for us in the hall with his second wife, Oriana. Her skin is the bluish color of skim milk, and her hair is as white as fresh fallen snow. She is beautiful, but unnerving to look at. Like a ghost. Tonight, she is wearing green and gold, a mossy dress with an elaborate shining collar that makes the pink of her mouth, her ears, and her eyes stand out. Maddox is dressed in green too, the color of deep forests. The sword at his hip is no ornament. Outside, past the open double doors, a hob waits, holding the silver bridles of 5 dappled fairy steeds, their manes braided in complicated and probably magical knots. I think of the knots in my hair and wonder how similar they are.
You both look well,
Maddox says to Taryn and me, the warmth in his tone making the words a rare compliment. His gaze goes to the stairs.
Is your sister on her way?
I don't know where Vivi is. I lie. Lying is so easy here. I can do it all day long and never be caught. She must have forgotten. Disappointment passes over Maddox's face, but not surprise. He heads outside to say something to the hob holding the reins. Nearby, I see one of his spies, a wrinkled creature with a nose like a parsnip and a back hunched higher than her head. She slips a note into his hand and darts off with surprising nimbleness. Oriana looks us over carefully, as though she expects to find something amiss. Be careful tonight, Oriana says. Promise me you will neither eat, nor drink, nor dance. We've been to court before, I remind her. A fairy non-answer if ever there was one. You may think salt is sufficient protection, but you children are forgetful. Better to go without. As for dancing, once begun, you mortals will dance yourselves to death if we don't prevent it. I look at my feet and say nothing. We children are not forgetful. Maddox married her 7 years ago, and shortly after, she gave him a child, a sickly boy named Oak, with tiny, adorable horns on his head. It has always been clear that Oriana puts up with me and Taryn only for Maddox's sake. She seems to think of us as her husband's favored hounds, poorly trained and likely to turn on our master at any moment. Oat thinks of us as sisters, which I can tell makes Oriana nervous, even though I would never do anything to hurt him. You are under Maddox's protection, and he has the favor of the High King, Oriana says. I will not see Maddox made to look foolish because of your mistakes. With that little speech complete, she walks out toward the horses. One snorts and strikes the ground with a hoof. Taryn and I share a look and then follow her. Maddox is already seated on the largest of the fairy steeds, an impressive creature with a scar beneath one eye. Its nostrils flare with impatience. It tosses its mane restlessly. I swing up onto a pale green horse with sharp teeth and a swampy odor. Taryn chooses a rouncy and kicks her heels against its flanks. She takes off like a shot, and I follow, plunging into the night. Chapter 3. Fairies are twilight creatures, and I have become one too. We rise when the shadows grow long and head to our beds before the sun rises. It is well after midnight when we arrive at the great hill at the Palace of Elfheim. To go inside, we must ride between 2 trees, an oak and a thorn, and then straight into what appears to be the stone wall of an abandoned folly. I've done it hundreds of times, but I flinch anyway. My whole body braces. I grip the reins hard, and my eyes smash shut. When I open them, I'm inside the hill. We ride on through a cavern between pillars of roots over packed earth. There are dozens of the folk here, crowding around the entrance to the vast throne room where court is being held. Long-nosed pixies with tattered wings, elegant green-skinned ladies in long gowns with goblins holding up their trains, tricksy boggins, laughing foxkin, a boy in an owl mask and a golden headdress, an elderly woman with crows crowding her shoulders, a gaggle of girls with wild roses in their hair, a bark-skinned boy with feathers around his neck, a group of knights all in scarab green armor. Many I've seen before, a few I have spoken with. Too many for my eyes to drink them all in, yet I cannot look away. I never get tired of this, of the spectacle, of the pageantry. Maybe Oriana isn't entirely wrong to worry that we might one day get caught up in it, be carried away by it, and forget to take care. I can see why humans succumb to the beautiful nightmare of the court, why they willingly drown in it. I know I shouldn't love it as I do, stolen as I am from the mortal world. My parents murdered, but I love it all the same. Maddox swings down from his horse. Oriana and Taryn are already off theirs, handing them over to grooms. It's me they're waiting for. Maddox reaches out his fingers like he is going to help me, but I hop off the saddle on my own. My leather slippers hit the ground like a slap. I hope that I look like a knight to him. Oriana steps forward, probably to remind Taryn and me of all the things she doesn't want us to do. I don't give her the chance. Instead, I hook my arm through Taryn's and hurry along inside. The room is redolent with burning rosemary and crushed herbs. Behind us, I can hear Maddox's heavy step, but I know where I am going. The first thing we have to do when we get to court is greet the king. The High King Eldred sits on his throne in gray robes of state, a heavy golden oak leaf crown holding down his thin, spun gold hair. When we bow, he touches our heads lightly with his knobby, beringed hands, and then we rise. His grandmother was Queen Mab of the House of Greenbrier. She lived as one of the solitary fae before she began to conquer Fairy with her horned consort and his stag riders. Because of him, each of Eldred's 6 heirs are said to have some animal characteristic, a thing that is not unusual in Fairy, but is unusual among the trooping gentry of the courts. The eldest prince, Baelkin, and his younger brother, Dane, stand nearby, drinking wine from wooden cups banded in silver. Dane wears breeches that stop at his knees, showing his hooves and deer legs. Baelkin wears the great coat he favors, with a collar of bear fur. His fingers have a thorn at each knuckle, and the thorns ridge his arm, running up under the cuffs of his shirt, visible when he and Dane urge Maddox over. Oriana curtsies to them. Although Dane and Baelkin are standing together, they are often at odds with each other, and with their sister Elowyn. So often that the court is considered to be divided into 3 warring circles of influence. Prince Baelkin, the firstborn, and his set are known as the Circle of Grackles, for those who enjoy merriment and who scorn anything getting in the way of it. They drink themselves sick and numb themselves with poisonous and delightful powders. His is the wildest circle, although he has always been perfectly composed and sober when speaking with me. I suppose I could throw myself into debauchery and hope to impress them. I'd rather not, though. Princess Elowyn, the second-born, and her companions have the Circle of Larks. They value art above all else. Several mortals have found favor in her circle, but since I have no real skill with a lute or declaiming, I have no chance of being one of them. Prince Dane, third-born, leads what's known as the Circle of Falcons. Knights, warriors, and strategists are in their favor. Maddox, obviously, belongs to this circle. They talk about honor, but what they really care about is power. I am good enough with a blade, knowledgeable in strategy. All I need is a chance to prove myself.
Go enjoy yourselves,
Maddox tells us. With a look back at the princes, Taryn and I head out into the throng. The palace of the King of Elfheim has many secret alcoves and hidden corridors, perfect for trysts or assassins or staying out of the way and being really dull at parties. When Taryn and I were little, we would hide under the long banquet tables. But since she determined we were elegant ladies, too big to get our dresses dirty crawling around on the floor, we had to find a better spot. Just past the second landing of stone steps is an area where a large mass of shimmering rock juts out, creating a ledge. Normally, that's where we settle ourselves to listen to the music and watch all the fun we aren't supposed to be having. Tonight, however, Taryn has a different idea. She passes the steps and grabs food off a silver tray. A green apple and a wedge of blue-veined cheese. Not bothering with salt, she takes a bite of each, holding the apple out for me to bite. Oriana thinks we can't tell the difference between regular fruit and fairy fruit, which blooms a deep gold. Its flesh is red and dense, and the cloying smell of it fills the forests at harvest time. The apple is crisp and cold in my mouth. We pass it back and forth, sharing down to the core, which I eat in 2 bites. Near where I am standing, a tiny fairy girl with a clock of white hair, like that of a dandelion, and a little knife cuts the strap of an ogre's belt. It's slick work. A moment later, his sword and pouch are gone. She's losing herself in the crowd, and I can almost believe it didn't happen. Until the girl looks back at me. She winks. A moment after that, the ogre realizes he was robbed.
I smell a thief,
he shouts, casting around him, knocking over a tankard of dark brown beer, his warty nose sniffing the air. Nearby, there's a commotion. One of the candles flares up in blue crackling flames, sparking loudly and distracting even the ogre. By the time it returns to normal, the white-haired thief is well gone. With a half smile, I turn back to Taryn, who watches the dancers with longing, oblivious to much else. We could take turns, she proposes. If you can't stop, I'll pull you out. Then you'll do the same for me. My heartbeat speeds at the thought. I look at the throng of revelers, trying to build up the daring of someone who would rob an ogre right under his nose. Princess Elowyn whirls at the center of a circle of larks. Her skin is a glittering gold, her hair the deep green of ivy. Beside her, a human boy plays the fiddle. 2 more mortals accompany him less skillfully, but more joyfully, on ukuleles. Elowyn's younger sister Kalia spins nearby, with corn silk hair like her father's and a crown of flowers in it. A new ballad begins, and the words drift up to me. Of all the sons King William had, Prince Jamie was the worst, they sing. And what made the sorrow even greater, Prince Jamie was the first. I've never much liked that song because it reminds me of someone else. Someone who, along with Princess Raya, doesn't appear to be attending tonight. But, oh no, I do see him. Prince Carden, 6th born to the High King Eldred, yet still the absolute worst, strides across the floor toward us. Valerian, Nicasia, and Locke, his 3 meanest, fanciest, and most loyal friends, follow him. The crowd parts and hushes, bowing as they pass. Carden is wearing his usual scowl, accessorized with kohl under his eyes and a circlet of gold in his midnight hair. He has on a long black coat with a high jagged collar, the whole thing stitched with a pattern of constellations. Valerian is in deep red, cabochon rubies sparkling on his cuffs, each like a drop of frozen blood. Nicasia's hair is the blue-green of the ocean, crowned with a diadem of pearls. A glittering cobweb net covers her braids. Locke brings up the rear, looking bored, his hair the precise color of fox fur. They're ridiculous, I say to Taryn, who follows my gaze. I cannot deny that they're all so beautiful. Fairy lords and ladies, just like in the songs. If we didn't have to take lessons alongside them, if I didn't know firsthand what a scourge they were to those who displeased them, I'd probably be as in love with them as everyone else is. Vivi says Carden has a tail, Taryn whispers. She saw it when she was swimming in the lake with him and Princess Raya this past full moon night. I can't imagine Carden swimming in a lake, jumping in the water, splashing people, laughing at something other than their suffering. A tail? I echo, an incredulous smile starting on my face, and then fading when I remember that Vivi didn't bother to tell me the story, even though it must have happened days ago. 3 is an odd configuration of sisters. There's always one on the outside. With a tuft on the end, it coils up under his clothes and unfurls like a whip. She giggles, and I can barely understand her next words. Vivi said she wishes she had one. I'm glad she doesn't, I say firmly, which is stupid. I have nothing against tails. Then Carden and his companions are too close for us to safely talk about them. I turn my gaze to the floor. Though I hate it, I sink to the ground on one knee, bend my head, and grit my teeth. By my side, Taryn does something similar. All around us, people are making obeisances. Don't look at us, I think. Don't look. As Valerian passes, he grabs one of my braided horns. The others move on through the throng as Valerian sneers down at me.
Did you think I didn't see you there? You and your sister stand out in any crowd,
he says, leaning in close. His breath is heavy with the scent of honey wine. My hand balls into a fist at my side, and I am conscious of the nearness of my knife. Still, I do not look him in the eye.
No other head of hair is so dull, no other face so plain. Valerian,
Prince Carden calls. He's glowering already, and when he sees me, his eyes narrow further. Valerian gives my braid a hard tug. I wince, useless fury coiling in my belly. He laughs and moves on. My fury curdles into shame. I wish I had smacked his hand away, even though it would have made everything worse. Taryn sees something in my face. What did he say to you? I shake my head. Carden has stopped beside a boy with long copper hair and a pair of small moth wings. A boy who isn't bowing. The boy laughs, and Carden lunges. Between one eye blink and the next, the prince's balled fist strikes the boy hard across the jaw, sending him sprawling. As the boy falls, Carden grabs one of his wings. It tears like paper. The boy's scream is thin and reedy. He curls up into himself on the ground, agony plain on his face. I wonder if fairy wings grow back. I know that butterflies that lose a wing never fly again. The courtiers around us gape and titter, but only for a moment. Then they go back to their dancing and their songs, and the revel spirals on. This is how they are. Someone gets in Carden's way, and they're instantly and brutally punished. Driven from taking lessons at the palace, sometimes out of the court entirely. Hurt. Broken. As Carden walks past the boy, apparently done with him, I am grateful that Carden has 5 more worthy brothers and sisters. It's practically guaranteed that he'll never sit on the throne. I don't want to think of him with more power than he has. Even Nicasia and Valerian share a weighted glance. Then Valerian shrugs and follows Carden. But Locke pauses by the boy, bending down to help him to his feet. The boy's friends come over to lead him away, and at that moment, improbably, Locke's gaze lifts. His tawny fox eyes meet mine and widen in surprise. I am immobilized, my heart speeding. I brace myself for more scorn. But then one corner of his mouth lifts. He winks, as if in acknowledgement of being caught out. As if we're sharing a secret. As if he thinks I am not loathly, as though he does not find my mortality contagious. Stop staring at him, Taryn demands. Didn't you see? I start to explain, but she cuts me off, grabbing hold of me and hauling us toward the stairs, toward our landing of shimmering stone, where we can hide. Her nails sink into my skin. Don't give them any more reason to bother you than they've already got. The intensity of her response surprises me into snatching back my hand. Angry half-red moons mark where she grabbed me. I look back toward where Locke was, but the crowd has swallowed him up. Chapter 4. As dawn breaks, I open the windows to my bedroom and let the last of the cool night air flow in as I strip off my court dress. I feel hot all over. My skin feels too tight, and my heart won't stop racing. I've been to court before many times. I've been witness to more awfulness than wings being torn or my person insulted. Fairies make up for their inability to lie with a panoply of deceptions and cruelties. Twisted words, pranks, omissions, riddles, scandals, not to mention their revenges upon one another for ancient, half-remembered slights. Storms are less fickle than they are, seas less capricious. Like, for example, as a redcap, Maddock needs bloodshed the way a mermaid needs the salt spray of the sea. After every battle, he ritually dips his hood into the blood of his enemies. I've seen the hood, kept under glass in the armory. The fabric is stiff and stained a brown so deep it's almost black, except for a few smears of green. Sometimes I go down and stare at it, trying to see my parents in the tide lines of dried blood. I want to feel something besides a vague queasiness. I want to feel more, but every time I look at it, I feel less. I think about going to the armory now, but I don't. I stand in front of my window and imagine myself a fearless knight. Imagine myself a witch who hid her heart in her finger and then chopped her finger off. I'm so tired, I say out loud. So tired. I sit there for a long time, watching the rising sun gild the sky, listening to the waves crash as the tide goes out, when a creature flies up to a light on the edge of my window. At first, it seems like an owl, but it's got hob eyes. "Tired of what, sweetmeat?" it asks me. I sigh and answer honestly for once, of being powerless. The hob studies my face, then flies off into the night. I sleep the day away and wake disoriented, battling my way out of the long, embroidered curtains around my bed. Drool has dried along one of my cheeks. I find bath water waiting for me, but it has gone tepid. Servants must have come and gone. I climb in anyway and splash my face. Living in Fairy, it's impossible not to notice that everyone else smells like verbena or crushed pine needles, dried blood or milkweed. I smell like pit sweat and sour breath unless I scrub myself clean. When Tatterfell comes in to light the lamps, she finds me dressing for a lecture, which begins in the late afternoons and stretches on into some evenings. I wear gray leather boots and a tunic with Maddock's crest. A dagger, a crescent moon turned on its side so it rests like a cup, and a single drop of blood falling from one corner embroidered in silk thread. Downstairs, I find Taryn at the banquet table, alone, nursing a cup of nettle tea and picking at a bannock. Today, she does not suggest anything will be fun. Maddock insists, perhaps out of guilt or shame, that we be treated like the children of Fairy, that we take the same lessons, that we be given whatever they have. Changelings have been brought to the High Court before, but none of them has been raised like gentry. He doesn't understand how much that makes them loathe us. Not that I am not grateful. I like the lessons. Answering the lecturers cleverly is something no one can take from me, even if the lecturers themselves occasionally pretend otherwise. I will take a frustrated nod in place of effusive praise. I will take it and be glad, because it means I can belong whether they like it or not. Vivi used to go with us, but then she became bored and didn't bother. Maddox raged, but since his approval of a thing only makes her despise it, all his railing just made her more determined to never, ever go back. She has tried to persuade us to stay home with her, but if Taryn and I cannot manage the machinations of the children of Fairy without quitting our lessons or running to Maddox, how will he ever believe we can manage the court, where those same machinations will play out on a grander and more deadly scale? Taryn and I set off, swinging our baskets. We don't have to leave Innsmire to get to the High King's palace, but we do skirt the edge of 2 other tiny islands, Innsmore, Isle of Stone, and Innsweel, Isle of Woe. All 3 are connected by half-submerged rocky paths and stones large enough that it's possible to leap your way from one to the next. A herd of stags is swimming toward Innsmore, seeking the best grazing. Taryn and I walk past the Lake of Masks and through the far corner of the Milkwood, picking our way past the pale silvery trunks and bleached leaves. From there, we spot mermaids and marrows sunning themselves near craggy caves, their scales reflecting the amber glow of the late afternoon sun. All the children of the gentry, regardless of age, are taught by lecturers from all over the kingdom on the grounds of the palace. Some afternoons we sit in groves carpeted with emerald moss, and other evenings we spend in high towers or up in trees. We learn about the movements of constellations in the sky, the medicinal and magical properties of herbs, the languages of birds and flowers and people, as well as the language of the folk, though it occasionally twists in my mouth, the composition of riddles, and how to walk soft-footed over leaves and brambles to leave neither trace nor sound. We are instructed in the finer points of the harp and the lute, the bow and the blade. Taryn and I watch them as they practice enchantments. For a break, we all play at war in a green field with a broad arc of trees. Maddox trained me to be formidable, even with a wooden sword. Taryn isn't bad either, even though she doesn't bother practicing anymore. At the summer tournament, in only a few days, our mock war will take place in front of the royal family. With Maddox's endorsement, one of the princes or princesses might choose to grant me knighthood and take me into their personal guard. It would be a kind of power, a kind of protection. And with it, I could protect Taryn too. We arrive at school. Prince Carden, Locke, Valerian, and Nicasia are already sprawled in the grass with a few other fairies. A girl with deer horns, Posy, is giggling over something Carden has said. They do not so much as look at us as we spread our blanket and set out our notebooks and pens and pots of ink. My relief is immense. Our lesson involves the history of the delicately negotiated peace between Orla, Queen of the Undersea, and the various fairy kings and queens of the land. Nicasia is Orla's daughter, sent to be fostered in the High King's court. Many odes have been composed to Queen Orla's beauty, although, if she's anything like her daughter, not to her personality. Nicasia gloats through the lesson, proud of her heritage. When the instructor moves on to Lord Royben of the Court of Termites, I lose interest. My thoughts drift. Instead, I find myself thinking through combinations. Strike, thrust, parry, block. I grip my pen as though it were the hilt of a blade and forget to take notes. As the sun dips low in the sky, Taryn and I unpack our baskets from home, which contain bread, butter, cheese, and plums. I butter a piece of bread hungrily. Passing us, Carden kicks dirt onto my food right before I put it into my mouth. The other fairies laugh. I look up to see him watching me with cruel delight, like a raptor bird trying to decide whether to be bothered devouring a small mouse. He's wearing a high-collared tunic, embroidered with thorns, his fingers heavy with rings. His sneer is well practiced. I grip my teeth. I tell myself that if I let the taunts roll off me, he will lose interest. He will go away. I can endure this a little longer. A few more days. "Something the matter?" Nicasia asks sweetly, wandering up and draping her arm over Carden's shoulder. Dirt. It's what you came from, mortal. It's what you'll return to soon enough. Take a big bite. Make me, I say, before I can stop myself. Not the greatest comeback, but my palms begin to sweat. Taryn looks startled.
I could, you know,
says Carden, grinning as though nothing would please him more. My heart speeds. If I weren't wearing a string of rowan berries, he could ensorcel me so that I thought dirt was some kind of delicacy. Only Maddox's position would give him reason to hesitate. I do not move. Do not touch the necklace hidden under the bodice of my tunic. The one that I hope will stop any glamour from working. The one I hope he doesn't discover and rip from my throat. I glance in the direction of the day's lecturer, but the elderly Fuka has his nose buried in a book. Since Carden's a prince, it's more than likely no one has ever cautioned him, has ever stayed his hand. I never know how far he'll go, and I never know how far our instructors will let him.
You don't want that, do you?
Valerian asks with mock sympathy as he kicks more dirt onto our lunch. I didn't even see him come over. Once, Valerian stole a silver pen of mine, and Maddox replaced it with a ruby-studded one from his own desk. This threw Valerian into such a rage that he cracked me in the back of the head with his wooden practice sword.
What if we promise to be nice to you for the whole afternoon if you eat everything in your baskets?
His smile is wide and false.
Don't you want us for friends?
Taryn looks down at her lap. No, I want to say. We don't want you for friends. I don't answer, but I don't look down either. I meet Carden's gaze. There is nothing I can say to make them stop, and I know it. I have no power here. But today, I can't seem to choke down my anger at my own impotence. Nikasia pulls a pin from my hair, causing one of my braids to fall against my neck. I swat at her hand, but it happens too fast. What's this? She's holding up the golden pin with a tiny cluster of filigree hawthorn berries at the top. Did you steal it? Did you think it would make you beautiful? Did you think it would make you as we are? I bite the inside of my cheek. Of course I want to be like them. They're beautiful as blades forged in some divine fire. They will live forever. Valerian's hair shines like polished gold. Nikasia's limbs are long and perfectly shaped. Her mouth the pink of coral. Her hair the color of the deepest, coldest part of the sea. Fox-eyed Locke, standing silently behind Valerian. His expression schooled to careful indifference, has a chin as pointed as the tips of his ears. And Carden is even more beautiful than the rest, with black hair as iridescent as a raven's wing, and cheekbones sharp enough to cut out a girl's heart. I hate him more than all the others. I hate him so much that sometimes when I look at him, I can hardly breathe. You'll never be our equal, Nikasia says. Of course I won't. Oh, come on, Locke says with a careless laugh, his hand going around Nikasia's waist.
Let's leave them to their misery.
Jude's sorry, Taryn says quickly. We're both really sorry.
She can show us how sorry she is,
Carden drawls.
Tell her she doesn't belong in the summer tournament.
Afraid I'll win? I ask, which isn't smart.
It's not for mortals,
he informs us, voice chilly.
Withdraw, or wish that you had.
I open my mouth, but Taryn speaks before I can. I'll talk to her about it. It's nothing, just a game. Nikasia gives my sister a magnanimous smile. Valerian leers at Taryn, his eyes lingering on her curves.
It's all just a game.
Carden's gaze meets mine, and I know he isn't finished with me. Not by a long shot. Why did you dare them like that? Taryn asks when they've walked back to their own merry luncheon, all spread out for them. Talking back to him. That's just stupid. Make me, Afraid I'll win? I know, I tell her. I'll shut up. I got angry. You're better off being scared, she advises. And then, shaking her head, she packs up our ruined food. My stomach growls, and I try to ignore it. They want me to be afraid. I know that. During the mock war that very afternoon, Valerian trips me and Cardin whispers foul things in my ear. I head home with bruises on my skin from kicks, from falls. What they don't realize is this. Yes, they frighten me, but I have always been scared since the day I got here. I was raised by the man who murdered my parents, reared in a land of monsters. I live with that fear. Let it settle into my bones and ignore it. If I didn't pretend not to be scared, I would hide under my owl-down coverlets in Maddox Estate forever. I would lie there and scream until there was nothing left of me. I refuse to do that. I will not do that. Nicasia's wrong about me. I don't desire to do as well in the tournament as one of the Fae. I want to win. I do not yearn to be their equal. In my heart, I yearn to best them. Chapter 5. On our way home, Taryn stops and picks blackberries beside the lake of masks. I sit on a rock in the moonlight and deliberately do not look into the water. The lake doesn't reflect your own face. It shows you someone else who has looked or will look into it. When I was little, I used to sit at the bank all day, staring at fairy countenances instead of my own, hoping that I might someday catch a glimpse of my mother looking back at me. Eventually, it hurt too much to try. Are you going to quit the tournament? Taryn asks, shoveling a handful of berries into her mouth. We are hungry children. Already we are taller than Vivi, our hips wider, and our breasts heavier. I open my basket and take out a dirty plum, wiping it on my shirt. It's still more or less edible. I eat it slowly, considering. You mean because of Cardin and his court of jerks? She frowns with an expression just like one I might make if she was being particularly thick-headed. Do you know what they call us? She demands. The circle of worms. I hurl the pit at the water, watching ripples destroy the possibility of any reflections. My lip curls. You're littering in a magical lake, she tells me. It'll rot, I say. And so will we. They're right. We are the circle of worms. We're mortal. We don't have forever to wait for them to let us do the things we want. I don't care if they don't like my being in the tournament. Once I become a knight, I'll be beyond their reach. Do you think Maddox's going to allow that? Taryn asks, giving up on the bush after the brambles make her fingers bleed. Answering to someone other than him? What else has he been training us for? I ask. Wordlessly, we fall into step together, making our way home. Not me. She shakes her head. I am going to fall in love. I am surprised into laughter. So you've just decided. I didn't think it worked like that. I thought love was supposed to happen when you least expected it, like a sap to the skull. Well, I have decided, she says. I consider mentioning her last ill-fated decision, the one about having fun at the revel, but that will just annoy her. Instead, I try to imagine someone she might fall in love with. Maybe it will be a Marrow, and he will give her the gift of breathing underwater and a crown of pearls and take her to his bed under the sea. Actually, that sounds amazing. Maybe I am making all the wrong choices. How much do you like swimming? I ask her. What? She asks. Nothing, I say. She, suspecting some sort of teasing, elbows me in the side. We head through the crooked forest, with its bent trunks, since the milkwood is dangerous at night. We have to stop to let some root men pass, for fear they might step on us if we didn't keep out of their way. Moss covers their shoulders and crawls up their bark cheeks. Wind whistles through their ribs. They make a beautiful and solemn procession. If you're so sure Maddox is going to give you permission, why haven't you asked him yet? Taryn whispers. The tournament is only 3 days away. Anyone can fight in the summer tournament. But if I want to be a knight, I must declare my candidacy by wearing a green sash across my chest. And if Maddox will not allow me that, then no amount of skill will help me. I will not be a candidate, and I will not be chosen. I am glad the root men give me an excuse not to answer, because of course, she's right. I haven't asked Maddox because I'm afraid of what he will say. When we get home, pushing open the enormous wooden door with its looping ironwork, someone is shouting upstairs, as though in distress. I run toward the sound, heart in my mouth, only to find Vivi in her room, chasing a cloud of sprites. They streak past me into the hall in a blast of gossamer, and she slams the book she was swinging at them into the door casing. Look, Vivi yells at me, pointing toward her closet. Look what they did! The doors are open, and I see a sprawl of things stolen from the human world. Matchbooks, newspapers, empty bottles, novels, and Polaroids. The sprites had turned the matchbooks into beds and tables, shredded all the paper, and ripped out the centers of the books to nest inside. It was a full-on sprite infestation. But I am more baffled by the quantity of things Vivi has, and how many of them don't seem to have any value. It's just junk. Mortal junk. What is all that? Taryn asks, coming into the room. She bends down and extracts a strip of pictures, only gently chewed by sprites. The pictures are taken one right after the other, the kind you have to sit in a booth for. Vivi is in the photos, her arm draped over the shoulders of a grinning, pink-haired mortal girl. Maybe Taryn isn't the only one who has decided to fall in love. At dinner, we sit at a massive table carved along all 4 sides with images of piping fauns and dancing imps. Fat wax pillar candles burn at the center, beside a carved stone vase full of wood sorrel. Servants bring us silver plates piled with food. We eat fresh broad beans, venison with scattered pomegranate seeds, grilled brown trout with butter, a salad of bitter herbs, and, for after, raisin cakes smothered in apple syrup. Maddox and Oriana drink canary wine. We children mix ours with water. Next to my plate and Taryn's is a bowl of salt. Vivi pokes at her venison and then licks blood from her knife. Oak grins across the table and starts to mimic Vivi, but Oriana snatches the cutlery from his grasp before he can slice his tongue open. Oak giggles and picks up his meat with his fingers, tearing it with sharp teeth.
You should know that the king will soon abdicate his throne in favor of one of his children,
Maddox says, looking at all of us.
It is likely that he will choose Prince Dane.
It doesn't matter that Dane is third-born. The High Ruler chooses their successor. That's how the stability of Elfheim is ensured. The first High Queen, Mab, had her smith forge a crown. Lore has it that the blacksmith was a creature called Grimson, who could shape anything from metal. Birds that trill and necklaces that slither over throats. Twin swords called Heartseeker and Heartsworn that never missed a strike. Queen Mab's crown was magically and wondrously wrought so that it passes only from one blood relation to another, in an unbroken line. With the crown passes the oaths of all those sworn to it. Although her subjects gather at each new coronation to renew their fealty, authority still rests in the crown. Why is he abdicating? Taryn asks. Vivi's smirk has turned nasty. His children got impatient with him for remaining alive. A wash of rage passes over Maddox's face. Taryn and I don't dare bait him for fear that his patience with us stretches only so far. but Vivi is expert at it. When he answers her, I can see the effort he's making to bite his tongue.
Few kings of Faerie have ruled so well for so long as Eldred. Now he goes to seek the land of promise.
As far as I can tell, the land of promise is their euphemism for death, although they do not admit it. They say it is the place that the folk came from and to which they will eventually return. Are you saying he's leaving the throne because he's old? I ask, wondering if I'm being impolite. There are Hobbs born with lined faces like tiny hairless cats, and smooth-limbed Nixies whose true age shows only in their ancient eyes. I didn't think time mattered to them. Oriana doesn't look happy, but she isn't actively shushing me either, so maybe it's not that rude. Or maybe she doesn't expect any better than bad manners out of me.
We may not die from age, but we grow weary with it,
Maddox says with a heavy sigh.
I have made war in Eldred's name. I have broken courts that denied him fealty. I have even led skirmishes against the Queen of the Undersea, but Eldred has lost his taste for bloodshed. He allows those under his banners to rebel in small and large ways, even as other courts refuse to submit to us. It's time to ride to battle. It's time for a new monarch, a hungry one.
Oriana furrows her brow in mild confusion. By preference, your kin would have you safe.
What good is a general with no war?
Maddox takes a large, restless swallow of wine. I wonder how often he needs to wet his cap with fresh blood.
The new king's coronation will be at the autumn solstice. Worry not. I have a plan to ensure our futures. Only concern yourselves with making ready for a great deal of dancing.
I am wondering what his plan might be when Taryn kicks me under the table. When I turn to glare at her, she raises both brows. Ask him, she mouths. Maddox looks in her direction.
Yes?
Jude wants to ask you something, Taryn says. The worst part is, I think she believes she's helping. I take a deep breath. At least he seems to be in a good mood. I've been thinking about the tournament. I imagine saying these words many, many times. But now that I'm actually doing it, they don't seem to come out the way I planned. I'm not bad with a sword.
You do yourself too modest,
Maddox says.
Your bladesmanship is excellent.
That seems encouraging. I look over at Taryn, who appears to be holding her breath. Everyone at the table has gone still, except for Oak, who taps his glass against the side of his plate. I am going to fight in the summer tournament, and I want to declare myself ready to be chosen for knighthood. Maddox's brows go up.
That's what you want. It's dangerous work.
I nod. I'm not afraid.
Interesting,
he says. My heart thuds dully in my chest. I have thought through every aspect of this plan, except for the possibility that he won't allow it. I want to make my own way at the court, I say.
You're no killer,
he tells me. I flinch, my gaze coming up to his. He looks back at me steadily with his golden cat eyes. I could be, I insist. I've been training for a decade. Since you took me, I do not say, although it must be in my eyes. He shakes his head sadly.
What you lack is nothing to do with experience.
No, but, I begin.
Enough! I have made my decision,
he says, raising his voice to cut me off. After a moment when we both are silent, he gives me a conciliatory half-smile.
Fight in the tournament if you like, for sport. But you will not put on the green sash. You're not ready to be a knight. You can ask me again after the coronation if your heart's still set on it. And if it's a whim, that will be time enough for it to pass.
This is no whim. I hate the desperation in my voice, but I have been counting down the days to the tournament. The idea of waiting months just so he can turn me down again fills me with wild despair. Maddox gives me an unreadable look.
After the coronation,
he repeats. I want to scream at him. Do you know how hard it is to always keep your head down? To swallow insults and endure outright threats? And yet, I have done so. I thought it proved my toughness. I thought if you saw I could take whatever came at me and still smile, you would see that I was worthy.
You're no killer.
He has no idea what I am. Maybe I don't know either. Maybe I never let myself find out. Prince Dane will make a fine king, Oriana says, deftly shifting the conversation back to pleasant things. The coronation means a month of balls. We will need new dresses. She seems to include Taryn and me in this sweeping statement. Magnificent ones. Maddox nods, smiling his toothy smile.
Yes, as many as you like. I would have you look your finest and dance your hardest.
I try to breathe slowly, to concentrate on just one thing. The pomegranate seeds on my plate, shining like rubies, wet with venison blood. After the coronation, Maddox said. I try to focus on that. It only feels like never. I'd love to have a court dress like the ones I've seen in Oriana's wardrobe. Opulent patterns intricately stitched on skirts of gold and silver, each as beautiful as the dawn. I focus on that too. But then I go too far and imagine myself in that dress, sword at my hip, transformed, a true member of the court, a knight in the circle of falcons, and Carden watching me from across the room, standing beside the king, laughing at my pretension, laughing like he knows this is a fantasy that won't ever be real. I pinch my leg until pain washes everything away. You'll have to wear out the soles of your shoes, just like the rest of us, Vivi says to me and Taryn. I bet Oriana's sick with worry that since Maddox encouraged you to dance, she can't stop you. Horror of horrors, you might have a good time. Oriana presses her lips together. That's not fair. Nor is it true. Vivi rolls her eyes. If it wasn't true, I couldn't say it.
Enough, all of you.
Maddox slams his hand down on the table, making us all jump.
Coronations are a time when many things are possible. Change is coming, and there is no wisdom in crossing me.
I can't tell if he's talking about Prince Dane, or ungrateful daughters, or both. Are you afraid someone is going to try for the throne? Taryn asks. Like me, she has been raised on strategy, moves and countermoves, ambushes and upper hands. But unlike me, she has Oriana's talent for asking the question that will steer a conversation toward less rocky shores.
The Greenbrier lie not to worry. Not me,
Maddox says, but he looks pleased to be asked.
Doubtless some of their subjects wish there was no blood crown and no high king at all. His heirs ought to be particularly careful that the armies of Faerie are satisfied. A well-seasoned strategist waits for the right opportunity.
Only someone with nothing to lose would attack the throne with you there to protect it, Oriana says primly. There's always something left to lose, Vivi says, and then makes a hideous face at Oak. He giggles. Oriana reaches for him and then stops herself. Nothing bad is actually happening, and yet I see the gleam in Vivi's cat eyes, and I'm not sure Oriana's wrong to be nervous. Vivi would like to punish Maddox, but her only power is to be a thorn in his side, which means occasionally tormenting Oriana through Oak. I know Vivi loves Oak. He's our brother after all, but that doesn't mean she's above teaching him bad things. Maddox smiles at all of us, now the picture of contentment. I used to think he didn't notice all the currents of tension that ran through the family, but as I get older, I see that barely suppressed conflict doesn't bother him in the least. He likes it just as well as open war.
Perhaps none of our enemies are particularly good strategists.
Let's hope not, Oriana says distractedly, her eyes on Oak, lifting her glass of canary wine.
Indeed,
says Maddock.
Let's have a toast to the incompetence of our enemies.
I pick up my glass and knock it into Taryn's, then drain it to the very dregs. There's always something left to lose. I think about that all through the dawn, turning it over in my head. Finally, when I can toss and turn no more, I pull on a robe over my nightgown and go outside into the late morning sun. Bright as hammered gold, it hurts my eyes when I sit down on a patch of clover near the stables, looking back at the house. All of this was my mother's before it was Oriana's. Mom must have been young and in love with Maddock back then. I wonder what it was like for her. I wonder if she thought she was going to be happy here. I wonder when she realized she wasn't. I have heard the rumors. It is no small thing to confound the High King's general, to sneak out of Fairy with his baby in your belly and hide for almost 10 years. She left behind the burned remains of another woman in the blackened husk of his estate. No one can say she didn't prove her toughness. If she'd just been a little luckier, Maddock would have never realized she was still alive. She had a lot to lose, I guess. I've got a lot to lose, too. But so what? Skip our lessons today, I tell Taryn that afternoon. I am dressed and ready early. Though I have not slept, I do not feel at all tired. Stay home. She gives me a look of deep concern as a pixie boy, newly indebted to Maddock, braids her chestnut hair into a crown. She is sitting primly at her dressing table, clad all in brown and gold. Telling me not to go means I should. Whatever you're thinking, stop. I know you're disappointed about the tournament. It doesn't matter, I say. Although, of course, it does. It matters so much that now, without hope of knighthood, I feel like a hole has opened up under me and I am falling through it. Maddock might change his mind. She follows me down the stairs, grabbing up our baskets before I can. And at least now you won't have to defy Carden. I turn on her, even though none of this is her fault. Do you know why Maddock won't let me try for knighthood? Because he thinks I'm weak. Jude, she cautions. I thought I was supposed to be good and follow the rules, I say. But I'm done with being weak. I am done with being good. I think I'm going to be something else. Only idiots aren't scared of things that are scary, Taryn says, which is undoubtedly true, but still fails to dissuade me. Skip lessons today, I tell her again. But she won't, so we go to school together. Taryn watches me warily as I talk with the leader of the mock war, Fand, a pixie girl with skin the blue of flower petals. She reminds me that there's a run-through tomorrow in preparation for the tournament. I nod, biting the inside of my cheek. No one needs to know that my hopes were dashed. No one needs to know I ever had any hope at all. Later, when Carden, Locke, Nicasia, and Valerian sit down to their lunch, they have to spit out their food in choking horror. All around them are the less awful children of fairy nobles, eating their bread and honey, their cakes and roasted pigeons, their elderflower jam with biscuits and cheese and the fat globes of grapes. But every single morsel in each of my enemies' baskets has been well and thoroughly salted. Carden's gaze catches mine, and I can't help the evil smile that pulls up the corners of my mouth. His eyes are bright as coals, his hatred a living thing, shimmering in the air between us like the air above black rocks on a blazing summer day. Have you lost your wits? Taryn demands, shaking my shoulders so that I have to turn to her. You're making everything worse. There's a reason no one stands up to them. I know, I say softly, unable to keep the smile off my lips. A lot of reasons. She's right to be worried. I just declared war. Chapter 6. I've told this story all wrong. There are things I really ought to have said about growing up in Fairy. I left them out of the story, mostly because I am a coward. I don't even like to let myself think about them. But maybe knowing a few relevant details about my past will make more sense of why I am the way I am. How fear seeped into my marrow. How I learned to pretend it away. So here are 3 things I should have told you about myself before, but didn't. 1. When I was 9, one of Maddox's guards bit off the very top of the ring finger on my left hand. We were outside, and when I screamed, he pushed me hard enough that my head smacked into a wooden post in the stables. Then he made me stand there while he chewed the piece he'd bitten off. He told me exactly how much he hated mortals. I bled so much. You wouldn't think that much blood could come out of a finger. When it was over, he explained that I better keep what happened secret, because if I didn't, he'd eat the rest of me. So, obviously, I didn't tell anyone. Until now, when I am telling you. 2. When I was 11, I was spotted hiding under the banquet table at one of the revels by a particularly bored member of the gentry. He dragged me out by my foot, kicking and squirming. I don't think he knew who I was. At least, I tell myself he didn't. But he compelled me to drink. And so I drank. The grass-green fairy wine slipping down my throat like nectar. He danced me around the hill. It was fun at first. The kind of terrifying fun that makes you screech to be put down half the time and feel dizzy and sick the rest. But when the fun wore off, and I couldn't stop, it was just terrifying. It turned out that my fear was equally amusing to him, though. Princess Elowen found me at the end of the revel, puking and crying. She didn't ask me a single thing about how I got that way. She just handed me over to Oriana like I was a misplaced jacket. We never told Maddox about it. What would have been the point? Everyone who saw me probably thought I was having a grand old time. 3. When I was 14 and Oak was 4, he glamored me. He didn't mean to. Well, at least he didn't really understand why he shouldn't. I wasn't wearing any protective charms because I'd just come out of a bath. Oak didn't want to go to bed. He told me to play dolls with him, so we played. He commanded me to chase him, so we played chase through the halls. Then he figured out he could make me slap myself, which was very funny. Tatterfell came upon us hours later, took a good look at my reddened cheeks and the tears in my eyes, and then ran for Oriana. For weeks, a giggling Oak tried to glamour me into getting him sweets, or lifting him above my head, or spitting at the dinner table. Even though it never worked. Even though I wore a strand of rowan berries everywhere after that. It was all I could do for months not to strike him to the floor. Oriana has never forgiven me for that restraint. She believes my not revenging myself on him then means I plan to revenge myself in the future. Here's why I don't like these stories. They highlight that I am vulnerable. No matter how careful I am, eventually I'll make another misstep. I am weak. I am fragile. I am mortal. I hate that most of all. Even if, by some miracle, I could be better than them, I will never be one of them. Chapter 7. They don't wait long to retaliate. For the rest of the afternoon and early evening, we receive lessons in history. A cat-headed goblin named Yarrow recites ballads and asks us questions. The more correct answers I give, the angrier Carden grows. He makes no secret of his displeasure, drawling to Locke about how boring these lessons are and sneering at the lecturer. For once, We're done before dark has fully fallen. Taryn and I start for home, with her giving me concerned glances. The light of sunset filters through the trees, and I take a deep breath, drinking in the scent of pine needles. I feel a kind of weird calm, despite the stupidity of what I've done.
This isn't like you,
Taryn says finally.
You don't pick fights with people.
Appeasing them won't help. I toe a stone with a slipper-covered foot.
The more they get away with, the more they believe they're entitled to have.
So you're going to what? Teach them manners? Taryn sighs.
Even if someone should do it, that someone doesn't have to be you.
She's right. I know she's right. The giddy fury of this afternoon will fade, and I will regret what I've done. Probably after a good long sleep. I'll be as horrified as Taryn is. All I have bought myself is worse problems. No matter how good it felt to solve my pride.
You're no killer. What you lack is nothing to do with experience.
And yet, I don't regret it now. Having stepped off the edge, what I want to do is fall. I begin to speak when a hand claps down over my mouth. Fingers sink into the skin around my lips. I strike out, swinging my body around, and see Locke grabbing Taryn's waist. Someone has my wrists. I wrench my mouth free and scream, but screams in fairy are like birdsong, too common to attract much attention. They push us through the woods, laughing. I hear a whoop from one of the boys. I think I hear Locke say something about larks being over quickly, but it's swallowed up in the merriment. Then a shove at my shoulders and the horrible shock of cold water closing over me. I sputter, trying to breathe. I taste mud and reeds. I shove myself up. Taryn and I are waist high in the river, the current pushing us downstream toward a deeper, rougher part. I dig my feet into the muck at the bottom to keep from being swept away. Taryn is gripping a boulder, her hair wet. She must have slipped.
There are nixies in this river,
Valerian says.
If you don't get out before they find you, they'll pull you under and hold you there. Their sharp teeth will sink into your skin.
He mimes taking a bite. They're all along the riverbank. Carden closest, Valerian beside him. Locke brushes his hand over the tops of cattails and bulrushes, looking abstracted. He does not seem kind now. He seems bored with his friends, and with us too.
Nixies can't help what they are,
Nicasia says, kicking the water so that it splashes my face.
Just like you won't be able to help drowning.
I dig my feet deeper into the mud. The water filling my boots makes it hard to move my legs, but the mud locks them in place when I manage to stand still. I don't know how I am going to get to Taryn without slipping. Valerian is emptying our school bags onto the riverbank. He and Nicasia and Locke take turns hurling the contents into the water. My leather-bound notebooks, rolls of paper that disintegrate as they sink. The books of ballads and histories make an enormous splash, then lodge between two stones and will not budge. My fine pen and nibs shimmer along the bottom. My inkpot shatters on the rocks, turning the river vermilion. Carden watches me. Although he doesn't lift a finger, I know this is all his doing. In his eyes, I see all the vast alienness of fairy.
Is this fun?
I call to the shore. I am so furious that there's no room for being scared.
Are you enjoying yourselves?
Enormously,
says Carden. Then his gaze slides from me to where shadows rest under the water. Are those nixies? I cannot tell. I just keep moving toward Taryn.
This is just a game,
Nicasia says.
But sometimes we play too hard with our toys, and then they break.
It's not like we drowned you ourselves,
Valerian calls. My foot slips on slick rocks, and I am under, swept downstream helplessly, gulping muddy water. I panic, snorting into my lungs. I thrust out a hand, and it closes on the root of a tree. I get my balance again, gasping and coughing. Nicasia and Valerian are laughing. Locke's expression is unreadable. Carden has one foot in the reeds, as though to get a better look. Furious and sputtering, I push my way back to Taryn, who comes forward to grab my hand and squeeze it hard.
I thought you were going to drown,
she says, the edge of hysteria in her voice. We're fine, I tell her. Digging my feet into the murk, I reach down for a rock. I find a large one and heft it up, green and slick with algae. If the Nixies come at us, I'll hold them off.
Quit,
Carden says. He's looking directly at me. He does not even spare a glance for Taryn.
You should never have been tutored with us. Abandon thoughts of the tourney. Tell Maddox you don't belong with us. You're betters. Do that, and I'll save you.
I stare at him.
All you have to do is give in,
he says.
Easy.
I look over at my sister. It's my fault she's wet and scared. The river is cold, despite the heat of summer, the current strong. And you'll save Taryn too?
Oh, so you'll do what I say for her sake?
Carden's gaze is hungry, devouring.
Does that feel noble?
He pauses, and in that silence, all I hear is Taryn's hitched breath.
Well, does it?
I look at the Nixies, watch them for any sign of movement. Why don't you tell me how you want me to feel?
Interesting.
He takes another step closer, squatting and regarding us from eye level.
There are so few children in Fairy that I've never seen one of us twinned. Is it like being doubled, or more like being divided in half?
I don't answer. Behind him, I see Nicasia thread her arm through Locke's and whisper something to him. He gives her a scathing look, and she pouts. Maybe they're annoyed that we're not currently being eaten. Carden frowns.
Twin sister,
he says, turning to Taryn. A smile returns to his mouth, as though a terrible new idea has come to delight him.
Would you make a similar sacrifice? Let's find out. I have a most generous offer for you. Climb up on the bank and kiss me on both my cheeks. Once that's done, so long as you don't defend your sister by word or deed, I won't hold you accountable for her defiance. Now, isn't that a good bargain? But you get it only if you come to us now and leave her there to drown. Show her that she will always be alone.
For a moment, Taryn stands still, as if frozen. Go, I say. I'll be fine. It still hurts when she wades toward the bank. But of course she should go. She will be safe, and the price is nothing that matters. One of the pale shapes detaches from the others and swims toward her, but my shadow in the water makes it hesitate. I mime throwing the rock, and it jolts a little. They like easy prey. Valerian takes Taryn's hand and helps her out of the water as if she were a great lady. Her dress is soaked, dripping as she moves, like the dresses of water sprites or sea nymphs. She presses her bluish lips to Carden's cheeks, one and then the other. She keeps her eyes closed, but his are open, watching me.
Say, I forsake my sister Jude,
Nicasia tells her.
I won't help her. I don't even like her.
Taryn looks in my direction, quick and apologetic. I don't have to say that. That wasn't part of the bargain. The others laugh. Carden's boot parts the thistles and bulrushes. Locke starts to speak, but Carden cuts him off.
Your sister abandoned you. See what we can do with a few words? And everything can get so much worse. We can enchant you to run around on all fours, barking like a dog. We can curse you to wither away for want of a song you'll never hear again or a kind word from my lips. We're not mortal. We will break you. You're a fragile little thing. We hardly need to try. Give up.
Never, I say. He smiles, smug.
Never? Never is like forever. Too big for mortals to comprehend.
The shape in the water remains where it is. Probably because the presence of Carden and the others make it seem like I have friends who might defend me if I were attacked. I wait for Carden's next move, watching him carefully. I hope I look defiant. He scrutinizes me for a long, awful moment.
Think on this, he says to me. All through your long, sodden, shameful walk home. Think on your answer. This is the least of what we can do.
With that, he turns away from us, and after a moment, the others turn too. I watch him go. I watch them all go. When they're out of sight, I pull myself onto the bank, flopping onto my back in the mud next to where Taryn is standing. I take big, gulping breaths of air. The Nixies begin to surface, looking at us with hungry, opalescent eyes. They peer at us through a patch of foxtails. One begins to crawl onto land. I throw my rock. It doesn't come close to hitting, but the splash startles them into not coming closer. Grunting, I force myself up to begin walking. And all through our walk home, while Taryn makes soft, sobbing sounds, I think about how much I hate them, and how much I hate myself. And then I don't think about anything but lifting my wet boots, one step after another, carrying me past the briars and fiddleheads and elms, past bushes of red-lipped cherries, barberries, and damsons, past the wood sprites who nest in the rose bushes, home to a bath and a bed in a world that isn't mine and might never be. Chapter 8. My head is pounding when Vivienne shakes me awake. She jumps up onto the bed, kicking off the coverlets and making the frame groan. I press a cushion over my face and curl up on my side, trying to ignore her and go back to dreamless slumber.
Get up, sleepyhead, she says, pulling back my blankets. We're going to the mall.
I make a strangled noise and wave her away. Up, she commands, leaping again. No, I moan, burrowing deeper in what's left of the blankets. I've got to rehearse for the tournament. Vivi stops bouncing, and I realize that it's no longer true. I don't have to fight, except that I foolishly told Carden I would never quit. Which makes me remember the river and the Nixies and Taryn. How she was right, and I was magnificently, extravagantly wrong.
I'll buy you coffee when we get there. Coffee with chocolate and whipped cream.
Vivi is relentless.
Come on, Taryn's waiting.
I half stumble out of bed. Standing, I scratch my hip and glare. She gives me her most charming smile, and I find my annoyance fading, despite myself. Vivi is often selfish, but she's so cheerful about it and so encouraging of cheerful selfishness in others that it's easy to have fun with her. I dress quickly in the modern clothes I keep in the very back of my wardrobe. Jeans, an old gray sweater with a black star on it, and a pair of glittery silver Converse high tops. I pull my hair into a slouchy knitted hat, and when I catch a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror, carved so that it seems like a pair of bawdy fawns are on either side of the glass, leering, a different person is looking back at me. Maybe the person I might have been if I'd been raised human. Whoever that is. When we were little, we used to talk about getting back to the human world all the time. Vivi kept saying that if she learned just a little more magic, we'd be able to go. We were going to find an abandoned mansion, and she was going to enchant birds to take care of us. They would buy us pizza and candy, and we would go to school only if we felt like it. By the time Vivi learned how to travel there, though, Reality had intruded on our plans. It turns out birds can't really buy pizza, even if they're enchanted. I meet my sisters in front of Maddox's stables, where silver-shod fairy horses are penned up beside enormous toads ready to be saddled and bridled, and reindeer with broad antlers hung with bells. Vivi is wearing black jeans and a white shirt, mirrored sunglasses hiding her cat eyes. Taryn has on pink jeggings, a fuzzy cardigan, and a pair of ankle boots. We try to imitate girls we see in the human world, girls in magazines, girls we see on movie screens and air-conditioned theaters, eating candy so sweet it makes my teeth ache. I don't know what people think when they look at us. These clothes are a costume for me. I am playing dress-up in ignorance. I no more can guess the assumptions that go along with glittering sneakers than a child in a dragon costume knows what real dragons would make of the color of her scales. Vivi picks stalks of ragwort that grow near the water troughs. After finding 3 that meet her specifications, she lifts the first and blows on it, saying, "Steed, rise and bear us where I command." With those words, she tosses the stalk to the ground, and it becomes a raw-boned yellow pony with emerald eyes and a mane that resembles lacy foliage. It makes an odd keening neigh. She throws down 2 more stalks, and moments later, 3 ragwort ponies snort the air and snuffle at the ground. They look a little like seahorses and will ride over land and sky, according to Vivi's command, keeping there seeming for hours before collapsing back into weeds. It turns out that passing between fairy and the mortal world isn't all that difficult. Fairy exists beside and below mortal towns, in the shadows of mortal cities, and at their rotten, derelict, worm-eaten centers. Fairies live in hills and valleys and barrows, in alleys and abandoned mortal buildings. Vivi isn't the only fairy from our islands to sneak across the sea and into the human world with some regularity, although most don mortal guises to mess with people. Less than a month ago, Valerian was bragging about campers he and his friends had tricked into feasting with them, gorging on rotten leaves, enchanted to look like delicacies. I climb onto my ragwort steed and wrap my hands around the creature's neck. There is always a moment when it begins to move that I can't help grinning. There is something about the sheer impossibility of it, the magnificence of the woods streaking by, and the way the ragwort hooves kick up gravel as they leap up into the air, that gives me an electric rush of pure adrenaline. I swallow the howl clawing up my throat. We ride over the cliffs and then the sea, watching mermaids leap in the spangled waves and selkies rolling along the surf, past the fog perpetually surrounding the islands and concealing them from mortals, and then onto the shoreline, past 2 lights state park, a golf course, and a jetport. We touch down in a small tree-covered patch across the road from the main mall. Vivi's shirt flutters in the wind as she lands. Taryn and I dismount. With a few words from Vivi, the ragwort steeds become just 3 half-wilted weeds among others. "Remember where we parked?" Taryn says with a grin, and we start toward the mall. Vivi loves this place. She loves to drink mango smoothies, try on hats, and buy whatever we want with acorns she enchants to pass as money. Taryn doesn't love it the way Vivi does, but she has fun. When I am here, though, I feel like a ghost. We strut through the JCPenney as though we're the most dangerous things around. But when I see human families all together, especially families with sticky-mouthed, giggling little sisters, I don't like the way I feel. Angry. I don't imagine myself back in a life like theirs. What I imagine is going over there and scaring them until they cry. I would never, of course. I mean, I don't think I would. Taryn seems to notice the way my gaze snags on a child whining to her mother. Unlike me, Taryn is adaptable. She knows the right things to say. She'd be okay if she were thrust back into this world. She's okay now. She will fall in love, just as she said. She will metamorphose into a wife or consort and raise fairy children who will adore and outlive her. The only thing holding her back is me. I am so glad she can't guess my thoughts. So, Vivi says, we are here because you both could use some cheering up. So cheer up. I look over at Taryn and take a deep breath, ready to apologize. I don't know if that's what Vivi had in mind, but it's what I've known I had to do since I got out of bed. I'm sorry, I blurt out. You're probably mad, Taryn says at the same time. At you? I am astonished. Taryn droops. I swore to Carden that I wouldn't help you, even though I came with you that day to help. I shake my head vehemently. Really, Taryn, you're the one who should be angry that I got you tossed into the water in the first place. Getting yourself out of there was the smart thing to do. I would never be mad about that. Oh, she says. Okay. Taryn told me about the prank you played on the prince, Vivi says. I see myself reflected in her sunglasses. Doubled. Quadrupled with Taryn beside me. Pretty good, but now you're going to have to do something much worse. I've got ideas. No, Taryn says with vehemence. Jude doesn't need to do anything. She was just upset about Matic and the tournament. If she goes back to ignoring them, they'll go back to ignoring her too. Maybe not at first, but eventually. I bite my lip, because I don't think that's true. Forget Matic. Knighthood would have been boring anyway, Vivi says, effectively dismissing the thing I've been working toward for years. I sigh. It's annoying, but also reassuring that she doesn't think it's that big a deal, when the loss has felt overwhelming to me. So what do you want to do? I ask Vivi, to avoid any more of this discussion. Are we seeing a movie? Do you want to try on lipsticks? Don't forget, you promised me coffee. I want you to meet my girlfriend, Vivian says, and I remember the pink-haired girl in the strip of photos. She asked me to move in with her. Here? I ask, as though there could be any other place. The mall? Vivi laughs at our expressions. We're going to meet her here today, but probably find a different place to live. Heather doesn't know Fairy exists, so don't mention it, okay? When Taryn and I were 10, Vivi learned how to make ragwort horses. We ran away from Maddox's house a few days later. At a gas station, Vivi enchanted a random woman to take us home with her. I still remember the woman's blank face as she drove. I wanted to make her smile, but no matter what funny faces I pulled, her expression didn't change. We spent the night in her house, sick after having ice cream for dinner. I cried myself to sleep, clinging to a weeping Taryn. After that, Vivi found us a motel room with a stove, and we learned how to cook macaroni and cheese from the package. We made coffee in the coffee pot, because we remembered how our old house had smelled like it. We watched television and swam in the pool with other kids staying in the motel. I hated it. We lived that way for 2 weeks before Taryn and I begged Vivi to take us home, to take us back to Fairy. We missed our beds. We missed the food we were used to. We missed magic. I think it broke Vivi's heart to return, but she did it. And she stayed. Whatever else I can say about Vivi, when it really mattered, she stuck by us. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she didn't plan to stay forever. Why didn't you tell us? Taryn demands. I am telling you. I just did, Vivi says, leading us past stores with looping images of video games, past gleaming displays of bikinis and flowing maxi dresses, past cheese-injected pretzels and stores with counters full of gleaming heart-shaped diamonds, promising true love. Strollers stream past, groups of teenage boys in jerseys, elderly couples holding hands. You should have said something sooner, says Taryn, hands on her hips. Here's my plan to cheer you up, Vivi says. We all move to the human world. Move in with Heather. Jude doesn't have to worry about knighthood,
And Taryn doesn't have to throw herself away on some silly fairy boy. Does Heather know about this plan? Taryn asks skeptically. Vivi shakes her head, smiling. Sure, I say, trying to make a joke of it. Except that I have no marketable skills other than swinging around a sword and making up riddles, neither of which probably pay all that well. The mortal world is where we grew up, Vivi insists, climbing onto a bench and walking the length of it, acting as though it were a stage. She pushes her sunglasses up onto her head. You'd get used to it again. Where you grew up. She was 9 when we were taken. She remembers so much more about being human than we do. It's unfair, since she's also the one with magic. The folk are going to keep treating you like crap, Vivi says, and hops down in front of us, cat eyes flashing. A lady with a baby carriage swerves to avoid us. What do you mean? I look away from Vivi, concentrating on the pattern of the tiles under my feet. Oriana acts like you two being mortal is some kind of awful surprise that gets sprung on her all over again every morning, she says. And Maddox killed our parents, so that sucks. And then there are the jerks at school that you don't like to talk about. I was just talking about those jerks, I say, not giving her the satisfaction of being shocked by what she said about our parents. She acts like we don't remember, like there's some way I'm ever going to forget. She acts like it's her personal tragedy and hers alone. And you didn't like it. Vivi looks immensely pleased with herself for that particular riposte. Did you really think that being a knight would make everything better? I don't know, I say. Vivi swings on Taryn. What about you? Fairy is all we know. Taryn holds up a hand to forestall any more argument. Here, we wouldn't have anything. There'd be no balls and no magic and no, well, I think I'd like it here, Vivi snaps, and stalks off ahead of us toward the Apple store. We've talked about it before, of course, how Vivi thinks we are stupid for not being able to resist the intensity of fairy, for desiring to stay in a place of such danger. Maybe growing up the way we have, bad things feel good to us. Or maybe we are stupid in the exact same way as every other idiot mortal who's pined away for another bite of goblin fruit. Maybe it doesn't matter. A girl is standing in front of the entrance, playing around on her phone. The girl, I assume. Heather is small, with faded pink hair and brown skin. She's wearing a t-shirt with a hand-drawn design across the front. There are pen stains on her fingers. I realize abruptly that she might be the artist who drew the comics I've seen Vivi pore over. I begin a curtsy before I remember myself and awkwardly stick out a hand. I'm Vivi's sister, Jude, I say. And this is Taryn. The girl shakes my hand. Her palm is warm, her grip nearly non-existent. It's funny how Vivi, who tried so hard to escape being anything like Maddox, wound up falling in love with a human girl, as Maddox did. I'm Heather, the girl says. It's great to meet you. Vi almost never talks about her family. Taryn and I glance at each other. Vi? You want to sit down or something? Heather says, nodding toward the food court. Somebody owes me coffee, I say pointedly to Vivi. We order and sit and drink. Heather tells us that she's in community college, studying art. She tells us about comics she likes and bands she's into. We dodge awkward questions. We lie. When Vivi gets up to throw away our trash, Heather asks us if she's the first girlfriend Vivi has let us meet. Taryn nods. That must mean she likes you a lot. So I can visit your place now? My parents are ready to buy a toothbrush for Vi. How come I don't get to meet hers? I almost snort my mocha. Did she tell you anything about our family? Heather sighs. No. Our dad is really conservative, I say. A boy with spiky black hair and a wallet chain passes us, smiling in my direction. I have no idea what he wants. Maybe he knows Heather. She's not paying attention. I don't smile back. Does he even know V is bi? Heather asks, astonished, but then Vivi returns to the table, so we don't have to keep making up stuff. Liking both girls and boys is the only thing in this scenario Maddox wouldn't be upset with Vivi about. After that, the four of us wander the mall, trying on purple lipsticks and eating sour apple candy slices crusted in sugar that turn my tongue green. I delight in the chemicals that would doubtless sicken all the lords and ladies at the court. Heather seems nice. Heather has no idea what she's getting herself into. We say polite farewells near Newberry Comics. Vivi watches 3 kids picking out bobblehead figurines, her gaze avid. I wonder what she thinks as she moves among humans. At moments like that, she seems like a wolf learning the patterns of sheep. But when she kisses Heather, she is entirely sincere. I'm glad you lied for me, Vivi says as we retrace our steps through the mall. You're going to have to tell her eventually, I say. If you're serious. If you're really moving to the mortal world to be with her. And when you do, she's still going to want to meet Maddox, Taryn says. Although I can see why Vivi wants to avoid that for as long as possible. Vivi shakes her head. Love is a noble cause. How can anything done in the service of a noble cause be wrong? Taryn chews her lip. Before we leave, we stop by CVS, and I pick up tampons. Every time I buy them, it's a reminder that while the folk can look like us, they are a species apart. Even Vivi is a species apart. I divide the package in half and give the other portion to Taryn. I know what you're wondering. No, they don't bleed once a month. Yes, they do bleed. Annually. Sometimes less frequently than that. Yes, they have solutions. Padding, mostly. And yes, those solutions suck. Yes, everything about it is embarrassing. We start to cut across the parking lot toward our ragwort stocks when a guy about our age touches my arm, warm fingers closing just above my wrist. Hey, sweetheart. I have an impression of a too big black shirt, jeans, a chain wallet, spiky hair, the glint of a cheap knife in his boot. I saw you before, and I was just wondering. I am turning before I can think, my fist cracking into his jaw. My booted foot hits his gut as he falls, rolling him over the pavement. I blink and find myself standing there, staring down at a kid who is gasping for air and starting to cry. My boot is raised to kick him in the throat, to crush his windpipe. The mortals standing around him are staring at me in horror. My nerves are jangling, but it's an eager jangle. I am ready for more. I think he was flirting with me. I don't even remember deciding to hit him. Come on! Taryn jerks my arm, and all 3 of us run. Someone shouts. I look over my shoulder. One of the boy's friends has given chase. Bitch! He shouts. Crazy bitch! Milo is bleeding! Vivi whispers a few words and makes a motion behind us. As she does, the crabgrass begins to grow, pushing gaps in the asphalt wider. The boy comes to a halt as something rushes by him, a look of confusion on his face. Pixie-led, they call it. He wanders through a row of cars as though he has no idea where he's going. Unless he turns his clothes inside out, which I am fairly confident he doesn't know to do, he'll never find us. We stop near the edge of the lot, and Vivi immediately begins to giggle. Maddox would be so proud. His little girl remembering all her training, she says, staving off the terrifying possibility of romance. I am too stunned to say anything. Hitting him was the most honest thing I've done in a long time. I feel better than great. I feel nothing. A glorious emptiness. See, I tell Vivi, I can't go back to the world. Look what I would do to it. To that, she has no response. I think about what I did all the way home and then again at school.
A lecturer from a court near the coast explains how things wither and die. Carden gives me a significant look as she explains decomposition rot. But what I am thinking about is the stillness I felt when I hit that boy. That, and the summer tournament tomorrow. I dreamed of my triumph there. None of Carden's threats would have kept me from wearing the gold braid and fighting as hard as I could. Now, though, his threats are the only reason I have to fight. The sheer perverse glory of not backing down. When we break to eat, Taryn and I climb up a tree to eat cheese and oatcakes, slathered with choke cherry jelly. Fan calls up to me, wanting to know why I didn't attend the rehearsal for the mock war. I forgot, I call back to her, which is not particularly believable, but I don't care. But you're going to fight tomorrow? She asks. If I pull out, Fan will have to rearrange teams. Taryn gives me a hopeful look, as though I may come to my senses. I'll be there, I say. My pride compels me. Lessons are almost over when I notice Taryn standing beside Carden, near a circle of thorn trees, weeping. I must not have been paying attention. Must have gotten too involved in packing up our books and things. I didn't even see Carden take my sister aside. I know she would have gone, though, no matter the excuse. She still believes that if we do what they want, they'll get bored and leave us alone. Maybe she's right, but I don't care. Tears spill over her cheeks. There is such a deep well of rage inside me.
You're no killer.
I leave my books and cross the grass toward them. Carden half turns, and I shove him so hard that his back hits one of the trees. His eyes go wide. I don't know what you said to her, but don't you ever go near my sister again, I tell him, my hand still on the front of his velvet doublet. You gave her your word. I can feel the eyes of all the other students on me. Everyone's breath is drawn. For a moment, Carden just stares at me with stupid crow-black eyes. Then one corner of his mouth curls.
Oh,
He says,
you're going to regret doing that.
I don't think he realizes just how angry I am, or how good it feels, for once, to give up on regrets. Chapter 9. Taryn won't tell me what Prince Carden said to her. She insists that it had nothing to do with me, that he wasn't actually breaking his promise not to hold her accountable for my bad behavior, that I should forget about her and worry about myself. Jude, give it up. She sits in front of the fire in her bedroom, drinking a cup of nettle tea from a clay mug shaped like a snake, its tail coiling to make the handle. She has on her dressing gown, scarlet to match the flames in the grate. Sometimes, when I look at her, it seems impossible that her face is also mine. She looks soft, pretty, like a girl in a painting, like a girl who fits inside her own skin. Just tell me what he said, I press. There's nothing to tell, Taryn says. I know what I'm doing. And what's that? I ask her, my eyebrows lifting, but she only sighs. We've gone 3 rounds like this already. I keep thinking of the lazy blink of Carden's lashes over his coal-bright eyes. He looked gleeful, gloating, as though my fist tightening on his shirt was exactly what he would have wished. As though, if I struck him, it would be because he made me do it. I can annoy you in the hills and also the dales, I say, poking her in the arm. I will chase you from crag to crag across all 3 islands until you tell me something. I think we could both bear it better if no one else had to see, she says, then takes a long pull of her tea. What? I am surprised into not knowing what to say in return. What do you mean? I mean, I think I could stand being teased and being made to cry if you didn't know about it. She gives me a steady look, as though evaluating how much truth I can handle. I can't just pretend my day was fine with you as a witness to what really happened,
Sometimes it makes me not like you.
That's not fair, I exclaim. She shrugs.
I know. That's why I'm telling you. But what Carden said to me doesn't matter, and I want to pretend it didn't happen. So I need you to pretend along with me. No reminders, no questions, no cautions.
Stung, I stand and walk to her fireplace mantel, leaning my head against the carved stone. I can't count the number of times she's told me that messing with Carden and his friends is stupid. And yet, given what she's saying now, whatever made her cry this afternoon has nothing to do with me, which means she's gotten into some kind of trouble all on her own. Taryn might have a lot of advice to give, but I'm not sure she's taking all of it.
So what do you want me to do? I ask.
I want you to fix things with him, she says.
Prince Carden's got all the power. There's no winning against him. No matter how brave or clever or even cruel you are, Jude. End this before you get really hurt.
I look at her uncomprehendingly. Avoiding Carden's wrath now seems impossible. That ship has sailed and burned up in the harbor. I can't, I tell her.
You heard what Prince Carden said by the river. He just wants you to give up. It's a blow to his pride, and it hurts his status, you acting like you're not afraid of him.
She takes my arm at the wrist, pulling me close. I can smell the sharp scent of herbs on her breath.
Tell him that he's won and you've lost. They're just words. You don't have to mean them.
I shake my head.
Don't fight him tomorrow, she continues.
I'm not withdrawing from the tournament, I tell her.
Even if it wins you nothing but more woe? She asks.
Even then, I say.
Do something else, she insists. Find a way. Fix it before it's too late.
I think of all the things she won't say, all the things I wish I knew. But since she wants me to pretend everything is fine, all I can do is swallow my questions and leave her to her fire. In my room, I find my tournament outfit spread out on my bed, scented with verbena and lavender. It's a slightly padded tunic stitched with metallic thread. The pattern is of a crescent moon turned on its side like a cup, with a droplet of red falling from one corner and a dagger beneath the whole. Maddox's crest. I cannot put on that tunic tomorrow and fail, not without bringing disgrace on my household. And although embarrassing Maddox might give me a contrary pleasure, a small revenge for denying me knighthood, I'd embarrass myself too. What I should do is go back to keeping my head down. Be decent, but not memorable. Let Carden and his friends show off. Save up my skill to surprise the court when Maddox gives me permission to seek a knighthood. If that ever happens. That's what I should do. I knock the tunic to the floor and climb under the coverlets, pulling them up over my head so that I am slightly smothered, so that I can breathe in my own warm breath. I fall asleep like that. In the afternoon, when I rise, the garment is wrinkled, and I have no one to blame but myself.
You are a foolish child,
Tatterfell says, scraping my hair into tight warrior braids.
With a memory like that of a sparrow.
On my way to the kitchens, I pass Maddox in the hall. He is dressed all in green, his mouth pulled into a grim line.
Hold a moment,
he says. I do. He frowns.
I know what it is to be young and hungry for glory.
I bite my lip and say nothing. After all, he hasn't asked me a question. We stand there, watching each other. His cat eyes narrow. There are so many unsaid things between us. So many reasons we can only be something like father and daughter, but never fully inhabit our roles.
You will come to understand. This is for the best,
he says finally.
Enjoy your battle.
I make a deep bow and head for the door. My trip to the kitchen's abandoned. All I want to do is get away from the house, from the reminder that there is no place for me at the court. No place for me in Fairy.
What you lack is nothing to do with experience.
The summer tournament is being held on the edge of a cliff in Innsweiler, the Isle of Woe. It's far enough that I take a mount, a pale gray horse stabled beside a toad. The toad watches me with golden eyes as I saddle the mare and throw myself up onto her back. I arrive at the grounds out of sorts, slightly late, anxious, and hungry. A crowd is already gathering around the tented box where the High King Eldred and the rest of the royals will sit. Long cream-colored banners whip through the air, flying Eldred's symbol, a tree that is half white flowers and half thorns, roots dangling beneath it and a crown atop. The uniting of the Seelie courts, the unseelie courts, and the wild fae under one crown. The dream of the Greenbrier line. The decadent eldest son, Prince Baelkin, is sprawled in a carved chair, 3 attendants around him. His sister Princess Raya, the huntress, sits beside him. Her eyes are all on the potential combatants, readying themselves on the grounds. A wave of panicky frustration comes over me at the sight of her intent expression. I so badly wanted her to choose me to be one of her knights. And though she can't now, a sudden awful fear that I couldn't have impressed her comes over me. Maybe Maddox was right. Maybe I lack the instinct for dealing death. If I don't try too hard today, at least I never need to know if I would have been good enough. My group is to go first, because we are the youngest. Still in training, using wooden swords instead of live steel, unlike those who follow us. Bouts of fighting will last the whole day, broken up by bardic performances, a few feats of clever magic, displays of archery, and other skills. I can smell spiced wine in the air, but not yet that other perfume of tournaments, fresh blood. Fand is organizing us into rows, handing out armbands in silver and gold. Her blue skin is even more blazingly cerulean under the bright sky. Her armor is varying shades of blue as well, from oceanic to berry, with her green sash cutting across the breastplate. She will stand out no matter how she fares, which is a calculated risk. If she does well, the audience cannot fail to notice. But she'd better do well. As I approach the other students with their practice swords, I hear my name whispered. Unnerved, I look around, only to realize I am being scrutinized in a new way. Taryn and I are always noticeable, being mortal. But what makes us stand out is also what makes us unworthy of much regard. Today, however, that's not so. The children of Fairy seem to be holding a single indrawn breath, waiting to see what my punishment will be for putting hands on Carden the day before. Waiting to see what I am going to do next. I look across the field at Carden and his friends, with silver on their arms. Carden is wearing silver on his chest, too. A plate of gleaming steel that hooks over his shoulders and seems more ornamental than protective. Valerian smirks at me. I do not give him the satisfaction of smirking back. Fan gives me a gold band and tells me where to stand. There are to be 3 rounds in the mock war and 2 sides. Each side has a cloak of hide to protect. One, that of a yellow deer, the other, that of silvery fox fur. I drink some water out of a pewter carafe set out for participants and begin to warm up. My stomach is sour with the lack of food, but I no longer feel hungry. I feel sick, eaten up with nerves. I try to ignore everything but the exercises I move through to limber up my muscles. And then it is time. We troop onto the field and salute the seat of the High King, although Eldred has not yet arrived. The crowd is thinner than it will be closer to sunset. Prince Dane is there, though, with Maddox beside him. Princess Elowen strums a lute thoughtfully. Vivi and Taryn have come to watch, although I see neither Oriana nor Oak.
Vivi gestures with a kebab of glistening fruit, making Princess Raya laugh. Taryn watches me intently, as though trying to warn me with her gaze. Fix it. All through the first battle, I fight defensively. I avoid Cardin. Nor do I come near Nicasia, Valerian, or Locke, even when Valerian knocks Fand to the dirt, even when Valerian rips down our deer hide. Still, I do nothing. Then we are called to the field for the second battle. Cardin walks behind me.
You're docile today. Did your sister admonish you? She desires our approval very much.
One of his booted feet toes the clover-covered ground, kicking up a clod.
I imagine that if I asked, she'd roll with me right here until we turned her white gown green, and then thank me for the honor of my favor.
He smiles, going in for the kill, leaning toward me as if confiding a secret.
Not that I'd be the first to green gown her.
My good intentions evaporate on the wind. My blood is on fire, boiling in my veins. I do not have much power, but here is what I have. I can force his hand. Cardin might want to hurt me, but I can make him want to hurt me worse. We're supposed to play at war. When they call us to our places, I play. I play as viciously as possible. My practice sword cracks against Cardin's ridiculous chestplate. My shoulder bangs against Valerian's shoulder so hard that he staggers back. I attack again and again, knocking down anyone wearing a silver armband. When the mock war is over, my eye is blackened and both of my knees are skinned, and the gold side has won the second and third battles.
You're no killer,
Maddox said. Right now, I feel that I could be. The crowd applauds, and it is as if I have suddenly woken from a dream. I forgot about them. A pixie tosses flower petals at us. From the stands, Vivi salutes me with a goblet of something as Princess Raya applauds politely. Maddox is no longer in the royal box. Balkan is gone too. The High King Eldred is there, though, sitting on a slightly elevated platform, speaking with Dane, his expression remote. I start to tremble all over, the adrenaline draining out of me. Courtiers, waiting for better battles, study my bruises and evaluate my prowess. No one seems particularly impressed. I have done my best, have fought my hardest, and it wasn't enough. Maddox didn't even stay to watch. My shoulders slump. Worse, Cardin is waiting for me when I get off the field. I am struck suddenly by his height, by the arrogant sneer he wears like a crown. He would seem like a prince even dressed in rags. Cardin grabs my face, fingers splayed against my neck. His breath is against my cheek. His other hand grabs my hair, winding it into a rope.
Do you know what mortal means? It means born to die. It means deserving of death. That's what you are, what defines you, dying. And yet, here you stand, determined to oppose me even as you rot away from the inside out, you corrupt, corrosive, mortal creature. Tell me how that is. Do you really think you can win against me? Against a prince of fairy? I swallow hard. No, I say. His black eyes simmer with rage. So you're not completely lacking in some small amount of animal cunning. Good. Now, beg my forgiveness. I take a step back and tug, trying to wrench free of his grasp. He holds on to my braid, staring down into my face with hungry eyes and a small, awful smile. Then he opens his hand, letting me stagger free. Individual strands of hair flutter through the air. On the periphery of my vision, I see Taryn standing with Locke, near where other knights are donning their armor. She looks at me pleadingly, as though she is the one who needs to be saved. Get down on your knees, Cardin says, looking insufferably pleased with himself. His fury has transmuted into gloating. Beg. Make it pretty, flowery, worthy of me.
The other children of the gentry are standing around in their padded tunics with their practice swords, watching, hoping my downfall will be amusing. This is the show they've been expecting since I stood up to him. This isn't a mock war. This is the real thing. Beg? I echo. For a moment, he looks surprised, but that's quickly replaced by even greater malice.
You defied me. More than once. Your only hope is to throw yourself on my mercy in front of everyone. Do it, or I will keep on hurting you until there is nothing left to hurt.
I think of the dark shapes of the nixies in the water, and the boy at the revel, howling over his torn wing. I think of Taryn's tear-stained face. I think of how Raya would never have chosen me, of how Maddox didn't even wait to see the conclusion of the battle. There's no shame in surrender. As Taryn said, they're just words. I don't have to mean them. I can lie. I start to lower myself to the ground. This will be over quickly. Every word will taste like bile, and then it will be over. When I open my mouth, though, nothing comes out. I can't do it. Instead, I shake my head at the thrill running through me, at the sheer lunacy of what I'm about to do. It's the thrill of leaping without being able to see the ground below you, right before you realize that's called falling. You think because you can humiliate me, you can control me, I say, looking him in those black eyes. Well, I think you're an idiot. Since we started being tutored together, you've gone out of your way to make me feel like I am less than you. And to coddle your ego, I have made myself less. I have made myself small. I have kept my head down. But it wasn't enough to make you leave Taryn and me alone, so I'm not going to do that anymore. I am going to keep on defying you. I'm going to shame you with my defiance. You remind me that I am a mere mortal, and you are a prince of fairy. Well, let me remind you that means you have much to lose, and I have nothing. You may win in the end. You may ensorcel me and hurt me and humiliate me, but I will make sure you lose everything I can take from you on the way down. I promise you this. I throw his own words back at him. This is the least of what I can do. Carden looks at me as though he's never seen me before. He looks at me as though no one has ever spoken to him like this. Maybe no one has. I turn from him and begin walking, half expecting Carden to grab my shoulder and throw me to the ground, half expecting him to find the rowanberry necklace at my throat, snap it, and speak the words that will make me crawl back to him, begging despite all my big talk. But he says nothing. I feel his gaze on my back, pricking the hairs on my neck. It is all I can do not to run. I dare not look toward Taryn and Locke, but I catch a glimpse of Nicasia staring at me, open-mouthed. Valerian looks furious, his hands fisted at his sides in mute rage. I stagger past the tournament tents to a stone fountain, where I splash my face with water. I bend down, starting to clean the gravel from my knees. My legs feel stiff, and I am shaking all over.
Are you all right?
Locke asks, gazing down with his tawny fox eyes. I didn't even hear him behind me. I am not. I am not all right. But he can't know that, and he shouldn't be asking. What do you care? I say, spitting the words out. The way he's looking at me makes me feel more pathetic than ever. He leans against the fountain, letting a slow, lazy smile grow on his mouth.
It's funny, that's all.
Funny? I echo, furious. You think that was funny? He shakes his head, still smiling.
No. It's funny how you get under his skin.
At first,
I'm not sure I heard him right. I almost ask whom he's talking about, because I can't quite believe he's admitting that high and mighty Carden is affected by anything. Like a splinter, I say. Of iron. No one else bothers him quite the way that you do. He picks up a towel and wets it, then kneels down beside me and carefully wipes my face. I suck in a breath when the cold cloth touches the sensitive part of my eye, but he is far gentler than I would have been to myself. His face is solemn and focused on what he's doing. He doesn't seem to notice my studying him. His long face and sharp chin. His curling red-brown hair. The way his eyelashes catch the light. Then he does notice. He's looking at me, and I'm looking back at him, and it's the strangest thing. Because I thought Locke would never notice anyone like me. He is noticing, though. He's smiling like he did that night at the court, as though we shared a secret. He's smiling as if we're sharing another one. "Keep it up," he says. I wonder at those words. Can he really mean them? As I make my way back to the tournament and my sisters, I can't stop thinking of Carden's shocked face, nor can I stop considering Locke's smile. I am not altogether sure which is more thrilling and which more dangerous. Chapter 10. The rest of the summer tournament goes by in a blur. Swordsfolk go toe-to-toe against one another in single combat, fighting for the honor of impressing the High King and his court. Ogres and foxkin, goblins and gwyllions, all engaged in the deadly dance of battle. After a few rounds, Vivi wants us to push through the crowd and buy more fruit skewers. I keep trying to catch Taryn's eye, but she won't allow it. I want to know if she's angry. I want to ask what Locke said to her when they were standing together, although that might be the exact sort of question she would forbid. But the conversation with Locke couldn't have been the humiliating kind, the kind she tries to pretend away, could it? Not when he practically told me he delighted in Carden's being brought low. Which makes me think of the other question I can't ask Taryn. Not that I'd be the first to green gown her. Fairies can't lie. Carden couldn't have said it if he didn't believe it to be true. But why would he think that? Vivi knocks her skewer against mine, bringing me out of my reverie. To our clever Jude, who made the folk remember why they stay in their barrows and hills, for fear of mortal ferocity. A tall man with the floppy ears of a rabbit and a mane of walnut-brown hair turns to give Vivi a dirty look. She grins at him. I shake my head, pleased by her toast, even if it's wild exaggeration. Even if I impressed no one but her. Would that Jude was just a bit less clever, Taryn says under her breath. I turn to her, but she has moved away. When we get back to the arena, Princess Raya is readying herself for her bout. She holds a thin sword, very much like a long pin, and stabs at the empty air in preparation for an opponent. Her two lovers call out encouragements. Carden reemerges in the royal box, wearing loose white linen and a flower crown all of roses. He ignores the High King and Prince Dane and flops down in a chair beside Prince Baelkin, with whom he exchanges a few sharp words that I dearly wish I were close enough to hear. Princess Kalia has arrived for her sister's bout and applauds wildly when Raya walks out onto the clover. Maddock never returns. I ride home alone. Vivi heads off with Raya after she wins her bout. They are going hunting in the nearby woods. Taryn agrees to accompany them, but I am too weary and too sore and too on edge. In the kitchens of Maddox's house, I toast cheese over a fire and spread it on bread. Sitting on the stoop with that and a mug of tea, I watch the sun go down as I eat my lunch. The cook, a trow named Waddle, ignores me and continues magicking the parsnips to chop themselves. When I am done, I brush crumbs from my cheeks and head for my room. Narbonne, a servant with long ears and a tail that drags on the ground, stops in the hall when he sees me. He's carrying a tray of thimble-size acorn cups and a silvery decanter of what smells like blackberry wine in his large clawed hands. His livery is pulled tight across his chest, and pieces of fur stick out of the gaps.
"Oh, you are at home,"
he says, a growl in his voice that makes him seem menacing no matter how benign the words he speaks. Despite myself, I can't help thinking of the guard who bit off the tip of my finger. Narbonne's teeth could snap off my whole hand. I nod.
"The prince is asking for you downstairs."
Carden? Here? My heartbeat speeds. I can't think. Where? Narbonne looks surprised by my reaction.
"In Maddox's study. I was just bringing him this."
I grab the tray out of his hands and head down the stairs, intent on getting rid of Carden as quickly as I can. Any way that I can. The last thing I need is for Maddox to overhear my being disrespectful and decide I'll never belong at the court. He is a servant of the Greenbrier line, sworn as surely as anyone. He would not like my being at odds with even the least of the princes. I fly down the stairs and kick open the door to Maddox's study. The knob crashes into a bookshelf as I stride into the room, plunking down the tray with enough force to make the cups dance. Prince Dane has several books lying open on the library table in front of him. Golden curls fall over his eyes, and the collar of his pale blue doublet is open, showing a heavy silver torque at his throat. I halt, aware of the colossal mistake I have made. He raises both eyebrows.
"Jude, I didn't expect you to be in such a rush."
I sink into a low bow and hope he will think me only clumsy. Fear gnaws at me, sharp and sudden. Could Carden have sent him? Is he here to punish me for my insolence? I can think of no other reason that honored and honorable Prince Dane, soon to be the ruler of Fairy, would ask for me. I say, panic tripping my tongue. With relief, I remember the tray and indicate the decanter. "Here, this is for you, my lord." He picks up an acorn and pours a little of the thick black liquid into the cup.
"Will you drink with me?"
I shake my head, feeling completely out of my depth. "It will go straight to my head." That makes him laugh.
"Well then, keep me company a time."
Of course. That I cannot possibly refuse. Alighting on an arm of one of the green leather chairs, I feel my heart thud dully. "May I get you anything else?" I ask, not sure how to proceed. He lifts his acorn cup as if in salute.
"I have refreshment enough. What I require is conversation. Perhaps you can tell me what made you storm in here. Who did you think I was?"
"No one," I say quickly. My thumb rubs over my ring finger, over the smooth skin of the missing tip. He sits up straighter, as though I am suddenly much more interesting.
"I thought maybe one of my brothers was bothering you."
I shake my head. "Nothing like that."
"It's shocking,"
he says, as though he's giving me some great compliment.
"I know humans can lie, but to watch you do it is incredible. Do it again."
I feel my face heat.
"Do it again,"
he repeats gently.
"Don't be afraid."
Only a fool wouldn't be, despite his words. Prince Dane came here when Maddox was not at home. He asked for me specifically. He implied he knew about Carden. Perhaps he glimpsed us after the mock war, Carden jerking my head by my braid. But what does Dane want? I am breathing too shallowly, too fast. Dane, about to be crowned the High King, has the power to grant me a place in the court. The power to gainsay Maddox and make me a knight. If only I could impress him, he could give me everything I want. Everything I thought I lost my shot at. I draw myself up and look into the silvered gray of his eyes. My name is Jude Duarte. I was born on November 13th, 2001. My favorite color is green. I like fog and sad ballads and chocolate-covered raisins. I can't swim. Now tell me, which part was the lie? Did I lie at all? Because what's so great about lying is the not knowing. I realize abruptly that he might not take any vow particularly seriously from me after that little performance. He looks pleased, though, smiling at me as if he'd found a rough ruby lying in the dirt.
Now, he says, tell me how your father uses that little talent of yours.
I blink, confused.
Really? He doesn't? What a shame.
The prince tilts his head to study me.
Tell me what you dream of, Jude Duarte, if that's your true name. Tell me what you want.
My heart hammers in my chest, and I feel a little lightheaded, a little dizzy. Surely it can't be this easy. Prince Dane, soon to be the High King of all Fairy, asking me what I want. I barely dare answer, and yet I must. I want to be your knight, I stammer. His eyebrows go up.
Unexpected,
he says.
And pleasing. What else?
I don't understand. I twist my hands together so he can't see how they are shaking.
Desire is an odd thing. As soon as it's sated, it transmutes. If we receive golden thread, we desire the golden needle. And so, Jude Duarte, I am asking you what you would want next if I made you part of my company.
To serve you, I say, still confused. To pledge my sword to the crown. He waves off my answer.
No. Tell me what you want. Ask me for something you've never asked from anyone.
Make me no longer mortal, I think. And then I'm horrified at myself. I don't want to want that, especially because there is no way to get it. I will never be one of the folk. I take a deep breath. If I could ask him for any boon, what would it be? I understand the danger, of course. Once I tell him, he is going to try to strike a bargain, and fairy bargains seldom favor the mortal. But the potential for power dangles before me. My thoughts go to the necklace at my throat, the sting of my own palm against my cheek, the sound of Oak's laughter. I think of Carden.
See what we can do with a few words? We can enchant you to run around on all fours, barking like a dog. We can curse you to wither away for want of a song you'll never hear again, or a kind word from my lips.
To resist enchantment, I say, trying to will myself to stillness, trying not to fidget. I want to seem like a serious person who makes serious bargains. He regards me steadily.
You already have true sight, given to you as a child. Surely you understand our ways. You know the charms. Salt our food, and you destroy any ensorcelment on it. Turn your stockings inside out, and you will never find yourself led astray. Keep your pockets full of dried rowan berries, and your mind won't be influenced.
The last few days have shown me how woefully inadequate those protections are. What happens when they turn out my pockets? What happens when they rip my stockings? What happens when they scatter my salt in the dirt? He regards me thoughtfully.
Come closer, child,
he says. I hesitate. From all I have observed of Prince Dane, he has always seemed like a creature of honor. But what I have observed is painfully little.
Come now. If you are going to serve me, you must trust me.
He is leaning forward in the chair. I notice the small horns just above his brow, parting his hair on either side of his regal face. I notice the strength in his arms and the signet ring gleaming on one long-fingered hand, carved with the symbol of the Greenbrier line. I slide from the chair arm and walk over to where he sits. I force myself to speak. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. He touches a bruise on my cheek.
one I hadn't realized was there. I flinch, but I don't move away from him.
Carden is a spoiled child. It is well known in the court that he squanders his lineage on drink and petty squabbles. No, don't bother to object.
I don't. I wonder how it was that Narbonne came to tell me only that a prince was waiting for me downstairs, but not which prince. I wonder if Dane told him to give me that specific message. A well-seasoned strategist waits for the right opportunity.
Although we are brothers, we are very different from each other. I will never be cruel to you for the sake of delighting in it. If you swear yourself into my service, you will find yourself rewarded. But what I want you for is not knighthood.
My heart sinks. It was too much to believe that a prince of fairy had dropped by to make all my dreams come true. But it was nice while it lasted. Then what do you want?
Nothing you haven't already offered. You wanted to give me your oath and your sword. I accept. I need someone who can lie. Someone with ambition. Spy for me. Join my court of shadows. I can make you powerful beyond what you might ever hope. It's not easy for humans to be here with us, but I could make it easier for you.
I allow myself to sink into a chair. It feels a little bit like expecting a proposal of marriage, only to get offered the role of mistress. A spy, a sneak, a liar and a thief. Of course that's what he thinks of me, of mortals. Of course that's what he thinks I am good for. I consider the spies I have seen, like the parsnip-nosed and hunched figure Maddox consults with sometimes, or a shadowy, gray-shrouded figure whose face I've never managed to spot. All the royals probably have them, but doubtless part of their skill is in how well hidden they are. And I would be well hidden indeed, hidden in plain sight.
It is perhaps not the future you imagined for yourself,
Prince Dane says.
No shining armor or riding into battle, but I promise you that once I am the High King, if you serve well, you will be able to do as you like. For who can gainsay the High King? And I will put a gesh on you, a gesh of protection from enchantment.
I go very still. Usually given to mortals in exchange for their service, geshes grant power, with a kick-in-the-teeth exception that comes upon you when you least expect it. Like, you're invulnerable, except to an arrow made of the heartwood of a hawthorn tree, which just so happens to be the exact kind of arrow that your worst enemy favors. Or you'll win every battle you're in, but you're not allowed to refuse invitations to dinner. So if someone invites you to dinner right before a battle, you're not going to be able to show up for that fight. Basically, like everything about fairy, geshes are awesome. And also they suck. Yet, it seems like that is what I am being offered. A gesh? I echo. His smile widens, and after a moment, I know why. I haven't said no, which means I am thinking of saying yes.
No gesh can save you from the effects of our fruits and poisons. Think carefully. I could grant you the power to enrapture all who looked upon you instead. I could give you a spot right there.
He touches my forehead.
And anyone who saw it would be struck with love. I could give you a magical blade that cuts through starlight.
I don't want to be controlled, I say, my voice a whisper. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, to him. I can't believe I am doing this. Magically, I mean. Give me that, and I will manage the rest. He nods once.
So you accept.
It's frightening to have a choice like this in front of me. A choice that changes all future choices. I want power so badly, and this is an opportunity for it. A terrifying and slightly insulting opportunity. but also an intriguing one. Would I have made a good knight? I have no way of knowing. Maybe I would have hated it. Maybe it would have meant standing around in armor and going on dull quests. Maybe it would have meant fighting people I liked. I nod and hope I make a good spy. Prince Dane rises and touches my shoulder. I feel the shock of the contact, like a spark of static.
Jude Duarte, daughter of clay, from this day forward, no fairy glamour will addle your mind. No enchantment will move your body against your will. None save for that of the maker of this gesh. Now no one will be able to control you,
he says, and then pauses for a moment.
Except for me.
I suck in a breath. Of course there's a sting in the tail of this bargain. I cannot even be angry with him. I should have guessed. And yet, it is still thrilling to have any protection at all. Prince Dane is only one fairy, and he has seen something in me. Something Matic wouldn't see. Something I have yearned to have acknowledged. Right then and there, I go down on one knee on the ancient rug in Matic's study and swear myself into Prince Dane's service. Chapter 11. All night, as I sit through dinner, I am conscious of the secret I hold. It makes me feel, for the first time, as though I have a power of my own, a power Matic cannot take from me, even thinking of it for too long. I am a spy. I am Prince Dane's spy. Gives me a thrill. We eat little birds stuffed with barley and wild ramps, their skins crackling with fat and honey. Oriana delicately picks hers apart. Oak chews on the skin. Matic does not bother to separate off the flesh, eating bones and all. I poke at the stewed parsnips. Although Taryn is at the table, Vivi has not returned. I suspect that hunting with Raya was a ruse, and that she has gone to the mortal world after a brief ride through the woods. I wonder if she ate her dinner with Heather's family.
You did well at the tournament,
Matic says between bites. I do not point out that he left the grounds. He couldn't have been too impressed. I'm not even sure how much he actually saw. Does that mean you've changed your mind? Something in my voice makes him stop chewing and regard me with narrowed eyes.
About knighthood?
He asks.
No. Once there is a new High King in place, we will discuss your future.
My mouth curves into a secretive smile. As you wish. Down the table, Taryn watches Oriana and tries to copy her movements with the little bird. She does not look my way, even when she asks me to pass her a carafe of water. She can't keep me from following her to her room when we're done, though. Look, I say on the stairs. I tried to do what you wanted, but I couldn't, and I don't want you to hate me for it. It's my life. She turns around. Your life to squander? Yes, I say as we come to the landing. I cannot tell her about Prince Dane, but even if I could, I am not sure it would help. I am not sure at all she'd approve of that either. Our lives are the only real thing we have, our only coin. We get to buy what we want with them. Taryn rolls her eyes. Her voice is acid. Isn't that pretty? Did you make it up yourself? What's the matter with you? I demand. She shakes her head. Nothing. Maybe it would be better if I thought the way that you do. Never mind, Jude. You really were good out there. Thanks, I say, frowning in confusion. I wonder again over Cardin's words about her, but I do not want to repeat them and make her feel bad. So, have you fallen in love yet? I ask. All my question gets me is a strange look. I am staying home from the lecture tomorrow, Taryn says. I guess it is your life to squander, but I don't have to watch. My feet feel like lead as I make my way to the palace, over ground strewn with windfall apples, their golden scent blowing in the air. I am wearing a long black dress with gold cuffs and a lacing of green braid, a comfortable favorite. Afternoon birdsong trills above me, making me smile. I let myself have a brief fantasy of Prince Dane's coronation, of me dancing with a grinning lock while Carden is dragged away and thrown in a dark oubliette. A flash of white startles me from my thoughts. It's a stag, a white stag, standing not 10 feet from where I am. His antlers are threaded with a few thin cobwebs, and his coat is a white so bright that it seems silver in the afternoon light. We regard each other for a long moment, before he races off in the direction of the palace, taking my breath with him. I decide to believe this is a good omen. And, at least at first, it seems to be. Classes aren't too bad. Noggle, our instructor, is a kind but odd old Firdirg from up north, with huge eyebrows, a long beard into which he occasionally shoves pens or scraps of paper, and a tendency to maunder on about meteor storms and their meanings. As afternoon turns to evening, he has us counting falling stars, which is a dull but relaxing task. I lie back on my blanket and stare up at the night sky. The only downside is that it is hard for me to note down numbers in the dark. Usually, glowing orbs hang from the trees, or large concentrations of fireflies light our lessons. I carry extra stubs of candles for when even that is too dim, since human eyesight isn't nearly as keen as theirs. But I'm not allowed to light them when we study the stars. I try to write legibly and not get ink all over my fingers.
Remember, Noggle says, unusual celestial events often presage important political changes, so with a new king on the horizon, it's important for us to observe the signs carefully.
Some giggling rises out of the darkness.
Nicasia, our instructor says, is there some difficulty?
Her haughty voice is unrepentant.
None at all.
Now, what can you tell me about falling stars? What would be the meaning of a shower of them in the last hour of a night?
12 births,
Nicasia says, which is wrong enough to make me wince. Deaths, I say under my breath. Noggle hears me, unfortunately.
Very good, Jude. I am glad someone has been paying attention. Now, who would like to tell me when those deaths are most likely to occur?
There is no point in my holding back, not when I made a declaration that I was going to shame Carden with my greatness. I better start being great. It depends on which of the constellations they passed through and in which direction the stars fell, I say. Halfway through answering, I feel like my throat is going to close up. I am suddenly glad of the dark, so I don't have to see Carden's expression. Or Nicasia's.
Excellent,
Noggle says.
Which is why our notes must be thorough. Continue.
This is dull,
I hear Valerian drawl.
Prophecy is for hags and small folk. We should be learning things of a more noble mien. If I am going to pass a night on my back, then I'd wish to be lessoned in love.
Some of the others laugh.
Very well, said Noggle. Tell me what event might portend success in love.
A girl taking off her dress,
he says to more laughter.
Elga?
Noggle calls on a girl with silver hair and a laugh like shattering glass.
Can you answer for him? Perhaps he's had such little success in love that he truly doesn't know.
She begins to stammer. I suspect she knows the answer, but doesn't want to court Valerian's ire.
Shall I ask Jude again? Noggle asks tartly. Or perhaps Carden. Why don't you tell us?
No, he says.
What was that?
Noggle asks. When Carden speaks, his voice rings with sinister authority.
It is as Valerian says. This lesson is boring. You will light the lamps and begin another, more worthy one.
Noggle pauses for a long moment.
Yes, my prince,
he says finally, and all the globes around us flare to life. I blink several times as my eyes try to adjust. I wonder if Carden has ever had to do anything he didn't want to. I guess it is no surprise that he drowses during lectures. No surprise that he once, drunk as anything, rode a horse across the grass while we were having classes, trampling blankets and books and sending everyone scrambling to get out of his way. He can change our curriculum on a whim. How can anything matter to someone like that?
Her eyesight is so poor,
Nikasia says, and I realize she's standing over me. She has my notebook and waves it around so everyone can see my scrawls.
Poor, poor Jude. It's so hard to overcome so many disadvantages.
There's ink all over my fingers and on the golden cuffs of my dress. Across the grove, Carden is talking with Valerian. Only Locke is watching us, his expression troubled. Noggle is flipping through a stack of thick, dusty books, probably trying to come up with a lesson that Carden will like. Sorry if you can't read my handwriting, I say, grabbing the notebook. The page tears, leaving most of my night's work shredded. But that's not exactly my disadvantage. Nikasia slaps me in the face. I stumble, shocked, suddenly down on one knee, barely catching myself before I go sprawling. My cheek is hot, stinging. My head rings. You can't do that, I say to her nonsensically. I thought I understood how this game worked. I thought wrong.
I may do whatever I wish, she informs me, still haughty.
Our classmates stare. Elga has one delicate hand over her mouth. Carden looks over, and I can tell from his expression that she has failed to please him. Embarrassment starts to creep over Nikasia's face. For as long as I have been among them, there were lines they didn't cross. When they shoved us into the river, no one witnessed it. For better or worse, I am part of the general's household and under Maddox's protection. Carden might dare to cross him, but I thought the others would at least strike in secret. I seem to have angered Nikasia past caring about any of that. I brush myself off. Are you calling me out? Because then it's my right to choose the time and the weapon. How I would love to knock her down. She realizes that my question actually demands a response. I might be lower than the ground, but that doesn't absolve her from obligations to her own honor. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Carden coming toward us. Jittery anticipation commingles with dread. On my other side, Valerian bumps my shoulder. I take a step away from him, but not fast enough to avoid being assailed with the smell of overripe fruit. Above us, in the black dome of night, 7 stars fall, streaking gloriously across the sky before guttering out. I look up automatically, too late to have seen their precise path.
Did anyone note that down?
Noggle begins shouting, fumbling in his beard for a pen.
This is the celestial event we've been waiting for. Someone must have seen the exact origin point. Quickly, set down everything you can remember.
Just then, as I am looking at the stars, Valerian shoves something soft against my mouth. An apple, sweet and rotten at the same time. Honeyed juice running over my tongue, tasting of sunlight and pure, heady, stupid joy. Fairy fruit, which muddles the mind, which makes humans crave it enough to starve themselves for another taste, which makes us pliant and suggestible and ridiculous. Dane's Gesh protected me from enchantment, from anyone's control, but fairy fruit puts you out of even your own control.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
I spit it out. The apple rolls in the dirt, but I can already feel it working on me. Salt, I think, fumbling for my basket. Salt is what I need. Salt is the antidote. It will clear the fog in my head. Nikasia sees what I am going for and snatches up my basket, dancing out of the way, while Valerian pushes me to the ground. I try to crawl away from him, but he pins me, shoving the filthy apple back into my face.
"Let me sweeten that sour tongue of yours,"
he says, pressing it down. Pulp is in my mouth and up my nose. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My eyes are open, staring up at Valerian's face. I'm choking. He's watching me with an expression of mild curiosity, as though he's looking forward to seeing what happens next. Darkness is creeping in at the edges of my vision. I am choking to death. The worst part is the joy blooming inside me from the fruit, blotting out the terror. Everything is beautiful. My vision is swimming. I reach up to claw at Valerian's face, but I am too dizzy to reach him. A moment later, it doesn't matter. I don't want to hurt him. Not when I am so happy. "Do something," someone says. But in my delirium, I can't tell who is speaking. Abruptly, Valerian is kicked off me. I roll onto my side, coughing. Carden is looming there. Tears and snot are running down my face, but all I can do is lie in the dirt and spit out pieces of sweet, fleshy pulp. I have no idea why I am crying.
"Enough,"
Carden says. He has an odd, wild expression on his face, and a muscle is jumping in his jaw. I start to laugh. Valerian looks mutinous.
"Ruin my fun, will you?"
For a moment, I think they're going to fight, although I cannot think why. Then I see what Carden's got in his hand. The salt from my basket. The antidote. Why did I want that, I wonder? He tosses it up into the air with a laugh, and I watch it scatter with the wind. Then he looks at Valerian, mouth curling.
"What's wrong with you, Valerian? If she dies, your little prank is over before it begins."
"I'm not going to die," I say, because I don't want them to worry. I feel fine. I feel better than I have ever felt in my entire life. I'm glad the antidote is gone.
"Prince Carden," Noggle says. "She ought to be taken home." "Everyone is so dull today,"
Carden says, but he doesn't sound as if he's bored. He sounds as if he's barely keeping his temper in check. "Oh, Noggle, she doesn't wish to go." Nikasia comes over to me and strokes my cheek. "Do you, pretty thing?" The cloying taste of honey is in my mouth. I feel light. I am unwinding. I am unfurling like a banner. "I'd like to stay," I say, because here is wondrous. Because she is dazzling. I'm not sure I feel good, but I know I feel great. Everything is wondrous, even Carden. I didn't like him before, but that seems silly. I give him a wide, happy grin, although he doesn't smile in return. I don't take it personally. Noggle turns away from us, muttering something about the general and foolishness, and princes getting their heads removed from their shoulders. Carden watches him go, hands fisting at his sides. A knot of girls flop down in the moss beside me. They're laughing, which makes me laugh again, too. "I've never seen a mortal take the fruits of Elfhame before," one of them, Flossflower, says to another. "Will she remember this?"
"Would that someone would enchant her to do otherwise,"
Locke says from somewhere behind me. But he doesn't sound angry like Carden. He sounds nice. I turn toward him, and he touches my shoulder. I lean into the warmth of his skin. Nikasia laughs. "She wouldn't want that. What she'd like is another bite of apple." My mouth waters at the memory. I recall them strewn across my path, golden and glittering, on the way to school, and curse my foolishness for not stopping to eat my fill. "So, we can ask her things?" Another girl, Maragna, wants to know. Embarrassing things? And she'll answer?
Why should she find anything embarrassing when she's among friends? Nikasia says, eyes slitted. She looks like a cat that has eaten all the cream and is ready for a nap in the sun.
Which one of us would you most like to kiss? Flossflower demands, coming closer. She's barely spoken to me before. I'm glad she wants to be friends. I'd like to kiss all of you, I say, which makes them scream with laughter. I grin up at the stars.
You're wearing too many clothes, Nikasia says, frowning at my skirts. And they've grown dirty. You should take them off.
My dress does seem abruptly heavy. I imagine myself naked in the moonlight, my skin turned as silvery as the leaves above us. I stand. Everything feels as if it's going a bit sideways. I start pulling off my clothes. You're right, I say, delighted. My gown slides into a puddle of cloth that I can easily step out of. I am wearing mortal underclothes, a mint and black polka-dotted bra and underpants. They're all staring at me oddly, as though wondering where I got my underwear. All of them so resplendent that it is difficult for me to look too long without my head hurting. I am conscious of the softness of my body, of the calluses on my hands, and of the sway of my breasts. I am conscious of the soft tickle of grass underneath my feet and the warm earth. Am I beautiful like you are? I ask Nikasia, genuinely curious.
No, she says, darting a look toward Valerian. She picks up something from the ground. You are nothing like us.
I am sorry to hear it, but not surprised. Beside them, anyone might as well be a shadow, a blurry reflection of a reflection. Valerian points to the rowan necklace that dangles around my throat. Dried red berries threaded onto a long silver chain.
You should take that off, too.
I nod conspiratorially. You're right, I say. I don't need it anymore. Nikasia smiles, holding up the golden thing she has in her hand. The filthy, mashed remains of the apple.
Come lick my hands clean. You don't mind, do you? But you have to do it on your knees.
Gasping and tittering spread through our classmates like a breeze. They want me to do it. I want to make them happy. I want everyone to be as happy as I am, and I do want another taste of the fruit. I begin to crawl toward Nikasia.
No,
Carden says, stepping in front of me, his voice ringing and a little unsteady. The others back off, giving him room. He toes off his soft leather shoe and puts one pale foot directly in front of me.
Jude will come here and kiss my foot. She said she wanted to kiss us, and I am her prince after all.
I laugh again. Honestly, I don't know why I laughed so infrequently before. Everything is marvelous and ridiculous. Looking up at Carden, though, something strikes me wrong. His eyes are glittering with fury and desire, and maybe even shame. A moment later, he blinks, and it's just his usual chilly arrogance.
Well, be quick about it,
he says impatiently.
Kiss my foot and tell me how great I am. Tell me how much you admire me.
Enough, Locke says sharply to Carden. He's got his hands on my shoulders and is pulling me roughly to my feet.
I'm taking her home. Are you now?
Carden asks him, eyebrows raised.
Interesting timing. You like the savor of a little humiliation, just not too much. I hate it when you get like this,
Locke says under his breath. Carden pulls a pin from his coat, a glittering filigree thing in the shape of an acorn with an oak leaf behind it. For a delirious moment, I think he's going to give it to Locke in exchange for leaving me there. That seems impossible, even to my wild mind. Then Carden takes hold of my hand, which seems even less possible. His fingers are over-warm against my skin.
He stabs the point of his pin into my thumb. "Ow!" I say, pulling away from him and putting the injured digit into my mouth. My own blood is metallic against my tongue.
"Have a nice walk home,"
he tells me. Locke guides me away, stopping to grab up someone's blanket, which he wraps around my shoulders. Fairies are staring at us as we pass out of the grove, me stumbling, him holding me up. The few teachers I see do not meet my gaze. I suck on my injured thumb, feeling odd. My head is still swimming, but not like it was. Something's wrong. A moment later, I realize what. There's salt in my human blood. My stomach lurches. I look back at Carden, who is laughing with Valerian and Nicasia. Maragna is on his arm. Another of our lecturers, a sinewy elf woman from an island to the east, is trying to begin her talk. I hate them. I hate them all so much. For a moment, there is only that. The heat of my fury, turning my every thought to ash. With shaking hands, I clutch the blanket more tightly around my shoulders and let Locke lead me into the woods. "I owe you a debt," I grit out after we walk for a little while. "For getting me out of there." He gives me an appraising look. I am struck all over again by how handsome he is, by the soft curls falling around his face. It's awful to be alone with him, knowing he's seen me in my underwear and crawling around on the ground. But I am too angry for embarrassment. He shakes his head.
"You don't owe anyone anything, Jude. Especially not today."
"How can you stand them?" I ask, fury making me turn on Locke, even though he's the only one I'm not mad at. "They're horrible. They're monsters." He doesn't answer me. We walk along, and when I come to the patch of windfall apples, I kick one so hard it ricochets off the trunk of an elm tree.
"There is a pleasure in being with them," he says. "Taking what we wish, indulging in every terrible thought. There's safety in being awful."
"Because at least they're not terrible to you?" I ask. Again, he does not answer. When we get close to Maddox's estate, I stop. I should go alone from here. I give him a smile that probably wavers a little bit. It's hard to keep it on my face.
"Wait,"
he says, taking a step toward me.
"I want to see you again."
I groan, too exasperated for surprise. I am standing here in a borrowed blanket, boots, and mall-bought underwear. I am smeared in soil, and I have just made a fool of myself. Why? He looks at me as though he sees something else entirely. There's an intensity in his gaze that makes me stand up a little straighter, despite the dirt.
"Because you're like a story that hasn't happened yet. Because I want to see what you will do. I want to be part of the unfolding of the tale."
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I guess I'll take it. He lifts my hand, the same one Carden stabbed with the pin, and kisses the very tips of my fingers.
"Until tomorrow,"
he says, making a bow. And so, in that borrowed blanket, boots, and mall-bought underwear, I walk on by myself, heading for home.
"Tell me, who did this?"
Maddox insists, over and over again. But I won't. He stomps around, explaining in detail how he will find the fairies responsible and destroy them. He will rip out their hearts. He will cut off their heads and mount them on the roof of our house as a warning to others. I know it's not me he's threatening, but it's still me he's yelling at. When I am scared, I can't forget that no matter how well he plays the role of father, he will always and forever also be my father's murderer. I don't say anything. I think about how Oriana was afraid that Taryn or I would misbehave at the court and cause Maddox embarrassment. Now I wonder if she was more worried about how he'd react if something did happen. Cutting off Valyrian's and Acacia's heads is bad politics. Hurting Carden amounts to treason. I did it myself, I say finally, to make this stop. I saw the fruit, and it looked good, so I ate it. How could you be so foolish? Oriana says, whirling around. She doesn't look surprised. She looks as though I am confirming her worst suspicions. Jude, you know better. I wanted to have fun. It's supposed to be fun, I tell her, playing the disobedient daughter for all it's worth. And it was. It was like a beautiful dream. Be quiet, Maddox shouts, shocking us both into silence. Both of you, quiet. I cringe involuntarily.
Jude, stop trying to annoy Oriana,
he says, giving me an exasperated look I am not sure he's ever given me before. But he has turned it on Vivi plenty. He knows I'm lying.
And Oriana, don't be so gullible.
When she realizes what he means, a small, delicate hand comes up to cover her mouth.
When I find out whom you're protecting,
he tells me,
they will be sorry they ever drew breath.
This is not helping, I say, leaning back in my chair. He kneels down in front of me and takes my hand in his rough green fingers. He must be able to feel how I am trembling. He lets out a long sigh, probably discarding more threats.
Then tell me what will help, Jude. Tell me, and I will do it.
I wonder what would happen if I said the words, Nicasia humiliated me. Valyrian tried to murder me. They did it to impress Prince Carden, who hates me. I am scared of them. I am more scared of them than I am of you, and you terrify me. Make them stop. Make them leave me alone. But I won't. Maddox's anger is fathomless. I have seen it in my mother's blood on the kitchen floor. Once summoned, it cannot be called back. What if he murdered Carden? What if he killed them all? His answer to so many problems is bloodshed. If they were dead, their parents would demand satisfaction. The wrath of the High King would fall on him. I would be worse off than I am now, and Maddox would likely be dead. Teach me more, I say instead. More strategy. More blade work. Teach me everything you know. Prince Dane may want me for a spy, but that doesn't mean giving up my sword. Maddox looks impressed, and Oriana annoyed. I can tell she thinks that I am manipulating him and that I am doing a good job of it.
Very well,
he says with a sigh.
Tatterfell will bring you dinner, unless you feel up to joining us at the dining table. We will begin a more intensive training tomorrow.
I'll eat upstairs, I say, and head to my room, still wrapped in someone else's blanket. On the way, I pass Taryn's closed door. Part of me wants to go in, fling myself on her bed, and weep. I want her to hold me and tell me that there wasn't anything I could have done differently. I want her to tell me that I am brave and that she loves me. But since I'm not sure that's what she'd do, I pass her door by. My room has been tidied while I was gone. My bed made and my windows opened to let in the night air. And there, on the foot of my bed, is a folded-up dress of homespun with the royal crest that servants of the princes and princesses wear. Sitting on the balcony is the owl-faced hob. It preens a bit, ruffling its feathers. You, I say. You're one of his.
Go to Hollow Hall tomorrow, sweetmeat,
It chirps, cutting me off.
Find us a secret the king won't like. Find treason.
Hollow Hall. That's the home of Baelkin, the eldest prince. I have my first assignment from the Court of Shadows. Chapter 12. I go to sleep early, and when I wake, it is full dark.
My head hurts, maybe from sleeping too long, and my body aches. I must have slept with all my muscles tensed. The lectures of that day have already begun. It doesn't matter. I'm not going. Tatterfell has left me a tray with coffee on it, spiced with cinnamon and cloves and a little bit of pepper. I pour a cup. It's lukewarm, which means it has been there for a while. There's toast, too, which softens up when I dunk it a few times. Then I wash my face, which is still sticky with pulp, and then the rest of me. I brush my hair roughly, and then I pull it into a bun by knotting it around a twig. I refuse to think about what happened the day before. I refuse to think about anything but today and my mission for Prince Dane. Go to Hollow Hall. Find us a secret the king won't like. Find treason. So Dane wants me to help ensure that Baelkin isn't chosen to be the next High King. Eldred can choose any of his children for the throne, but he favors the three eldest. Baelkin, Dane, and Elowyn. And Dane above the others. I wonder if spies help keep it that way. If I can be good at this, then Dane will give me power when he ascends the throne. And after yesterday, I crave it. I crave it like I craved the taste of fairy fruit. I put on the servant's dress without any of my mall-acquired underclothes to make sure I am as authentic as possible. For shoes, I dig out a pair of old leather slippers from the back of my closet. They have a hole through the toe that I tried to fix nearly a year ago, but my sewing skills are poor, and I wound up just making them ugly. They fit, though, and all my other shoes are too beautifully made. We do not have human servants at Maddox Estate, but I have seen them in other parts of Fairy. Human midwives to deliver babies from human consorts. Human artisans cursed or blessed with tempting skill. Human wet nurses to suckle sickly fairy infants. Little human changelings raised in Fairy, but not educated with the gentry, as we are. Cheerful magic seekers who don't mind a little drudgery in exchange for some wish of their heart. When our paths cross, I try to talk to them. Sometimes they want to, and sometimes they don't. Most non-artisans have been at least slightly glamored to smooth out their memories. They think they're in a hospital or at a rich person's house. And when they're returned home, and Maddox has assured me that they are, they're paid well and even given gifts, such as good luck or shiny hair or a knack for guessing the right lotto numbers. But I know there are also humans who make bad bargains or offend the wrong fairy and who are not treated so well. Taryn and I hear things, even if no one means for us to. Stories of humans sleeping on stone floors and eating refuse, believing themselves to be resting on feather beds and supping on delicacies. Humans drugged out of their minds on fairy fruit. Baelkin's servants are rumored to be the latter, ill-favored and worse treated. I shudder at the thought of it. And yet, I can see why a mortal would make a useful spy, beyond the ability to lie. A mortal can pass into low places and high without much notice. Holding a harp, we're bards. In homespun, we're servants. In gowns, we're wives with squalling goblin children. I guess being beneath notice has advantages. Next, I pack a leather bag with a shift and a knife, throw a thick velvet cloak over my dress, and descend the stairs. The coffee churns in my gut. I am almost to the door when I see Vivi seated on the tapestry-covered window seat. "You're up," she says, standing. "Good. Do you want to shoot things? I've got arrows." "Maybe later." I keep my cloak clutched tightly around me and try to move past her, keeping a blandly happy expression on my face. It doesn't work. Her arm shoots out to block me. "Taryn told me what you said to the prince at the tournament," she says. "And Oriana told me how you came home last night. I can guess the rest." "I don't need another lecture," I say to her. "This mission from Dane is the only thing keeping me from being haunted by what happened the day before. I don't want to lose focus. I'm afraid that if I do, I will lose my composure too.
Taryn feels awful, Vivi says.
Yeah, I say. Sometimes it sucks to be right.
Stop it.
She grabs for my arm, looking at me with her split-pupiled eyes.
You can talk to me. You can trust me. What's going on?
Nothing, I say. I made a mistake. I got angry. I wanted to prove something. It was stupid.
Was it because of what I said?
Her fingers are gripping my arm hard. The folk are going to keep treating you like crap. Vivi, there's no way my deciding to mess up my life is your fault, I tell her. But I will make them regret crossing me.
Wait, what do you mean?
Vivi asks. I don't know, I say, pulling free. I head toward the door, and this time, she doesn't stop me. Once I'm out, I rush across the lawn to the stables. I know I am not being fair to Vivi, who hasn't done anything. She just wanted to help. Maybe I don't know how to be a good sister anymore. At the stables, I have to stop and lean against a wall while I take deep breaths. For more than half my life, I've been fighting down panic. Maybe it's not the best thing for a constant rattle of nerves to seem normal, even necessary. But at this point, I wouldn't know how to live without it. The most important thing is to impress Prince Dane. I can't let Carden and his friends take that from me. To get to Hollow Hall, I decide to take one of the toads, since only the gentry ride silver-shod horses. Although a servant would probably not have a mount of any kind, at least the toad is less conspicuous. I saddle and bridle a spotted one and lead her out onto the grass. Her long tongue lashes one of her golden eyes, making me take an involuntary step back. I hook my foot in the stirrup and swing up onto the seat. With one hand, I pull on the reins, and with the other, I pat the soft, cool skin of her back. The spotted toad launches us into the air, and I hang on. Hollow Hall is a stone manor with a tall, crooked tower, the whole thing half covered in vines and ivy. There's a balcony on the second floor that seems to have a rail of thick roots in place of iron. A curtain of thinner tendrils hangs down from it, like a scraggly beard clotted with dirt. There is something misshapen about the estate that ought to make it charming, but instead makes it ominous. I tie up the toad, stuff my cloak into her saddlebags, and start toward the side of the manor, where I believe I will find a servant's door. On the way, I stop to pick up mushrooms, so it will seem as though I had a reason for being out in the woods. As I get close, my heart speeds anew. Vilken won't hurt me, I tell myself. Even if I'm caught, he'll simply turn me over to Matic. Nothing bad is going to happen. I'm not entirely sure that's true, but I manage to persuade myself enough to approach the servants' entrance and slip inside. A hallway goes to the kitchens, where I deposit the mushrooms on a table beside a brace of bloody rabbits, a pigeon pie, a bouquet of garlic scapes and rosemary, a few cloudy-skinned plums, and dozens of bottles of wine. A troll stirs a large pot alongside a winged pixie, and cutting up vegetables are two sunken-cheeked humans, a boy and a girl, both of them with small, stupid smiles on their faces and glazed-over looks in their eyes. They don't even look down as they chop, and I'm surprised they don't cut off their own fingers by accident. Worse, if they did, I am not sure they'd notice. I think of how I felt yesterday, and the echo of fairy fruit comes unbidden into my mouth. I feel my gorge rise, and I hurry past, down the hall. I am stopped by a pale-eyed fairy guard, who grabs my arm. I look up at him, hoping I can school my expression to be as blank and pleasant and dreamy as that of the mortals in the kitchens.
I haven't seen you before,
he tells me, making it an accusation. You're lovely, I say, trying to sound odd and a little confused. Pretty eye mirrors. He makes a disgusted sound, which I guess means I am doing a good enough job of pretending to be an ensorcelled human servant. Although I feel I went weird and over the top in my nervousness. I am not as good at improvising as I had hoped I would be.
Are you new?
He asks, saying the word slowly. New? I echo, trying to figure out what someone brought here might think about the experience. I cannot stop remembering the sickly sweet taste of fairy fruit on my tongue, but instead of getting me deeper into character, I just want to throw up. Before, I was somewhere else, I blurt out. But now, I have to clean the great hall with polish until every inch of it shines.
Well, I guess you best then,
he says, letting me go. I try to control the shudder building up under my skin. I don't flatter myself that my acting convinced him. He was convinced because I'm human, and he expects humans to be servants. Again, I can see why Prince Dane thought I would be useful. After the guard, it is fairly easy to move around Hollow Hall. There are dozens of humans drifting through their chores, lost in sickly dreams. They sing little songs to themselves and whisper words out loud, but it's obviously just snatches of a conversation happening in their dreams. Their eyes are shadowed, their mouths chapped. No wonder the guard thought I was new. Besides the servants, however, are the Fae, guests of some fete that seems to have ebbed rather than ended. They sleep in various states of undress, draped over couches and entwined on the floors of the parlors I pass through, their mouths stained gold with nevermore, a glittering golden powder so concentrated that it stupefies fairies and gives mortals the ability to glamour one another. Goblets lie on their side, mead pooling to run over the uneven floor like tributaries into great honey wine lakes. Some of the folk are so still, I worry that they have debauched themselves into death. Excuse me, I say to a girl about my age carrying a tin bucket. She passes me without even seeming to notice I have spoken. With no idea what else to do, I decide to follow. We pad up a wide stone staircase without rails. 3 more of the folk lie in a dissipated stupor beside a thimble-sized bottle of spirits. Above, from the other end of the hall, I hear an odd cry, like someone in pain. Something heavy hits the ground. Rattled, I try to school my face back to dreamy nonchalance. But it isn't easy. My heart beats like a trapped bird. The girl opens a door to a bedroom suite, and I slip in behind her. The walls are stone and hung with no paintings or tapestries. A massive half-tester bed takes up most of the space in the first room. The headboard panel carved with various animals with women's heads and bare breasts. Owls and snakes and foxes, doing some kind of weird dance. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since Baelkin heads the profligate Circle of Grackles. The books piled up on the wooden desk are ones I recognize. The same books Taryn and I study for our classes. These are spread out, with a few pieces of paper scattered over the wood between them, beside an open inkpot. One of the books has careful notations along one side, while the other is covered in blots. A broken pen, snapped in half deliberately, or at least I can't think of a way it could have happened that's not deliberate, is lying in the hinge of the ink-stained book. Nothing that looks treasonous. Prince Dane gifted me the uniform, knowing I could walk in as I had done. He was counting on my ability to lie for the rest. But now that I am inside, I hope there is something in Hollow Hall to find. Which means that no matter how frightened I am, I must pay attention. Along the wall are more books, some of them familiar from Maddox's library. I pause in front of a shelf, frowning, and kneel down. Stuffed into a corner is a copy of a book I know but didn't expect to see here in this place. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and through the looking glass, bound together in one volume. Mom read to us from one a lot like that back in the mortal world. Opening the book, I see the familiar illustrations, and then the words. "But I don't want to go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." A bubble of scary laughter threatens to rise up my throat, and I have to bite my cheek to keep it from coming. The human girl is kneeling in front of a huge fireplace, sweeping up ash from the grate. The andirons, shaped like enormous curling serpents, flank her, their glass eyes ready to glow with lit flames. Although it's ridiculous, I can't bear to put the book back. It isn't one Vivi packed, and I haven't seen it since my mother read it at bedtime. I stuff it down the front of my dress. Then I go to the wardrobe and open it, seeking some clue, some valuable piece of information. But as soon as I look inside, a wild panic starts in my chest. I am instantly sure whose room I am in. Those are Prince Cardin's extravagant doublets and breeches, Prince Cardin's gaudy fur-edged capelets and spider silk shirts. Done sweeping up ash in the fireplace, the servant girl stacks new wood into a pyramid with aromatic pine for kindling resting on top. I want to push by her and run from Hollow Hall. I had assumed that Cardin lived in the palace with his father, the High King. It didn't occur to me that he might live with one of his brothers. I remember Dane and Baelkin drinking together at the last court revel. I hope desperately that this wasn't arranged to humiliate me further, to give Cardin another excuse, or worse, opportunity, to punish me more. I will not believe it. Prince Dane, about to be crowned the High King, does not have time to indulge in the petty sport of pretending to take me into his service just because a callow younger brother wishes it. He would not set a gesh on me or bargain with me just for that. I must continue to believe it, because the alternative is too awful. All this means is that besides Prince Baelkin, I must avoid Prince Cardin on my way through the house. Either of them might recognize me if they glimpsed my face. I must make sure they do not glimpse it. Probably they will not look too closely. No one looks too closely at human servants. Realizing I am not so different, I force myself to notice the pattern of moles on the human girl's skin and split ends of her blonde hair, and the roughness of her knees. I watch how she sways a little as she pushes to her feet. Her body's clearly exhausted, even if her brain doesn't know it. If I see her again, I want to know I would recognize her. But it does no good, undoes no spell. She continues her tasks, smiling the same awful, contented smile. When she leaves the room, I head in the opposite direction. I must find Baelkin's private rooms, find his secrets, and then get out. I open doors carefully, peering inside. I discover 2 bedrooms, both under a thick layer of dust. One with a figure lying under a cobwebby shroud on the bed. I pause for a moment, trying to decide if it's a statue, or a corpse, or even some kind of living thing. Then I realize this has nothing to do with my mission and back out quickly. I open another door to find several fairies twined together on a bed, asleep. One of them blinks drowsily at me, and I catch my breath, but he just slumps back down. The 7th room enters into a hallway, with stairs spiraling up and up into what must be the tower. I take them quickly, my heart racing, my leather shoes soft on the stone. The circular room I come to is paneled in bookshelves, filled with manuscripts, scrolls, golden daggers, thin glass vials with jewel-colored liquids inside, and the skull of some deer-like creature with massive antlers supporting thin taper candles. 2 large chairs rest near the only window. There's a huge table dominating the middle of the room. On it are maps weighed down on the corners by chunks of glass and metal objects. Beneath them is correspondence. I shuffle through the papers until I come to this letter. I know the provenance of the blusher mushroom that you ask after, but what you do with it must not be tied to me. After this, I consider my debt paid. Let my name be stricken from your lips. Although the letter is unsigned, the writing is in an elegant feminine hand. It seems important. Could it be the proof Dane is looking for? Might it be useful enough to please him? And yet, I cannot possibly take it. If it were to go missing, then Baelkin would know for certain that someone had been here. I find a sheet of blank paper and press it over the note. As quickly as I can, I trace the letter, trying to capture the precise hand in which it was written. I am almost done when I hear a sound. People are coming up the stairs. I panic. There's nowhere to hide. There's practically nothing, even in the room. It's mostly open space, exempting the shelves. I fold up the note, knowing it's unfinished, knowing the fresh ink will smear. As quickly as I can, I scuttle underneath one of the large leather chairs, folding myself into a tight ball. I wish I'd left the stupid book where I'd found it, because one sharp corner of the cover is digging into my underarm. I wonder what I was thinking, believing myself clever enough to be a spy in fairyland. I squeeze my eyes shut, as though somehow not seeing whoever is coming into the room will keep them from seeing me.
I hope you've been practicing,
Baelkin says. My eyes open into slits. Carden is standing beside the bookshelves, a bland-faced male servant holding a court sword with gold engraving along the hilt and metal wings making the shape of the guard. I have to bite my tongue to keep from making some sound.
Must we?
Carden asks. He sounds bored.
Show me what you've learned.
Baelkin lifts a single staff from a vessel beside his desk that holds an assortment of staves and canes.
All you have to do is get a single hidden. Just one, little brother.
Carden just stands there.
Pick up the sword.
Baelkin's patience is worn thin already. With a long, suffering sigh, Carden lifts the blade. His stance is terrible. I can see why Baelkin is annoyed. Surely Carden must have been given fighting tutors since he was old enough to hold a stick in his hands. I was taught from the time I got to Fairy, so he'd have had years on me. And the first thing I learned was where to put my feet. Baelkin raises his staff.
Now, attack.
For a long moment, they stand still, regarding each other. Carden swings his sword in a desultory manner, and Baelkin brings down his staff hard, smacking him in the side of the head. I wince at the sound of the wood against his skull. Carden staggers forward, baring his teeth. His cheek and one of his ears is red, all the way to the point.
This is ridiculous,
Carden says, spitting on the floor.
Why must we play this silly game? Or do you like this part? Is this what makes it fun for you? Swordplay isn't a game.
Baelkin swings again. Carden tries to jump back, but the staff catches at the edge of his thigh. Carden winces, bringing up his sword defensively.
Then why call it swordplay?
Baelkin's face darkens, and his grip on the staff tightens. This time he jabs Carden in the stomach, striking suddenly and with enough force for Carden to sprawl on the stone floor.
I have tried to improve you, but you insist on wasting your talents on revels, on being drunk under the moonlight, on your thoughtless rivalries and your pathetic romances.
Carden pushes himself to his feet and rushes at his brother, swinging his sword wildly. He wields it like a club. The sheer frenzy of the attack makes Balekin fall back a step. Carden's technique finally shows. He becomes more deliberate, attacking from new angles. He's never shown much interest in swordsmanship at school, and although he knows the basics, I am not sure he practices. Balekin disarms him ruthlessly and efficiently. Carden's sword flies from his hand, clattering across the floor toward me. I scuttle back deeper into the shadows of the chair. For a moment, I think that I am going to be caught. But the servant is the one to pick up the blade, and his gaze does not waver. Balekin cracks his staff against the back of Carden's legs, sending him to the ground. I am delighted. There's a part of me that wishes I were the one wielding that staff.
Don't bother to rise.
Balekin unbuckles his belt and hands it over to the servant. The human man wraps it twice around his palm.
You have failed the test. Again.
Carden doesn't speak. His eyes are glittering with a familiar rage, but for once, it isn't directed at me. He's on his knees, but he doesn't appear in any way cowed.
Tell me.
Balekin's voice has gone silky, and he paces around his younger brother.
When will you cease being a disappointment? Maybe when you stop pretending that you don't do this for your own pleasure,
Carden answers.
If you want to hurt me, it would save us both a lot of time if you got right down to, Father was old and his seed weak when he sired you. That's why you're weak.
Balekin puts one hand on his brother's neck. It looks affectionate until I see Carden's flinch, the shifting of his balance. That's when I realize Balekin is pressing down hard, pinning Carden in place on the floor.
Now, take off your shirt and receive your punishment.
Carden begins to strip off his shirt, showing an expanse of moon-pale skin and a back with a delicate tracery of faded scars. My stomach lurches. They're going to beat him. I should be glorying in seeing Carden like this. I should be glad that his life sucks, maybe worse than mine, even though he's a prince of fairy and a horrible jerk and probably going to live forever. If someone had told me that I'd get an opportunity to see this, I would have thought the only thing I'd have to stifle was applause. But watching, I cannot help observing that beneath his defiance is fear. I know what it is to say the clever thing because you don't want anyone to know how scared you are. It doesn't make me like him any better, but for the first time, he seems real. Not good, but real. Balekin nods. The servant strikes twice, the slap of the leather echoing loudly in the still air of the room.
I don't order this because I am angry with you, brother,
Balekin tells Carden, causing me to shudder.
I do it because I love you. I do it because I love our family.
When the servant lifts his arm to strike a third time, Carden lunges for his blade, resting on Balekin's desk where the servant put it. For a moment, I think Carden is going to run the human man straight through. The servant does not cry out or lift his hands to protect himself. Maybe he is too ensorcelled for that. Maybe Carden could stab him right through the heart, and he wouldn't do a single thing to defend himself. I am weak with horror.
Go ahead,
Balekin says, bored. He makes a vague gesture toward the servant.
Kill him. Show me you don't mind making a mess. Show me that at least you know how to land a killing blow on such a pathetic target as this.
I am no murderer, says Carden, surprising me. I would not have thought that was something to be proud of. In 2 strides, Balekin is in front of his brother. They look so alike, standing close. Same inky hair, matching sneers, devouring eyes. But Balekin shows his decades of experience, wrenching the sword from Carden's hands and knocking him to the ground with the crossbar.
Then take your punishment like the pathetic creature that you are.
Baelkin nods to the servant, who rouses from somnolence. I watch every blow, every flinch. I have little choice. I can shut my eyes, but the sounds are just terrible. And worst of all is Carden's empty face, his eyes as dull as lead. Truly, he has come by his cruelty honestly in Baelkin's care. He has been raised up in it, instructed in its nuances, honed through its application. However horrible Carden might be, I now see what he might become, and am truly afraid. Chapter 13. Disturbingly, it is even easier to gain entrance to the palace of Elfheim in my servant's gown than it was to enter Baelkin's household. Everyone, from goblin to the gentry to the High King's mortal court poet and seneschal, barely gives me a passing look as I find my clumsy way through the labyrinthine halls. I am nothing. No one. A messenger no more worthy of attention than an animated twig woman or an owl. My pleasant, placid expression, combined with forward momentum, gets me to Prince Dane's chambers without so much as a second look, even though I lose my way twice and have to retrace my steps. I rap on his door, and am relieved when the prince himself opens it. He raises both brows, taking in the sight of me in the homespun dress. I make a formal curtsy, as any servant might. I do not alter my expression, for fear of his not being alone.
Yes,
he asks. I am here with a message for you, Your Highness. I say, hoping that sounds right. I beg for a moment of your time.
You're a natural,
he tells me, grinning.
Come inside.
It's a relief to relax my face. I drop the inane smile as I follow him into his parlor. Furnished in elaborate velvets, silks, and brocades, it's a riot of scarlet and deep blues and greens. Everything rich and dark, like overripe fruit. The patterns on the material are the sorts of things I have become accustomed to. Intricate braids of briars, leaves that might also be spiders when you looked at them from another angle, and a depiction of a hunt where it is unclear which of the creatures is hunting the other. I sigh and sit down in the chair he is pointing me toward, fumbling in my pocket. Here, I say, drawing out the folded-up note and smoothing it against the top of a cunning little table with carved bird feet for legs. He came in while I was copying it, so it's kind of a mess. I had left the stolen book with the toad. The last thing I want Prince Dane to know is that I took something for myself. Dane squints to see the shapes of the letters past my smudges.
And he didn't see you?
He was distracted, I say truthfully. I hid. He nods and rings a small bell, probably to summon a servant. I will be glad of anyone not ensorcelled.
Good. And did you enjoy it?
I am not sure what to make of that question. I was frightened pretty much the whole time. How is that enjoyable? But the longer I think about it, the more I realize that I did sort of enjoy it. Most of my life is dreadful anticipation, a waiting for the other shoe to drop. At home, in classes, with the court, being afraid I would be caught spying was an entirely new sensation. One where I felt, at least, as though I knew exactly what to be scared of. I knew what it would take to win. Sneaking through Baelkin's house had been less frightening than some revels. At least until I'd watched Carden get beaten. Then I'd felt something I don't want to examine too closely. I liked doing a good job, I say, finally finding an honest answer. That makes Dane nod. He's about to tell me something else when another fairy enters the room. A male goblin, scarred, his skin the green of ponds. His nose is long and twists fully around before bending back toward his face like a scythe. His hair is a black tuft at the very crown of his head. His eyes are unreadable. He blinks several times, as though trying to focus on me.
"They call me the Roach,"
he says, his voice melodious, completely at odds with his face. He bows and then cocks the side of his head toward Dane.
"At his service. I guess we both are. You're the new girl, right?"
I nod. Am I supposed to tell you my name, or am I supposed to come up with something clever? The Roach grins, which twists his whole face up even more hideously.
"I am supposed to take you to meet the troupe. And don't worry about what we're going to call you. We decide that for ourselves. You think anyone in their right mind would want to be called the Roach?"
Great, I say, and sigh. He gives me a long look.
"Yeah, I can see how that's a real talent. Not having to say what you mean."
He's dressed in an imitation of a court doublet, except his doublet is made from scraps of leather. I wonder what Maddock would say if he knew where I was and with whom. I do not think he would be pleased. I don't think he'd be pleased by anything I did today. Soldiers have a peculiar kind of honor. Even those who dip their caps in the blood of their enemies, sneaking around houses and stealing papers, is not at all in line with it. Even though Maddock has spies of his own, I don't think he'd like my being one.
"So he's been blackmailing Queen Orla,"
Dane says, and the Roach and I look over at him. Prince Dane is frowning over the letter, and suddenly I understand. He recognizes my copy of the handwriting. Nicasia's mother, Queen Orla, must be the woman who obtained poison for Baelkin. She wrote that she was repaying a debt. Although knowing Nicasia, I would guess a little nastiness wouldn't give her mother much pause. But the Queen of the Undersea's kingdom is vast and mighty. It is hard to imagine what Baelkin could have over her. Dane hands my letter to the Roach.
"So do you still believe he will use it before the coronation?"
The goblin's nose quivers.
"That's the smart move. Once the crown is on your head, nothing's going to get it off."
Until that moment, I hadn't been sure whom the poison was for. I open my mouth and then bite the side of my cheek to stop myself from saying something foolish. Of course it must be for Prince Dane. Whom else would Baelkin need some special poison to kill? If he were going to put regular people to death, he'd probably use some kind of cheap, regular person poison. Dane seems to notice my surprise.
"We have never gotten along, my brother and I. He has always been too ambitious for that. And yet, I had hoped."
He waves his hand around, dismissing whatever he was about to say.
"Poison may be a coward's weapon, but it is an effective one."
What about Princess Elowen? I ask. And then wish I could take back the question. Poison for her, too, probably. Queen Orla must have a cartload of it. This time, Dane doesn't answer me.
"Maybe Baelkin plans on marrying her,"
the Roach says, surprising us both. At our expressions, he shrugs.
"What? If he makes things too obvious, he's going to be the next one to get a knife in the back. And he wouldn't be the first member of the gentry to wed a sister." "If he marries her,"
Dane says, laughing for the first time in this conversation,
"he'll get a knife in the front."
I had always thought of Elowen as the gentle sister. Again, I am aware of how little I really know about the world I am trying to navigate.
Come,
says the roach, waving me to my feet.
it's time you met the others.
I cast a plaintive look in Dane's direction. I don't want to go with the roach, whom I have just met, and whom I am not at all sure I trust. Even I, who have grown up in the house of a redcap, fear goblins.
Before you go,
Dane walks over until he's standing directly in front of me.
I promised that none might compel you, save for me. I am afraid I'm going to have to use that power. Jude Duarte, I forbid you from speaking aloud about your service to me. I forbid you from putting it into writing or into song. You will never tell anyone of the roach. You will never tell anyone of any of my spies. You will never reveal their secrets, their meeting places, their safe houses. So long as I live, you will obey this.
I am wearing my necklace of rowan berries, but they are no protection against the magic of the Gesh. This is no regular glamour, no simple sorcery. The weight of the Gesh slams down on me, and I know that if I tried to speak, my mouth wouldn't be able to form those forbidden words. I hate it. It's an awful, out-of-control feeling. It makes me scramble around in my head, trying to imagine my way around his commandment, but I cannot. I think of my first ride to Ferry, and the sound of Taryn and Vivi wailing. I think of Maddox's grim expression, jaw locked, doubtlessly unused to children, no less human ones. His ears must have been ringing. He must have wanted us to shut up. It's hard to think anything good about Maddox in that moment, with our parents' heart's blood on his hands. But I will say this for him. He never enchanted away our grief or took our voices. He never did any of the things that might have made the trip easier for him. I try to convince myself that Prince Dane is only doing the smart thing, the necessary thing in binding me. But it makes my skin crawl. For a moment, I am unsure of my decision to serve him.
Oh,
Dane says as I'm about to leave.
one more thing. Do you know what Mithridatism is?
I shake my head. Not sure I am interested in anything he has to say right now.
Look into it.
He smiles.
That's not a command, only a suggestion.
I follow the roach through the palace, keeping back from him a few steps so it doesn't seem like we're together. We pass a General Maddox knows, and I make sure to keep my head bowed. I don't think he would look closely enough to recognize me, but I cannot be sure. Where are we going? I whisper after several minutes of walking through the halls.
Just a little further,
he says gruffly, opening a cupboard and climbing inside. His eyes reflect orange, like a bear's.
Well, come on, get in and close the door.
I can't see in the dark, I remind him, because that is one of the many things the folk never remember about us. He grunts. I get in, folding myself up tightly so that no part of me touches him, and then I close the cabinet door behind me. I hear the slide of wood and feel the rush of cold, damp air. The scent of wet stone fills the space. His hand on my arm is careful, but I can feel his claws. I let him pull me forward, allow him to press my head so I know when to duck. When I straighten out, I am on a narrow platform above what appears to be the palace's wine cellars. My eyes are still adjusting, but from what I can see, there is a network of passageways worming below the palace. I wonder how many people know about them. I smile at the thought of having a secret about this place. Me, of all people. I wonder if Maddox knows. I bet Carden doesn't. I grin, wider than before,
Enough gawping?
The roach asks.
I can wait.
Are you ready to tell me anything? I ask him. Like, where we're going, or what's going to happen when we get there?
Figure it out,
He says, the growl in his voice.
Go on.
You said we were going to meet the others, I tell him, starting with what I know, trying to keep up and avoid stumbling on the uneven ground. And Prince Dane made me promise not to reveal any hidden locations, so obviously we're going to your lair. But that doesn't tell me what we're going to do when we get there.
Maybe we're going to show you secret handshakes,
the roach says. He's doing something I can't quite see. But a moment later, I hear a click, as though a lock was tripped or a trap disarmed. A gentle shove against the small of my back, and I'm heading down a new, even more dimly lit tunnel. I know when we come to a door, because I walk straight into it, much to the roach's amusement.
You really can't see,
he says. I rub my forehead. I told you I couldn't.
Yes, but you're the liar,
he reminds me.
I'm not supposed to believe anything you say.
Why would I lie about something like that? I demand, still annoyed. He lets my question hang in the air. The answer is obvious, so I could retrace my steps. So he might accidentally show me something he wouldn't show someone else, so that he would be incautious. I really need to stop asking stupid questions. And maybe he really needs to be less paranoid, since Dane put a gesh on me so I can't tell anyone no matter what. The roach opens the door. The light floods the hallway, causing me to throw my arm up in front of my face. Blinking, I look into the secret lair of Prince Dane's spies. It's packed earth on all four sides, with walls that curve inward and a rounded ceiling. A large table dominates the room, and sitting at it are two fairies I've never met, both of them gazing at me unhappily.
Welcome, says the roach, to the Court of Shadows.
Chapter 14. The two other members of Dane's spy troupe also have codenames. There's the lean, handsome fairy that looks at least part human, who winks and tells me to call him the Ghost. He has sandy-colored hair, which is normal for a mortal, but it is unusual for a fairy, and ears that come to very subtle points. The other is a tiny, delicate girl, her skin the dappled brown of a doe, her hair a cloud of white around her head, and a miniature pair of blue-gray butterfly wings on her back. She's got at least some pixie in her, if not some imp. I recognize her now from the High King's full moon revel. She's the one who stole a belt from an ogre, weapons and pouches attached. I'm the bomb, she says. I like blowing things up. I nod. It's the kind of blunt thing I don't expect fairies to say, but I'm used to being around court fairies with their Baroque etiquette. I'm not used to the solitary fae. I'm at a loss as to how to speak with them. So, is it just the three of you?
For now, says the roach, we make sure Prince Dane stays alive and well-informed about the doings of the court. We steal, sneak, and deceive to secure his coronation. And when he is king, we will steal, sneak, and deceive to make sure he stays on the throne.
I nod. After seeing what Baelkin is like, I want Dane on the throne more than ever. Matic will be by his side, and if I can make myself useful enough, maybe they'll get the rest of the gentry off my back.
You can do two things the rest of us can't,
the roach says.
1, you can blend in with the human servants. 2, you can move among the gentry. We're going to teach you some other tricks, So until you get another mission directly from the prince, your job is what I say it is.
I nod. I expected something like that. I can't always get away. I skipped classes today, but I can't do that all the time, or someone will notice and ask where I've been. And Maddox expects me to have dinner with him and Oriana and the rest of the family around midnight. The roach looks over at the ghost and shrugs.
This is always the problem with infiltrating the court. Lots of etiquette taking up time. When can you get away?
I could sneak out after I'm supposed to be in bed, I tell them.
Good enough,
the roach says.
One of us will meet you near the house and either train you or give you assignments. You need not always come here to the nest.
The ghost nods, as though my problems are reasonable, part of the job. But I feel childish. They are a child's problems. So, let's initiate her, the bomb says, walking up to me. I catch my breath. Whatever happens next, I can endure it. I have endured more than they can guess. But the bomb only starts laughing, and the roach gives her a playful shove. The ghost gives me a sympathetic look and shakes his head. His eyes, I notice, are a shifting hazel.
If Prince Dane says you are part of the Court of Shadows, then you are. Try not to be too much of a disappointment, and we'll have your back.
I let out my breath. I am not sure that I wouldn't have preferred some ordeal, some way to prove myself. The bomb makes a face. You'll know you're really one of us when you get your name. Don't expect it anytime soon. The ghost goes over to a cabinet and takes out a half-empty bottle of a pale greenish liquid and a stack of polished acorn cups. He pours out 4 shots.
Have a drink, and don't worry,
he tells me.
It won't befuddle you any more than any other drink.
I shake my head, thinking of the way I felt after having the golden apple mashed into my face. Never do I want to feel out of control like that again. I'll pass. The roach knocks back his drink and makes a face, as though the liquor is scorching his throat.
Suit yourself,
he manages to choke out before he starts to cough. The ghost barely winces at the contents of his acorn. The bomb is taking tiny sips of hers. From her expression, I am extra glad I passed on it.
Belkin's going to be a problem,
the roach says, explaining what I found. The bomb puts down her acorn. I mislike everything about this. If he was going to go to Eldred, he would have done it already. I had not considered that he might poison his father. The ghost stretches his lanky body as he gets up.
It's getting late. I should take the girl home.
Jude, I remind him. He grins.
I know a shortcut.
We go back into the tunnels, and following him is a challenge because, as his name suggests, he moves almost completely silently. Several times, I think he's left me alone in the tunnels. But just when I'm about to stop walking, I hear the faintest exhalation of breath or shuffle of dirt and persuade myself to go on. After what feels like an agonizingly long time, a doorway opens. The ghost is standing in it, and beyond him is the High King's wine cellar. He makes a small bow. This is your shortcut? I ask. He winks.
If a few bottles happen to fall into my satchel as we pass through, that's hardly my fault, is it?
I force out a laugh, the sound creaky and false in my ears. I'm not used to one of the folk including me in their jokes, at least not outside my family. I like to believe that I'm doing okay here in Fairy. I like to believe that even though I was drugged and nearly murdered at school yesterday, I am able to put that behind me today. I'm fine. But if I can't laugh, maybe I'm not so fine after all. I change into the blue shift I packed in the woods outside Maddox grounds. despite being so tired that my joints hurt. I wonder if the folk are ever tired like that, if they ever ache after a long evening. The toad seems exhausted too, although maybe she's just full. As far as I can tell, most of what she did today was snap her tongue at passing butterflies and a mouse or two. It's full deep dark when I get back to the estate. The trees are lit with tiny sprites, and I see a laughing oak racing through them, pursued by Vivi and Taryn, and, oh hell, Locke. It's disorienting to see him here, impossibly out of context. Has he come because of me? With a shriek, Oak dashes over, clambering up the saddlebags and onto my lap.
Chase me!
He yells, out of breath, full of the wriggling ecstasy of childhood. Even fairies are young once. Impulsively, I hug him to my chest. He's warm and smells of grass and deep woods. He lets me do it for a moment. Small arms twining around my neck. Small horned head butting against my chest. Then, laughing, he slides down and away, throwing a puckish glance back to see if I'll follow. Growing up here in Fairy, will he learn to scorn mortals? When I am old and he is still young, will he scorn me too? Will he become cruel like Carden? Will he become brutal like Maddock? I have no way of knowing. I step off the toad, foot in the stirrup as I swing my body down. I pat just above her nose. Her golden eyes drift shut. In fact, she seems a little like she might be asleep until I yank on the reins, leading her back toward the stables. "Hello," Locke says, jogging up to me. "Now, where might you have gone off to?" "None of your business," I tell him. But I soften the words with a smile. I can't help it. "Ah, a lady of mystery. My favorite kind." He's wearing a green doublet, with slits to show his silk shirt underneath. His fox eyes are alight. He looks like a fairy lover stepped out of a ballad, the kind where no good comes to the girl who runs away with him. "I hope you'll consider returning to classes tomorrow," he says. Vivi continues to chase Oak, but Taryn has stopped near a large elm tree. She watches me with the same expression she had on the tournament field, as though if she concentrates hard enough, she can will me into not offending Locke. "You mean so your friends know they haven't chased me off?" I say. "Does it matter?" He looks at me oddly. "You're playing the great game of kings and princes, of queens and crowns, aren't you? Of course it matters. Everything matters." I am not sure how to interpret his words. I didn't think I was playing that kind of game at all. I thought I was playing the game of pissing off people who hated me already and eating the consequences. "Come back. You and Taryn both should return. I told her so." I turn my head, looking for my twin in the yard, but she is no longer by the elm. Vivi and Oak are disappearing over a hill. Perhaps she has gone with them. We get to the stables, and I return the toad to her pen. I fill her water station from a barrel in the center of the room, and a fine mist appears, raining down on her soft skin. The horses nicker and stamp as we leave. Locke watches this all in silence. "May I ask you something else?" Locke says, glancing in the direction of the manor. I nod. "Why haven't you told your father what's been happening?" Maddox's stables are very impressive. Maybe standing in them, Locke was reminded of just how much power and influence the general has. But that doesn't mean I am the inheritor of that power. Maybe Locke should also remember that I am merely one of the by-blow children of Maddox's human wife. Without Maddox and his honor, no one would care about me. "You mean so he can go stomping into our classes with a broadsword, killing everyone in sight?" I ask, instead of correcting Locke about my station in life. Locke's eyes widen. I guess that wasn't what he meant.
I thought that your father would pull you out, and that if you didn't tell him, it was because you wanted to stay.
I give a short laugh. That's not what he'll do at all. Maddox is not a fan of surrender. In the cool dark of the stables, with the snorting of fairy horses all around us, he takes my hands.
Nothing there will be the same without you.
Since I never intended to quit, it's nice to have someone making all this effort to get me to do something I would have done anyway. And the way he's looking at me, the intensity of it, is so nice that I am embarrassed. No one has ever looked at me this way. I can feel the heat of my cheeks and wonder if the shadows help cover it up at all. Right then, I feel as though he sees everything, every hope of my heart, every stray thought I've had before falling into an exhausted sleep each dawn. He brings one of my hands up to his mouth and presses his lips against my palm. My whole body tenses. I am suddenly too warm, too everything. His breath is a soft susurration against my skin. With a gentle tug, he pulls me closer. His arm is around me. He leans in for a kiss, and my thoughts slide away. This can't be happening. Jude? I hear Taryn call uncertainly from nearby, and I stagger away from Locke. Jude, are you still in the stable? Here, I say, my face hot. We emerge into the night to find Oriana on the steps of the house, hauling Oak inside. Vivi is waving to him as he tries to squirm free from his mother's grip. Taryn has her hands on her hips. Oriana has called everyone in to dinner. Taryn informs us both grandly. She wants Locke to stay and eat with us. He makes a bow.
You may inform your lady mother that though I am honored to be asked to her table, I would not so impose myself on her. I only wanted to speak with you both. I will, however, call again. You may be sure of that.
You talked to Jude about school? There's trepidation in Taryn's voice. I wonder what they spoke about before I returned. I wonder if he persuaded her to attend the lectures again. And if so, how he did it.
Until tomorrow,
he says to us with a wink. I watch him walk off, still overwhelmed. I don't dare look at Taryn, for fear she will see all of it on my face. The whole day's events, the almost kiss. I am not ready to talk, so I am the one who avoids her for once. Skipping up the steps with as much nonchalance as I can muster, I head to my room to change for dinner. I forgot that I asked Maddox to teach me swordplay and strategy. But after dinner, he gives me a stack of military history books from his personal library.
When you're done reading these, we will talk,
he informs me.
I will set you a series of challenges, and you will tell me how you might overcome them with the resources I give you.
I think he expects me to object and insist on more swordplay, but I am too tired to even think of it. Flopping down on my bed an hour later, I decide that I am not going to even take off the blue silk dress I am wearing. My hair is still disarranged, although I tried to improve it with a few pretty pins. I should take those out at least, I tell myself, but I can't seem to make any movement toward doing so. My door opens, and Taryn comes in, hopping up onto my bed. Okay, she says, poking me in the side. What did Locke want? He said he had to talk to you. He's nice, I say, rolling over and folding my arms behind my head, staring up at the folds of fabric gathered above me. Not totally Cardin's puppet like the rest of them. Taryn has an odd expression on her face, like she wants to contradict me, but is holding herself back. Whatever. Spill. About Locke? I ask. She rolls her eyes. About what happened with him and his friends. They're never going to respect me if I don't fight back, I tell her. She sighs. They're never going to respect you period. I think of crawling across the grass, my knees dirty, the savor of the fruit in my mouth. Even now I can taste the echo of it, the emptiness it would fill, the giddy, delirious joy it promises. Taryn goes on. You came home practically naked yesterday, smeared with fairy fruit. Isn't that bad enough? Don't you care? Taryn has pulled her whole body back against one of the posts of my bed. I am tired of caring, I say. Why should I? Because they could kill you. They better, I say to her, because anything less than that isn't going to work. Do you have a plan for stopping them? She asks. You said you were going to defy Carden by being your awesome self, and if he tried to take you down, you'd take him down with you. How are you going to manage that? I don't know exactly, I admit. She throws up her hands in frustration. No, look, I say. Every day that I don't beg Carden for forgiveness over a feud he started is a day I win. He can humiliate me, but every time he does and I don't back down, he makes himself less powerful. After all, he's throwing everything he's got at someone as weak as I am, and it's not working. He's going to take himself down. She sighs and comes over to me, laying her head against my chest, putting her arms around me. Against my shoulder, she whispers, He's Flint. You're Tinder. I hug her closer and make no promises. We stay like that for a long moment. Did Locke threaten you? She asks softly. It was so odd that he came here looking for you, and then you had such a weird expression when I walked into the stables. No, nothing bad, I tell her. I don't know exactly what he came for, but he kissed my hand. It was nice, like out of a storybook. Nice things don't happen in storybooks, Taryn says. Or when they do happen, something bad happens next, because otherwise the story would be boring, and no one would read it. It's my turn to sigh. I know it's stupid, thinking well of one of Carden's friends, but he really did help me. He stood up to Carden. But I'd rather talk about you. There's someone, isn't there? When you said you were going to fall in love, you were talking about someone in particular. Not that I'd be the first to green gown her. There's a boy, she says slowly. He's going to declare himself at Prince Dane's coronation. He's going to ask for my hand from Maddock, and then everything is going to change for me. I think of her weeping, standing beside Carden. I think of how angry she's been that I am feuding with him. I think of that, and a cold and terrible dread creeps over me. Who? I demand. Please not Carden. Anyone but Carden. I promise not to tell anyone, she says. Even you. Our promises don't matter, I say, thinking of Prince Dane's gesh still freezing my tongue, of how little any of them trust us. No one expects us to have any honor. Everyone knows we lie. She gives me a stern, disapproving look. It's a fairy prohibition. If I break it, he'll know. I need to show him I can live like one of the folk. Okay, I say slowly. Be happy for me, she says. And I feel cut to the quick. She has found her place in fairy, and I guess I have found mine. But I can't help worrying. Just tell me something about him. Tell me that he is kind. Tell me that you love him and that he's promised to be good to you. Tell me. He's a fairy, she says. They don't love the way we do. And I think you would like him. There, that's something. That doesn't sound like Carden, whom I despise. But I am not sure I can find her answer reassuring either. What does it mean? I would like him. Does that mean we've never met? What does it mean that he doesn't love the way we do? I am happy for you. Honest, I say. Although I am more worried than anything. This is exciting. When Oriana's dressmaker comes, you're going to have to make sure you get an extra pretty gown. Taryn relaxes. I just want everything to be better. For both of us. I reach over to my bedside table to retrieve the book I stole from Hollow Hall. Remember this? I ask, lifting up the collected Alice's Adventures in Wonderland book. When I do, a folded piece of paper slips out and flutters to the floor. We used to read that when we were little, she says, grabbing for the book. Where did you get it? I found it, I say, not able to explain whose bookshelf it had come from or why I had been in Hollow Hall in the first place. To test the gesh, I try to say the words, spying for Prince Dane. My mouth will not move. My tongue stays still. A wave of panic washes over me, but I push it back. This is a small price for what he's given me. Taryn doesn't press for more information. She's too busy flipping through the pages and reading bits of it aloud. While I can't quite remember the cadence of my mother's voice, I think I hear an echo of it in Taryn's. Now here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place, she reads. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. I reach down surreptitiously and shove the fallen paper under my pillow. I plan to unfold it once she returns to her room, but instead I fall asleep, long before the story is over. I wake in the early morning, alone, needing to pee. I pad into my bath area, lift my skirts, and do my business in the copper basin left there for this purpose. Shame heating my face, even though I am alone. It is one of the most humbling aspects of being human. I know that fairies are not gods. Maybe I know that better than any mortal alive. But neither have I ever seen one hunched over a bedpan. Back in bed, I push aside the curtain and let the sunlight spill in, brighter than any lamp. I take the folded-up paper from behind my pillow. Smoothing it out, I see Cardin's furious, arrogant handwriting scrawled over the page, taking up all available space. In some places, he pressed the nib so angrily that the paper tore. Jude, it reads. Each hateful rendering of my name like a punch to the gut. Jude, 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 Jude. Chapter 15. The dressmaker comes early the next afternoon, a long-fingered fairy called Brambleweft. Her feet are turned backward, giving her an odd gait. Her eyes are like those of a goat, brown with a horizontal line of black just at the center. She is wearing an example of her work, a woven dress with embroidered lines of thorns making a striped pattern down the length of it. She has brought with her bolts of fabric, some of it stiff gold, one that changes color like iridescent beetle wings. Beside that, she tells us, is a spider silk so fine that it could have fit through the eye of a needle 3 times over, and yet strong enough to have to be cut with silver scissors magicked to never lose their edge. The purple fabric shot through with gold and silver is so bright that it seems like moonlight itself puddling over the cushions. All the fabrics are draped onto the couch in Oriana's parlor for us to inspect. Even Vivi is drawn to run her fingers over the cloth, an absent smile on her face. There is nothing like this in the mortal world, and she knows it. Oriana's current maid, a hairy, wizened creature named Toadfloss, brings tea and cakes, meat and jam, all piled on a massive silver tray. I pour myself tea and drink it without cream, hoping it will settle my stomach. The terror of the last few days is at my heels, making me shudder without warning. The memory of the fairy fruit keeps rising unbidden to my tongue, along with the cracked lips of the servants in Baelkin's palace, and the sound of the leather as it struck Prince Carden's bare back. And my own name, written over and over and over. I thought I knew how much Carden hated me. But looking at that paper, I realized I had no idea. And he'd hate me even more still if he knew I had seen him on his knees, beaten by a human servant, a mortal, for an extra bit of humiliation, an extra dose of rage. "Jude," Oriana says, and I realize that I've been staring off toward the window and the fading light. "Yes?" I put on a bright, false smile. Taryn and Vivienne begin to laugh. "And just who are you thinking about with a dreamy expression like that on your face?" Oriana asks, which makes Vivi laugh again. Taryn doesn't, probably because she thinks I am an idiot. I shake my head, hoping I have not gone red-faced. "No, it wasn't anything like that. I was just, I don't know. It doesn't matter. What were we talking about?" "The seamstress wishes to measure you first," Oriana says, "since you're the youngest." I look over at Brambleweft, who holds a string between her hands. I hop up onto the box she has set before her, holding out my arms. I am a good daughter today. I am going to get a pretty gown. I will dance at Prince Dane's coronation until my feet bleed. "Don't scowl," the seamstress says. Before I can stammer apologies, she continues, voice pitched low. "I was told to sew this dress with pockets that can conceal weapons and poisons and other little necessities. We'll make sure that's done while still showing you to great advantage." I almost stumble off the box. I am so surprised. "That's wonderful," I whisper back, knowing better than to thank her. Fairies don't believe in dismissing gratitude with a few words. They believe in debts and bargains. And the person I am meant to be most indebted to is not here. Prince Dane is the one who expects to be repaid. She smiles, pins in her mouth, and I grin back at her. I will repay him. Although it seems I will have much to repay him for. I will make him proud of me. Everyone else, I will make very, very sorry. When I look up, Vivi is watching me suspiciously. Taryn is next to be measured. As she gets on the box, I go and drink more tea. Then I eat 3 sugary cakes and a strip of ham. "Where did you go the other day?" Vivi asks as I gulp down the meat like some kind of raptor bird. I have woken ravenous. I think of how I fled from our conversation on my way to Hollow Hall. I can't exactly deny that, not without explaining more about where I was going than my geshed tongue will allow. I shrug, one-shouldered. "I made one of the other gentry kids describe what happened to you at that lecture," Vivi says. "You could have died. The only reason you're alive is that they didn't want their game to be over." "That's the way they are," I remind her. "That's the way things are. Do you want the world to be different than it is? Because this is the world we get, Vivi." "It's not the only world," she says softly. "It's my world," I say, my heart hammering in my chest. I stand before she can tell me otherwise. My hands are shaking, though, and my palms are sweaty when I go to finger the fabrics. Ever since I staggered home through the woods in my underwear, I have been trying to feel nothing about what happened. I am afraid that if I begin to feel, I won't be able to bear it. I am afraid that the emotion will be like a wave sucking me under. It's not the first awful thing I have endured and pushed it into the back of my brain. That's how I've been coping, and if there's another, better way, I do not know it. I focus my attention on the cloth until I can breathe evenly again, until the panic dissipates. There's a velvet blue-green, reminding me of the lake at dusk. I find an amazing, fantastical fabric embroidered with moths and butterflies and ferns and flowers. I lift it up, and underneath is a bolt of beautiful fog-gray cloth that ripples like smoke. They're so very pretty. The kind of fabrics that princesses in fairy tales wear. Of course, Taryn is right about stories. Bad things happen to those princesses. They are pricked with thorns, poisoned by apples, married to their own fathers. They have their hands cut off, and their brothers turned into swans, their lovers chopped up and planted in basil pots. They vomit up diamonds. When they walk, it feels as though they're walking on knives. They still manage to look nice.
I want that one,
Taryn says, pointing to the bolt of fabric I'm holding, the one with the embroidery. She's done being measured. Vivi is up there, holding out her arms, watching me in that unnerving way she has, as though she knows my very thoughts. Your sister found it first, Oriana says.
Please,
Taryn says to me, bending her head and looking up through her eyelashes. She's joking, but she's not. She needs to look nice for this boy who is supposed to declare himself at the coronation. She doesn't understand what use my looking nice would be, me with my grudges and feuds. With a half smile, I set down the bolt. Sure, all yours. Taryn kisses me on the cheek. I guess we're back to normal. If only everything in my life were so easily resolved. I choose a different cloth, the dark blue velvet. Vivienne chooses a violet that seems to be a silvery gray when she turns it over her hand. Oriana chooses a blush pink for herself and a cricket green for Oak. Brambleweft starts to sketch. Billowing skirts and cunning little capes, corsets stitched with fanciful creatures, butterflies alighting along arms and in elaborate headpieces. I am charmed at the alien vision of myself. My corset will have 2 golden beetles stitched in what looks like a breastplate, with Maddox's moon crest and elaborate swirls of shining thread continuing down my front, and tiny sheared drop sleeves of more gold. It will certainly be clear to what household I belong. We are still making small changes when Oak runs in, being chased by Narbonne. Oak spots me first and scrambles onto my lap, throwing his arms around my neck and giving me a small bite just beneath my shoulder. Ow, I say in surprise, but he just laughs. It makes me laugh too. He's kind of a weird kid, maybe because he's a fairy, or maybe because all kids, human or inhuman, are equally weird. Do you want me to tell you a story about a little boy who bit a stone and lost all his pearly white teeth? I ask him in what I hope is a menacing fashion, sticking my fingers under his armpits to tickle him. Yes, he says immediately between breathless giggles and shrieks. Oriana strides over to us, her face full of trouble. That's very kind of you, but we ought to begin dressing for dinner. She pulls him off my lap and into her arms. He begins screaming and kicking his legs. One of the kicks lands against my stomach, hard enough to bruise, but I don't say anything. Story! He shouts. I want the story! Jude is busy right now, she says, carrying his squirming body toward the door, where Narbonne is waiting to take him back to the nursery. Why don't you ever trust me with him? I shout, and Oriana wheels around, shocked that I said a thing we don't say. I am shocked too, but I can't stop. I'm not a monster. I've never done anything to either of you.
I want the story,
Oak whines, sounding confused. That's enough, Oriana says sternly, as though we've all been arguing. We will speak about this later with your father. With that, she strides from the room. I don't know whose father you're talking about, because he's sure not mine, I call after her. Taryn's eyes go saucer wide. Vivienne has a small smile on her face. She takes a minute sip of tea, and then she raises the cup in my direction in salute. The seamstress is looking down and away, leaving us to our private family moment. I cannot seem to contort myself back into the shape of a dutiful child. I am coming unraveled. I am coming undone. The next day at school, Taryn walks beside me, swinging her lunch basket. I keep my head high and my jaw set. I have my little knife with me, cold iron, tucked into one of the pockets of my skirt, and more salt than I reasonably need. I even have a new necklace of rowan berries, sewn by Tatterfell and worn because there was no way she could know I didn't need it. I dally in the palace garden to gather a few more things.
Are you allowed to pick those?
Taryn asks, but I do not answer her. In the afternoon, we attend a lecture in a high tower, where we are taught about bird songs. Every time I feel as though my courage will falter, I let my fingers brush the cool metal of the blade. Locke looks over, and when he catches my eye, he winks. From the other side of the room, Carden scowls at the lecturer, but does not speak. When he moves to take an inkpot from a satchel, I see him wince. I think about how sore his back must be, how it must hurt to move. But if he holds himself a little more stiffly as he sneers, that seems to be the only difference in his manner. He looks well practiced in hiding pain. I think of the note I found, of the press of his nibbed pen hard enough to send flecks of ink spattering as he wrote my name, hard enough to dig through the page, maybe to scar the desk beneath. If that's what he did to the paper, I shudder to think what he wants to do to me. After school, I practice with Maddock. He shows me a particularly clever block, and I do it over and over again, better and faster, surprising even him. When I go inside, covered in sweat, I pass Oak, who is running somewhere, dragging my stuffed snake after him on a dirty rope. He's clearly stolen the snake from my room. Oak, I call after him, but he's up the stairs and away. I sluice off in my bath and then, alone in my room, unpack my school bag. Tucked down in the bottom, wrapped in a leftover piece of paper, is a single worm-eaten fairy fruit I picked up on the way home. I set it on a tray and pull on leather gloves. Then I take out my knife and cut it into pieces, tiny slivers of squishy golden fruit. I have researched fairy poisons in dusty, hand-scribed books in Maddox's library. I read about the blusher mushroom, a pale fungus that blooms with beads of a red liquid that looks uncomfortably like blood. Small doses cause paralysis, while large doses are lethal, even for the folk. Then there is Death Sweet, which causes a sleep that lasts 100 years, and Wraithberry, which makes your blood race until your heart stops, and Fairy Fruit, of course, which one book called Everapple. I take out a flask of pine liquor, nicked from the kitchens, thick and heavy as sap. I drop the fruit into it to keep it fresh. My hands are shaking. The final piece, I put on my tongue. The rush of it hits me hard, and I grip my teeth against it. Then, while I'm feeling stupid, I take out the other things. A leaf of wraithberry from the palace garden, a petal from a flower of death sweet, the tiniest bead of juice from the blusher mushroom. From each, I cut away a tinier portion and swallow. Mithridatism, it's called. Isn't that a funny name? The process of eating poison to build up immunity. So long as I don't die from it, I'll be harder to kill. I do not make it downstairs for dinner. I am too busy retching, too busy shivering, and sweating. I fall asleep on the bath area of my room, spread out on the floor. That's where the ghost finds me. I wake to his poking me in the stomach with the foot of his boot. It's only grogginess that keeps me from crying out.
"Rise, Jude," the ghost says. "The roach wants you to train tonight."
I push myself up, too exhausted to disobey. Outside on the dewy grass, with the first rays of sun creeping across the island, the ghost shows me how to climb trees silently, how to put down a foot without snapping a branch or crackling a dried leaf. I thought I'd learned how in my lessons at the palace, but he shows me mistakes my teachers didn't bother correcting. I try, over and over. Mostly, I fail. "Good," he says, once my muscles are shaking. He's spoken so little that his voice startles me. He could more easily pass for human than Vivi, with the subtler points on his ears, light brown hair, and hazel eyes. And yet, he seems unknowable to me. Both calmer and colder than she is. The sun is almost up. The leaves are turning gold.
"Keep practicing. Sneak up on your sisters."
When he grins, with sandy hair falling over his face, he seems younger than I am, but I'm sure he's not. And when he goes, he does it in such a way that it appears like vanishing. I head back home and use what I've just learned to sly-foot my way past the servants on the stairs. I make it to my room, and this time, when I collapse, I manage to do it in my bed. Then I get up the next day and do everything all over again. Chapter 16. Attending lectures is harder than ever. For one thing, I am sick. My body fighting the effects of the fruit and the poisons I am forcing down. For another, I am exhausted from training with Matic and training with Dane's Court of Shadows. Matic gives me puzzles. 12 goblin knights to storm a fortress, 9 untrained gentry to defend one, and then asks for my answers each evening after dinner. The roach orders me to practice moving through the crowds of courtiers without being noticed, to eavesdrop without seeming interested. The balm teaches me how to find the weak spot in a building, the pressure point on a body. The ghost teaches me how to hang from rafters and not be seen, to line up a shot with a crossbow, to steady my shaking hands. I am sent on 2 more missions to get information. First, I steal a letter addressed to Elowen from a knight's desk in the palace. The next time, I wear the clothing of a fairy bride and walk through a party to the private chambers of the lovely Terrakand, one of Prince Baelkin's consorts, where I take a ring from a desk. In neither case am I allowed to know the significance of what I stole. I attend lectures beside Cardan, Nicasia, Valerian, and all the gentry children who laughed at my humiliation. I do not give them the satisfaction of my withdrawing. But since the incident with the fairy fruit, there are no more skirmishes. I bide my time. I can only assume they are doing the same. I am not foolish enough to think we are done with one another. Locke continues his flirtation. He sits with Taryn and me when we take our lunch, spread out on a blanket, watching the sunset. Occasionally, he walks me home through the woods, stopping to kiss me near a copse of fir trees just before Maddox's estate. I only hope he doesn't taste the bitterness of poison on my lips. I do not understand why he likes me, but it is exciting to be liked. Taryn doesn't seem to understand it either. She regards Locke with suspicion. Perhaps since I am worried over her mysterious paramour, it is fitting that she seems equally worried over mine.
Are you enjoying yourself?
I overhear Nicasia ask Locke once as he joins them for a lecture.
Carden won't forgive you for what you're doing with her.
I pause, unable to pass by without listening for his...
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
answer. But Locke only laughs.
Is he more angry that you chose me over him, or that I chose a mortal over you?
I startle, not sure I heard him right. She's about to answer when she spots me. Her mouth curls.
Little mousie, she says. Don't believe his sugared tongue.
The roach would despair of me if he saw how badly I fumbled my newfound skills. I did nothing he taught me. I neither concealed myself nor blended in with others to avoid notice. At least no one would suspect me of knowing much about spycraft. So has Carden forgiven you? I ask her, pleased by her stricken look. Too bad. I hear a prince's favor is a really big deal.
What need have I for princes? She demands. My mother is a queen.
There's much I could say about her mother, Queen Orla, who is planning a poisoning, but I bite my tongue. In fact, I bite it so hard that I don't say anything at all. I just walk to where Taryn is sitting, a small, satisfied smile on my face. More weeks pass until the coronation is mere days away. I am so tired that I fall asleep whenever I put my head down. I even fall asleep in the tower during a demonstration of moth summoning. The susurration of their wings lulls me, I guess. It doesn't take much. I wake on the stone floor. My head is ringing, and I am scrambling for my knife. I don't know where I am. For a moment, I think that I must have fallen. For a moment, I think I am paranoid. Then I see Valerian grinning down at me. He has pushed me out of my chair. I know it just from the look on his face. I have not yet become paranoid enough. Voices sound from outside, the rest of our classmates having their luncheon on the grass as evening rolls in. I hear the shrieks of the youngest children, probably chasing one another over blankets. "Where's Taryn?" I ask, because it wasn't like her not to wake me.
She promised not to help you, remember?
Valerian's golden hair hangs over one eye. As usual, he's clad entirely in red, a tone so deep that it might appear black at first glance.
Not by word or by deed.
Of course. Stupid me to forget I was on my own. I push myself up, noticing a bruise on my calf as I do. I am not sure how long I was sleeping. I brush off my tunic and trousers. "What do you want?"
I'm disappointed,
he says slyly.
You bragged about how you were going to best Cardin, and yet you've done nothing, sulking after one little prank.
My hand slides automatically to the hilt on my knife. Valerian lifts my necklace of rowan berries from his pocket and smirks at me. He must have cut it from my throat while I slept. I shudder at the thought that he was so close to me that instead of slicing the necklace, he could have sliced skin.
Now, you will do what I say.
I can practically smell the glamour in the air. He's weaving magic with his words.
Call down to Cardin. Tell him he's won. Then jump from the tower. After all, being born mortal is like being born already dead.
The violence of it, the awful finality of his command is shocking. A few months ago, I would have done it. I would have said the words. I would have leapt. If I hadn't made that bargain with Dane, I would be dead. Valerian may have been planning my murder since the day he choked me. I remember the light in his eyes then, the eagerness with which he watched me gasp. Taryn had warned me I was going to get myself killed, and I bragged that I was ready for it. But I am not. "I think I'll take the stairs," I tell Valerian, hoping I don't seem half as shaken as I am. Then, acting as though everything is normal, I go to move past him. For a moment, he just looks confused, but his confusion quickly morphs into rage. He blocks my escape, moving in front of the steps.
I commanded you. Why don't you obey me?
Looking him dead in the eye, I force myself to smile. You had the advantage of me twice, and twice you gave it away. Good luck getting it again. He's sputtering, furious.
You're nothing. The human species pretends it is so resilient. Mortal lives are one long game of make-believe. If you couldn't lie to yourselves, you'd cut your own throats to end your misery.
I am struck by the word species, by the idea that he thinks I am something entirely else, like an ant, or a dog, or a deer. I am not sure he's wrong, but I don't like the thought. I don't feel particularly miserable right at the moment. I can't show him I am afraid. His mouth curls.
What happiness do you have? Rutting and breeding. You'd go mad if you accepted the truth of what you are. You are nothing. You barely exist at all. Your only purpose is to create more of your kind before you die some pointless and agonizing death.
I look him in the eye. And? He seems taken aback, although the sneer doesn't leave his face. Yeah, sure. I am going to die, and I am a big liar. So what? He pushes me against the wall, hard.
So you lose. Admit that you lost.
I try to shrug him off, but he grabs for my throat, fingers pressing hard enough to cut off my airflow.
I could kill you right now,
he says,
and you would be forgotten. It would be as though you'd never been born.
There is no doubt in my mind that he means it. No doubt at all. Gasping, I pull the knife from my little pocket and stab him in the side, right between his ribs. If my knife had been longer, I would have punctured his lung. His eyes go wide with shock. His grip on me loosens. I know what Maddox would say. To push the blade higher. Go for an artery. Go for his heart. But if I manage it, I will have murdered one of the favored sons of Fairy. I cannot even guess the punishment.
You're no killer.
I balk and pull the knife free, running out of the room. I shove the bloody blade into my pocket. My boots clatter on the stone as I head for the stairs. Looking back, I see him on his knees, pressing a hand to his side to staunch the blood. He lets out a hiss of pain that makes me recall my knife is cold iron. Cold iron hurts fairies a lot. I could not be gladder of carrying it. I round the corner and nearly run down Taryn.
"Jude!" she exclaims. "What happened?"
"Come on," I tell her, dragging her toward the other students. There's blood on my knuckles, blood on my fingers, but not much. I rub it off on my tunic.
"What did he do to you?"
Taryn cries as I hustle her along. I tell myself that I don't mind that she left me. It wasn't her job to stick out her neck, especially when she made it abundantly clear she didn't want any part of this fight. Is there a treacherous part of me that's pissed off and sad that she didn't kick me awake and damn the consequences? Sure. But even I didn't guess how far Valerian would go or how fast he'd get there. We're crossing the lawn when Carden veers in our direction. He's wearing loose clothes and carrying a practice sword. His eyes narrow at the blood, and he points the wooden stick at me.
You seem to have cut yourself.
I wonder if he's surprised that I'm alive. I wonder if he watched the tower the whole time during his luncheon, waiting for the amusing spectacle of me jumping to my death. I take the knife out from under my tunic and show it to him, stained a flinty red. I smile. I could cut you, too.
"Jude,"
Taryn says. She's clearly shocked by my behavior. She should be. My behavior is shocking.
Oh, go already,
Carden tells her, waving her off with one hand.
Stop boring us both.
Taryn takes a step back. I'm surprised, too. Is this part of the game?
Are your dirty blade and even dirtier habits supposed to mean something?
His words are airy, drawling. He's looking at me as though I'm being uncouth by pointing a weapon at him, even though he's the one with the minion who assaulted me. Twice. He's looking at me as though we're going to share some kind of witty repartee. But I am not sure what to say. Is he really not worried about what I might have done to Valerian? Could he possibly not know Valerian attacked me? Taryn spots Locke and takes off toward him, hurrying across the field. They converse for a moment. Then Taryn departs. Carden notices my noticing. He sniffs, as though the very smell of me offends him. Locke starts toward us, all loose limbs and shining eyes. He gives me a wave. For a moment, I feel almost safe. I am immensely grateful to Taryn for sending him over. I'm immensely grateful to Locke for coming. You think I don't deserve him? I say to Carden. He smiles slowly, like the moon slipping beneath the waves of the lake.
Oh, no. I think you're perfect for each other.
A few moments later, Locke has his arm thrown around my shoulders.
Come on,
he says.
Let's get out of here.
And so, without a backward glance at any of them, we do. We walk through the crooked forest, where all the trees are bowed in the same direction as though they've been blown by a strong wind since they were saplings. I stop to pick a few blackberries from prickly stems of bushes growing between them. I have to blow tiny sugar ants from each before putting it in my mouth. I offer a berry to Locke, but he demurs. So, in short, Valerian tried to kill me, I say, finishing my story. And I stabbed him. His fox eyes are steady on me.
You stabbed Valerian?
So, I might be in some trouble. I take a deep breath. He shakes his head.
Valerian won't tell anyone he was bested by a mortal girl.
What about Carden? Won't he be disappointed his plan didn't work? I gaze out at the sea, visible between the trunks of the trees. It seems to stretch on to forever.
I doubt he even knew about it,
Locke says, and smiles at my surprise.
Oh, he'd like to make you believe he's our leader. But it's more that Nicasia likes power. I like dramatics, and Valerian likes violence. Carden can provide us with all three. Or at least, excuses for all three.
Dramatics? I echo.
I like for things to happen, for stories to unfold. And if I can't find a good enough story, I make one.
He looks every inch the trickster in that moment.
I know you overheard Nicasia talking about what was between us. She had Carden, but only in leaving him for me did she gain power over him.
I ponder that for a moment, and while I do, I realize we're not taking our usual path to Maddox grounds. Locke has been leading me another way. Where are we going?
My domain,
he says with a grin, happy to be caught out.
It's not far. I think you'll like the hedge maze.
I have never been to one of their estates, save for Hollow Hall. In the human world, we children were always in the neighbors' yards, swinging and swimming and jumping. But the rules here are nothing the same. Most of the children in the High King's court are royals, sent from smaller courts to gain influence with the princes and princesses, and have no time for much else. Of course, in the mortal world, there are such things as backyards. Here, there are forest and sea, rocks and mazes, and flowers that are red only when they get fresh blood. I don't much like the idea of getting lost deliberately in a hedge maze, but I smile as though nothing could ever delight me more. I don't want to disappoint him.
There will be a gathering later, Locke continues. You should stay. I promise it will be diverting.
At that, my stomach clenches. I doubt he's having a party without his friends. That seems foolish, I say, to avoid refusing the invitation outright.
Your father doesn't like you to stay out late?
Locke gives me a pitying look. I know he's just trying to make me feel childish when he knows perfectly well why I shouldn't be there. But even though I am aware of what he's doing, it works. Locke's estate is more modest than Maddox, and less fortified. Tall spires covered in shingles of mossy bark rise between the trees. The spiraling vines of ivy and honeysuckle that twine up the sides turn the whole thing green and leafy. Wow, I say. I have ridden by here and seen those spires in the distance. but I never knew to whose house they belonged. Beautiful. He gives me a quick grin.
Let's go inside.
Although there is a pair of grand doors in the front, he takes me around to a small door on the side that leads directly to the kitchens. A fresh loaf of bread rests on the counter, along with apples, currants, and a soft cheese, but I do not see any servants who might have prepared this. I think, involuntarily, of the girl in Hollow Hall cleaning Cardin's fireplace. I wonder where her family thinks she is, and what bargain she made. I wonder how easily I could have been her. Is your family home? I ask, pushing that thought away.
I have none,
He tells me.
My father was too wild for the court. He liked the deep feral woods far better than my mother's intrigues. He left, and then she died. Now it's just me.
That's terrible, I say, and lonely. He shakes off my words.
I've heard the story of your parents. A tragedy suitable for a ballad.
It was a long time ago. The last thing I want to talk about is Matic and murder. What happened to your mother? He makes a dismissive gesture in the air.
She got involved with the High King. In this court, that's enough. There was a child. His child, I suppose. And someone didn't want it born. Blusher mushroom.
Although he began his speech airily, it doesn't end that way. Blusher mushroom. I think of the letter I found in Baelkin's house from Queen Orla. I try to convince myself that the note could not have referred to the poisoning of Locke's mother, that Baelkin had no motive when Dane was already the High King's chosen heir. But no matter how I try to convince myself, I cannot stop thinking about the possibility of the horror of Nikasia's mother having had a hand in Locke's mother's death. I shouldn't have asked. That was rude of me.
We are children of tragedy.
He shakes his head and then smiles.
This is not how I meant to begin. I meant to give you wine and fruit and cheese. I meant to tell you how your hair is as beautiful as curling wood smoke. Your eyes the exact color of walnuts. I thought I could compose an ode about it, but I am not very good at odes.
I laugh, and he covers his heart as though stung by cruelty.
Before I show you the maze, let me show you something else.
What's that? I ask, curious. He takes my hand.
Come,
he says, prankish, leading me through the house. We come to spiraling stairs. Up we go, up and up and up. I feel dizzy. There are no doors and no landings, just stone and steps and my heart beating loud in my chest. Just his slanted smiles and amber eyes. I try not to stumble or slip as I climb. I try not to slow down, no matter how lightheaded I feel. I think of Valerian. Jump from the tower. I keep climbing, taking shallow breaths. You are nothing. You barely exist at all. When we get to the top, there's a small door, half our height. I lean against the wall, waiting for my balance to return, and watch Locke turn the elaborate silver knob. He ducks as he goes in. I steel myself, push off the wall, and follow. And gasp. We're on a balcony at the very top of the tallest tower, one higher than the tree line. From here, lit by starlight, I can see the maze below and the folly in the center. I can see the above-ground parts of the Palace of Elfheim and Maddox Estate and Belkin's Hollow Hall. I can see the sea that encircles the island and beyond it, the bright lights of human cities and towns through the ever-present mist. I have never looked directly from our world into theirs. Locke puts his hand against my back, between my shoulder blades.
At night, the human world looks as though it's full of fallen stars.
I lean into his touch, pushing away the awfulness of the climb, trying not to stand too close to the edge. Have you ever been there? He nods.
My mother took me when I was a child. She said our world would grow stagnant without yours.
I want to tell him that it's not mine, that I barely understand it, but I get what he's trying to say, that the correction would make it seem as though I didn't. His mother's sentiment is kind, certainly kinder than most views of the mortal world. She must have been kind herself. He turns me toward him, and then slowly brings his lips to mine. They're soft, and his breath is warm. I feel as distant from my body as the lights of the faraway city. My hand reaches for the railing. I grip it hard as his arm goes around my waist, to ground myself in what's happening, to convince myself that I am here, and that this moment, high above everything, is real. He draws back.
You really are beautiful,
he says. I am never so glad to know they cannot lie. This is incredible, I say, looking down. Everything looks so small, like on a strategy board. He laughs, as though I cannot possibly be serious.
I take it you spend a lot of time in your father's study?
Enough, I say. Enough to know what my odds are against Cardin. Against Valerian and Nicasia. Against you. He takes my hand.
Cardin is a fool. The rest of us don't matter.
His smile turns slanted.
But maybe this is part of your plan. Persuade me to take you to the very heart of my stronghold. Maybe you're about to reveal your evil scheme and bend me to your will. Just so you know, I don't think it will be very hard to bend me to your will.
I laugh despite myself. You're nothing like them.
Aren't I?
He asks. I give him a look. I don't know. Are you going to order me off this balcony? His eyebrows go up.
Of course not.
Well then, you're not like them, I say, poking him hard in the center of his chest. My hand flattens, almost unconsciously, letting the warmth of him seep up through my palm. I hadn't realized how cold I'd become, standing in the wind.
You're not the way they said you would be,
he says, bending toward me. He kisses me again. I don't want to think about the things they must have said. Not now. I want his mouth on mine, blotting out everything else. It takes us a long time to wend our way back down the stairs. My hands are in his hair. His mouth is on my neck. My back is against the ancient stone wall. Everything is slow and perfect, and makes no sense at all. This can't be my life. This feels nothing like my life. We sit at the long, empty banquet table and eat cheese and bread. We drink pale green wine that tastes of herbs out of massive goblets that Locke finds in the back of a cabinet. They're so thick with dust, he has to wash them twice before we can use them. When we're done, he presses me back against the table, lifting me so that I am seated on it, so that our bodies are pressed together. It's exhilarating and terrifying, like so much a fairy. I am not sure I am very good at kissing. My mouth is clumsy. I am shy. I want to pull him closer and push him away at the same time. Fairies do not have a lot of taboos around modesty, but I do. I'm afraid that my mortal body stinks of sweat, of decay, of fear. I am not sure where to put my hands, how hard to grab, how deep to sink my nails into his shoulders. And while I know what comes after kissing, while I know what it means to have his hand slide up over my bruised calf to my thigh, I have no idea how to hide my inexperience. He pulls back to look at me, and I try to keep the panic out of my eyes.
Stay tonight,
he murmurs. For a moment, I think he means with him. Like, with him. And my heart speeds with some combination of desire and dread. Then, abruptly, I remember there's going to be a party. That's what he's asking me to stay for. Those unseen servants, wherever they are, must be preparing the estate. Soon, Valerian, my would-be murderer, might be dancing in the garden. Well, maybe not dancing. He'll probably be leaning against a wall stiffly, with a drink in his hand, bandages around his ribs, and a new plan to murder me in his heart. If not new orders to murder me. From Carden. Your friends won't like it, I say, sliding off the table.
They'll quickly be too drunk to notice. You can't spend your life locked up in Maddox's glorified barracks.
He gives me a smile that is clearly meant to charm me. It kind of works. I think about Dane's offer to give me a love mark on my brow, and wonder idly if Locke might have one, because, despite everything, I am tempted. I don't have the right clothes, I say, gesturing to the tunic I have on, stained with Valerian's blood. He looks me up and down longer than an inspection of my garments requires.
I can find you a gown. I can find you anything you'd like. You asked me about Carden, Valerian, and Acacia. Come see them outside of school. Come see them be foolish and drunk and debased. See their vulnerabilities, the cracks in their armor. You've got to know them to beat them, right? I don't say you'll like them any better, but you don't need to like them.
I like you, I tell him. I like playing pretend with you.
Pretend?
He echoes, as though he's not sure if I'm insulting him. Of course, I say, going to the windows of the hall and looking out. Moonlight streams onto the leafy entrance to the maze. Torches are burning nearby, the flames flickering and wavering in the wind. Of course we're pretending. We don't belong together, but it's fun anyway. He gives me an evaluating, conspiratorial look.
Then let's keep doing it.
Okay, I say helplessly. I'll stay. I'll go to your party. I have had little fun in my life so far. The promise of more is difficult to resist. He leads me through several rooms until we come to double doors. For a moment, he hesitates, glancing back at me. Then he pushes them open, and we're in an enormous bedroom. A thick, oppressive layer of dust blankets everything. There are footprints, 2 sets. He's come in here before, but not many times.
The dresses in the closet were my mother's. Borrow whatever you like,
he says, taking my hand. Looking around this untouched room at the heart of the house, I understand the grief that made him lock it up for so long. I am glad to be let in. If I had a room full of my mother's things, I do not know if I would let anyone inside. I don't even know if I would brave it myself. He opens one of the closets. Much of the clothing is moth-eaten, but I can see what they once were. A skirt with a beaded pattern of pomegranates. Another that pulls up, like a curtain, to show a stage with jeweled mechanical puppets underneath. There's even one stitched with the silhouette of dancing fawns as tall as the skirt itself. I've admired Oriana's dresses for their elegance and opulence, but these awaken in me a hunger for a dress that's riotous. They make me wish I'd seen Locke's mother in one of her gowns. They make me think she must have liked to laugh. I don't think I've ever seen a dress like any of these, I tell him. You really want me to wear one? He brushes a hand over a sleeve.
I guess they're a bit rotted.
No, I say. I like them. The one with the fawns is the least damaged. I dust it off and tug it on behind an old screen. I struggle, because it's the sort of dress that's difficult to put on without Tatterfell's help. I have no idea how to arrange my hair any differently, so I leave it as is, braided in a crown around my head. When I wipe off a silver mirror with my hand and see myself dressed in a dead fairy's clothes, a shudder goes through me. Suddenly, I do not know why I am here in this place. I am not sure of Locke's intentions. When he tries to drape me in his mother's jewels, I refuse them. Let's go out to the garden, I say. I no longer want to be in this empty, echoing room. He puts away the long string of emeralds he was holding. As we leave, I look back at the closet of moldering clothes. Despite my feelings of unease, there's a part of me that can't help imagining what it would be like to be the mistress of this place. Imagining Prince Dane with the crown. Imagining entertaining at the long table we kissed against. My classmates all drinking the pale green wine and pretending they had never tried to murder me. Locke, with his hand in mine. And me, spying on them all for the king. The hedge maze is taller than the height of an ogre and formed of dense, glossy leaves in a deep green. Apparently, Carden's circle meets here often. I can hear them laughing at the center of the maze when I walk outside with Locke, late to his own gathering. The smell of pine liquor is alive in the air. The firelight of the torches makes long shadows and limns everything in scarlet. My steps slow. Reaching into the pocket of the borrowed dress, I touch my knife, still stained with Valerian's blood. When I do, my fingers light on something else. Something Locke's mother must have left years before. I pull out her bauble, a golden acorn. It doesn't look like jewelry. There is no chain. And I cannot imagine what purpose it might have had other than to be pretty. I drop it back into my pocket. Locke holds my hand as we move through the turns of the hedge maze. It does not seem as though there are many. I try to map it in my mind as I go, in case I have to find my way out alone. The simplicity of the maze makes me nervous, rather than confident. I do not believe there are many simple things in Fairy. At home, dinner will be coming to a close without me. Taryn will be whispering to Vivi how I went somewhere with Locke. Maddock will be frowning and stabbing his meat, annoyed with me for missing his lessons. I have braved worse things. At the center of the maze, a piper is playing a lilting, wild song. White rose petals blow through the air. Folk are gathered, eating and drinking from a long banquet table that seems mostly piled with different distillations. Cordials in which mandrake roots float, sour plum wine, a clear liquor infused with handfuls of red clover, and beside those, vials of golden nevermore. Carden is lying on a blanket, his head tipped back and his loose white shirt unbuttoned. Although it is still early in the night, he appears to be very drunk. His mouth is flaked with gold. A horned girl I don't know is kissing his throat, and another, this one with daffodil hair, presses her mouth against the calf of his leg, just above the top of his boot. To my relief, I do not see Valerian. I hope he's home, nursing that wound I gave him. Locke brings me a thimbleful of liquor, and I take a tiny scalding sip for the sake of politeness. I start coughing immediately. At that moment, Carden's gaze goes to me. His eyes are barely open, but I can see the shine of them, wet as tar. He watches me as the girl kisses his mouth, watches me as she slides her hand beneath the hem of his silly, ruffly shirt. My cheeks heat. I look away, and then am angry with myself for giving him the satisfaction of seeming uncomfortable. He's the one who's making a spectacle of himself.
I see a member of the Circle of Worms has chosen to grace us with her presence tonight,
Nicasia says, swanning up to us in a dress with all the colors of the sunset in it. She peers into my face.
But which one is it?
The one you don't like, I tell her, ignoring her jibe. That makes her give a high, false laugh.
Oh, you might be surprised how some of us feel about both of you.
I promised you better amusements than this,
Locke says stiffly, taking my elbow. I am grateful when he pulls me toward a low table with pillows strewn haphazardly around it, but I can't help giving Nikasia a small, antagonizing wave as I go. I pour out my thimble of liquor onto the grass when Locke isn't looking. The piper finishes, and a naked boy, shining with gold paint, takes out a lyre and sings a filthy song about broken hearts.
O lady fair, O lady cruel, how I miss your sweet misrule. I miss your hair, I miss your eyes, but most of all, I miss your thighs.
Locke kisses me again, in front of the fire. Everyone can see it, but I don't know if they're looking, because I close my eyes as tightly as they will go. Chapter 17. I wake in Locke's house on a bed covered in tapestries. My mouth tastes of sour plums and is swollen from kissing. Locke is beside me on the bed, eyes shut, still in his party clothes. I pause in the act of rising to study him. His sharp ears and fox fur hair, the softness of his mouth. His long limbs spread out in sleep. His head is pillowed on one ruffle-covered wrist. The night comes back in a rush of memory. There was dancing and a chase through the maze. I remember falling on my hands in the dirt and laughing, totally unlike myself. Indeed, when I look down at the borrowed ball gown I slept in, there are grass stains on it. Not that I'd be the first to green gown her. Prince Carden watched me all night, a shark restlessly circling, waiting for the right moment to bite. Even now I can conjure the memory of the scorched black of his eyes. And if I laughed louder for the sake of angering him, if I smiled wider and kissed Locke longer, that is a kind of deceit that even the folk cannot condemn. Now, however, the night feels like one long, impossible dream. Locke's bedroom is messy, books and clothes scattered on divans and low couches. I wade through to the door and pad over the empty halls of the house. Finding my way back to the dusty room of his mother's, I take off her gown and tug on yesterday's clothes. I reach to take my knife from her pocket, and when I do, the golden acorn comes out with it. Impulsively, I tuck both knife and acorn into my tunic. I want some memento of the night. Something to recall it. Should nothing like it ever happen again. Locke told me I could borrow anything in the room, and I am borrowing this. On my way out, I pass the long dining table. Nikasia is there, sectioning an apple with a little knife.
Your hair looks like a thicket, she says, popping a slice of fruit into her mouth.
I glance at a silver plate on the wall, which shows only a distorted and blurred image of myself. Even in that, I can tell she's right. A halo of brown surrounds my head. Reaching up, I begin undoing my braid, combing it out with my fingers. Locke's asleep, I say, assuming that she's waiting to see him. I expect to feel as though I have something over her, being the one that came from his bedroom. But what I actually feel is a little bit of panic. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to wake up in a boy's house and talk to the girl with whom he had a relationship. That she's also a girl who probably wants me dead is, oddly, the only part of this that feels at all normal.
My mother and his brother thought we were to be wed, she says,
seeming as though she might be talking to the air and not to me at all.
It was going to be a useful alliance.
With Locke? I ask, confused. She gives me an annoyed look, my question seeming to bring her briefly out of her story.
Carden and me. He ruins things. That's what he likes. To ruin things.
Of course Carden likes to ruin things. I wonder how that could be something she only just realized. I would have thought that would be something they had in common. I leave her to her apple and her reminiscences and head toward the palace. A cool breeze blows through the trees, lifting my loose hair and bringing me the scent of pine. In the sky, I hear the call of gulls. I am grateful for the lecture today, glad to have an excuse for not going home and hearing whatever Oriana has to say to me. Today, the lecture is in the tower, my least favorite location. I climb the steps and settle myself. I am late, but I find a spot on a bench near the back. Taryn is sitting on the other side. She looks at me once, raising her brows. Carden is beside her, dressed in green velvet, with golden stitching picking out thorns tipped in blue thread. He lounges in his seat, long fingers tapping restlessly against the wood of the bench beside him. Looking at him makes me feel equally restless. At least Valerian hasn't shown up. It is too much to hope that he never returns, but at least I have today. A new instructor, a knight named Dulcamera, is talking about rules of inheritance, probably in anticipation of the coming coronation. The coronation, which will mark my rise to power as well. Once Prince Dane is the High King, his spies can haunt the shadows of Elfheim with only Dane himself to keep us in check.
In some of the lower courts, a king or queen's murderer can take the throne,
Dulcamera says. She goes on to tell us that she is part of the court of termites, which has not yet joined Eldred's banner. Although she is not wearing armor, she stands as though she's used to the weight of it.
And that is why Queen Mab bargained with the wild fae to make the crown King Eldred wears, which can only be passed down to her descendants. It would be tricky to get it by force.
She grins wickedly. If Carden were to try to stop her lesson, she looks like she would eat him alive and crack his bones for marrow. The gentry children look at Dulcamera uncomfortably. Rumor has it that Lord Reuben, her king, is planning to swear to the new High King, bringing with him his large court, one that has held off Maddox's forces for years. Reuben's joining the High Court of Elfheim is widely considered to be a master stroke of diplomacy, negotiated by Prince Dane against Maddox's wishes. I suppose she's come for the coronation. Larkspur, one of the youngest of us, pipes up.
What happens when there are no more children in the Greenbrier line?
Dulcamera's smile gentles.
Once there are fewer than 2 descendants, one to wear the crown and the other to place it on the ruler's head, the high crown and its power crumble. All of Elfheim will be free from their oaths to it. Then, who knows? Maybe a new ruler will make a new crown. Maybe you'll return to warring with smaller Seelie and unseelie courts. Maybe you will join our banners in the southwest.
Her smile makes it clear which of those she would prefer. I stick up my hand. Dulcamera nods in my direction. What if someone tries to take the crown? Carden gives me a look. I want to glare, but I can't help thinking of him sprawled out on the ground with those girls. My cheeks heat all over again. I drop my gaze.
An interesting question,
Dulcamera says.
Legend has it that the crown will not allow itself to be placed on the brow of anyone who isn't an heir of Mab. But Mab's line has been very fruitful. So long as a pair of descendants try to take the crown, it could be done. But the most dangerous part of a coup would be this. The crown is cursed, so that a murder of its wearer causes the death of the person responsible. I think of the note I found in Balekin's house, about blusher mushrooms, about vulnerability. After the lecture, I go down the steps carefully, remembering taking them at a run after stabbing Valerian. My vision blurs, and I feel dizzy for a moment.
But the moment passes. Taryn, coming behind me, all but pushes me into the woods once we're outside.
First of all, she says, tugging me over patches of curling ferns, no one knows you weren't home all last night except for Tatterfell, and I gave her one of your nicest rings to make sure she wouldn't say anything. But you have to tell me where you were.
Locke had a party at his house, I say. I stayed, but it wasn't... nothing much happened. We kissed. That was it. Her chestnut braids fly as she shakes her head.
I don't know if I believe that.
I let out my breath, perhaps a little dramatically.
Why would I lie? I'm not the one hiding the identity of the person courting me.
Taryn frowns.
I just think that sleeping in someone's room, in someone's bed, is more than kissing.
My cheeks heat, thinking of the way it had felt to wake up with his body stretched out beside mine. To get the attention off me, I start speculating about her.
Ooh, maybe it's Prince Baelkin. Are you going to marry Prince Baelkin?
Or perhaps it's Noggle, and you can count the stars together. She smacks me in the arm, a little too hard.
Stop guessing, she says. You know I'm not allowed to say. Ow.
I pick a white campion flower and stick it behind my ear.
So you like him? She asks. Really like him?
Locke? I ask. Of course I do. She gives me a look, and I wonder how much I worried her, not coming home the night before.
Baelkin I like less well, I say.
And she rolls her eyes. When we get back to the stronghold, I find that Maddock has left word he will be out until late. With little else to do for once, I look for Taryn, but although I saw her go upstairs just minutes before, she's not in her room. Instead, her dress is on the bed and her closet open, a few gowns hanging roughly, as though she pulled them out before finding them wanting. Has she gone to meet her suitor? I take a turn around the room, trying to see it as a spy might, alert for signs of secrets. I notice nothing unusual but a few rose petals withering on her dressing table. I go to my room and lie on my bed, going over my memories of the night before. Reaching into my pocket, I remove my knife to finally clean it. When I bring it out, I am holding the golden acorn, too. I turn the bauble over in my hand. It's a solid lump of metal, a beautiful object. At first, I take it only for that, before I notice the tiny lines running across it. Tiny lines that seem to indicate moving parts, as though it were a puzzle. I can't screw off the top, although I try. I can't seem to do anything else with it either. I'm about to give up and toss it onto my dressing table when I glimpse a tiny hole, so small as to be nearly invisible, right at the bottom. Hopping off my bed, I rattle through my desk, looking for a pin. The one I find has a pearl on one end. I try to fit the point into the acorn. It takes a moment, but I manage, pushing past resistance until I feel a click, and it opens. Mechanized steps swing out from a shining center, where a tiny golden bird rests. Its beak moves, and it speaks in a creaky little voice. My dearest friend, these are the last words of Loriope. I have 3 golden birds to scatter. 3 attempts to get one into your hand. I am too far gone for any antidote. And so, if you hear this, I leave you with the burden of my secrets and the last wish of my heart. Protect him. Take him far from the dangers of this court. Keep him safe. And never, ever tell him the truth of what happened to me. Tatterfell comes into the room, bringing with her a tray with tea things. She tries to peek at what I am doing, but I cut my hand over the acorn. When she goes out, I set down the bauble and pour myself a cup of tea, holding it to warm my hands. Loriope is Locke's mother. This seems like a message asking someone, her dearest friend, to spirit him, Locke, away. She calls the message her last words, so she must have known she was about to die. Perhaps the acorns were to be sent to Locke's father, in the hopes Locke might spend the rest of his life exploring wild places with him, rather than be caught up in intrigues. But since Locke is still here, it seems as if none of the 3 acorns were found. Maybe none of them even left her bower. I should give it to him. Let him decide for himself what to do with it. But all I keep thinking about is the note on Baelkin's desk. The note that seemed to implicate Baelkin in Loriope's murder. Should I tell Locke everything? I know the provenance of the blusher mushroom that you ask after. But what you do with it must not be tied to me. I turn the words over in my mind the way I turned the acorn in my hand, and I feel the same seams. There's something odd about that sentence. I copy it out again on a piece of paper to be sure I remember it correctly. When I first read it, the note seemed to imply that Queen Orla had located a deadly poison for Baelkin. But blusher mushrooms, while rare, grow wild, even on this island. I picked blusher mushrooms in the milkwood, beside the black-thorned bees, who build their hives high in the trees. An antidote can be made with their honey. I learned recently from all my reading. Blusher mushrooms aren't dangerous if you don't drink the red liquid. What if Queen Orla's note didn't mean that she'd found blusher mushrooms and she was going to give them to Baelkin? What if by know the provenance, Orla literally just meant that she knew where particular blusher mushrooms had come from? After all, she says, what you do with it, and not what you do with them. She's cautioning him about what he's going to do with the knowledge, not the actual mushrooms. Which means he's not going to poison Dane. It also means that Baelkin may have uncovered who caused Locke's mother's death, if he found out who had the blusher mushrooms that killed her. The answer could have been there, among the other papers that I, in my eagerness, had overlooked. I have to go back. I have to get back into the tower. Today, before the coronation is any closer. Because maybe Baelkin isn't going to try to kill Dane at all, and the Court of Shadows has the wrong idea. Or, if they have the right idea, he isn't going to do it with blusher mushrooms. Gulping down my tea, I find the servant garb in the back of my closet. I take down my hair and arrange it in an approximation of the rough braid that the girls in Baelkin's house wore. I tuck my knife high on my thigh and shake out some of my silver box of salt into my pocket. Then I grab for my cloak, toe on my leather shoes, and I'm out the door, palms starting to sweat. I have learned a lot more since my first foray into Hollow Hall, enough to make me understand better the risks I was taking. That does nothing for my nerves. Given what I saw of him with Carden, I am not at all confident I could endure what Baelkin would do to me if he caught me. Taking a deep breath, I remind myself not to get caught. That's what the Roach says a spy's real job is. The information is secondary. The job is not to get caught. In the hall, I pass Oriana. She looks me up and down. I have to resist the urge to pull the cloak more tightly around myself. She is wearing a gown the color of unripe mulberries, and her hair is pulled slightly back. The very tips of her pointed ears are covered in shimmering crystal cuffs. I am a little envious of them. If I wore them, they'd disguise the human roundness of my own ears. "You came home very late last night," she says, annoyance pulling at her mouth. "You missed dinner, and your father was expecting you to spar with him." "I'll do better," I say, then instantly regret the declaration because I am probably not going to be back for dinner tonight, either. Tomorrow, I'll start doing better tomorrow." "Faithless creature," Oriana says, looking at me as though through the sheer intensity of her gaze she might ferret out my secrets. "You're scheming." I am so tired of her suspicion. So very tired. "You always think that," I say. "It's just that for once, you're right." Leaving her to worry what that might mean, I go down the stairs and out onto the grass. This time, there's no one in my way. No one to make me reconsider what I'm about to do. I don't bring the toad this time. I am more careful. As I walk through the woods, I see an owl encircling overhead. I pull the hood of my cape to cover my face. At Hollow Hall, I stow my cloak outside between the logs of a woodpile and enter through the kitchens, where supper is being prepared. Squabs are lacquered with rose jelly, the smell of their crackling skin enough to make my mouth water and my stomach clench. I open a cabinet and am greeted by a dozen candles, all of them the color of buffed leather and accented with a gold stamp of Baelkin's personal crest, 3 laughing blackbirds. I take out 9 candles and, trying to move as mechanically as possible, carry them past the guards. One guard gives me an odd look. I am sure there is something off about me, but he's seen my face before, and I am more sure-footed than last time. At least until I see Baelkin coming down the stairs. He glances in my direction, and it is all I can do to keep my head down, my step even. I carry the candles into the room in front of me, which turns out to be the library. To my immense relief, he doesn't seem to truly see me. My heart is speeding, though, my breath's coming too fast. The servant girl who is cleaning the grate in Carden's room is blurrily putting books back onto the shelves. She is as I remember her. Cracked lips, thin, and bruise-eyed. Her movements are slow, as if the air were as thick as water. In her drugged dream, I am no more interesting than the furniture, and of less consequence. I scan the shelves impatiently, but I can see nothing useful. I need to get up to the tower, to go through all of Prince Baelkin's correspondence, and hope I find something to do with Locke's mother, or Dane, or the coronation. Something I overlooked. But I can't do anything with Baelkin between me and the stairs. I look at the girl again. I wonder what her life is like here, what she dreams of, if she ever, for a moment, had a chance to get away. At least, thanks to the Gesh, if Baelkin did catch me, this could not be my fate. I wait, counting to 1,000, while piling my candles on a chair. Then, I look out. Thankfully, Baelkin is gone. Quickly, I head up the stairs toward the tower. I hold my breath as I pass Carden's door, but luck is with me. It is shut tight. Then I am up the stairs and into Baelkin's study. I note the herbs in the jars around the room. Herbs I see with new eyes. A few are poisonous, but most are just narcotic. Nowhere do I see blusher mushrooms. I go to his desk and wipe my hands against the rough cloth of my dress, trying to leave no trace of sweat, trying to memorize the pattern of papers. There are 2 letters from Maddock, but they just seem to be about which knights will be at the coronation and in what pattern around the central dais. There are others that seem to be about assignations, about revels and parties and debauches. Nothing about blusher mushrooms, nothing about poisons at all. Nothing about Liriope or murder. The only thing that seems even a little surprising is a bit of doggerel, a love poem in Prince Dane's hand, about a woman who remains unidentified, except by her sunrise hair and starlit eyes. Worse, nothing I can find tells me anything about a plan to move against Prince Dane. If Baelkin is going to murder his brother, he's smart enough not to leave evidence lying around. Even the letter about the blusher mushroom is gone. I have risked coming to Hollow Hall for nothing. For a moment, I just stand there, trying to corral my thoughts. I need to leave without drawing attention to myself. A messenger. I will disguise myself as a messenger. Messages run in and out of estates all the time. I take a blank sheet of paper and scrawl Matic on one side, then seal the other with wax. The sulfur of the match hangs in the air for a moment. As it dissipates, I descend the steps, faked message in hand. When I pass the library, I hesitate. The girl is still inside, mechanically lifting books from a pile and placing them on shelves. She will keep doing that until she's told to do something else, until she collapses, until she fades away, unremembered, as if she were nothing. I cannot leave her here. I don't have anything to go back to in the mortal world, but she might. And yes, it's a betrayal of Prince Dane's faith in me, a betrayal of Fairy itself. I know that. But all the same, I can't leave her. There's a kind of relief in realizing it. I walk into the library, setting down the note on a table. She does not turn, does not react at all. I reach into my pocket and cup a little salt in the center of my palm. I hold it out to her, the way I would if I were coaxing a horse with sugar. "Eat this," I tell her in a low voice. She turns toward me, although her gaze doesn't focus. "I'm not allowed," she says, voice rough with disuse. "No salt. You're not supposed to." I clap my hand over her mouth, some of the salt tipping out onto the ground, the rest pressed against her lips. I am an idiot. An impulsive idiot. Locking my arm around her, I drag her deeper into the library. She's alternating between trying to shout and trying to bite me. She keeps scratching at my arms, her nails digging into my skin. I hold her there, against the wall, until she sags, until the fight goes out of her. "I'm sorry," I whisper as I hold on. "I'm winging it. I don't want to hurt you. I want to save you. Please let me do this. Let me save you." Finally, she has been still long enough that I take a chance and pull my hand away. She's panting, breaths coming fast. She doesn't scream, though, which seems like a good sign. "We're getting out of here," I tell her. "You can trust me." She gives me a look of blank incomprehension. "Just act like everything's normal." I pull her to her feet and realize the impossibility of what I'm asking. Her eyes are rolling in her head like a mad pony. I don't know how long we have until she completely loses it. Still, there's nothing for me to do but march her out of Hollow Hall as fast as I can. I stick my head into the main chamber. It's still empty, so I drag her from the library. She's looking around as though she's seeing the heavy wooden staircase and the gallery above for the first time. Then I remember I left my fake note on the table in the library. "Hold on," I say. "I have to go back and—" She makes a plaintive sound and pulls against my grip. I drag her along with me anyway and grab the message. I crumple it up and stuff it into my pocket. It's useless now, when the guards could recall it and connect a servant girl's disappearance to the household of the person who stole her. "What's your name?" The girl shakes her head. "You must remember it," I insist. It's terrible that instead of being sympathetic, I am annoyed. Buck up, I think. Stop feeling your feelings. Let's go. "Sophie," she says in a kind of sob. Tears are starting in her eyes. I feel worse and worse still for how cruel I am about to be. "You are not allowed to cry." I tell her as harshly as I can, hoping my tone will scare her into listening. I try my best to sound like Maddox, to sound as if I'm used to having my commands obeyed. You must not cry. I will slap you if I have to. She cringes but subsides into silence. I wipe her eyes with the back of my hand. Okay? I ask her. When she doesn't answer, I figure there's no more point in conversation. I steer her toward the kitchens. We'll have to pass by guards. There's no other way out. She has pasted on a horrible rictus of a smile, but at least she has enough self-possession for that. More worrying is the way she can't stop staring at things. As we walk toward the guards, the intensity of her gaze is impossible to disguise. I improvise, trying to sound as though I am reciting a memorized message, without inflection in the words. Prince Carden says we are to attend him. One of the guards turns to the other.
Baelkin won't like that.
I try not to react, but it's hard. I just stand there and wait. If they lunge at us, I'm going to have to kill them.
Very well, the first guard says. Go, but inform Carden that his brother demands he bring both of you back this time.
I don't like the sound of that. The second guard glances over at Sophie and her wild eyes.
What do you see?
I can feel her trembling beside me, her whole body shaking. I need to say something fast before she does. Lord Carden told us to be more observant, I say, hoping that the plausible confusion of an ambiguous command will help to explain the way she's acting. Then I walk on with Sophie through the kitchens, past the human servants I am not saving, aware of the futility of my actions. Does helping one person really matter, on balance? Once I have power, I will find a way to help them all, I tell myself. And once Dane is in power, I will have power. I make sure to keep my movements slow. I let myself breathe only when we have finally stepped outside. And it turns out, even that's too soon. Carden is riding toward us on a tall, dappled gray horse. Behind him is a girl on a palfrey, Nicasia. As soon as he gets inside, the guards will ask him about us. As soon as he gets inside, he will know something is wrong. If he doesn't see me, and no sooner than that, what would be the punishment for stealing a prince's servant? I don't know. A curse, perhaps? Such as being turned into a raven and forced to fly north and live for 7 times 7 years in an ice palace. Or worse, no curse at all. An execution. It takes everything I've got not to break and run. It's not as though I think I could make it to the woods, especially not hauling a girl with me. He would ride us both down. Stop staring, I hiss at Sophie, harsher than I mean to. Look at your feet. Stop scolding me, she says. But at least she's not crying. I keep my head down and, looping her arm through mine, walk toward the woods. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Carden swing down from his saddle, black hair blown by the wind. He looks in my direction and pauses for a moment. I suck in my breath and don't run. I can't run. There is no thundering of hoofbeats, no racing to catch and punish us. To my immense relief, he seems to see only 2 servants heading toward the forest, perhaps to gather wood, or berries or something. The closer we get to the edge of the woods, the more each step feels fraught. Then Sophie sinks to her knees, turning to look back at Baelkin's manor. A keening sound comes from deep in her throat. No, she says, shaking her head. No, 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 no. This isn't real. This didn't happen. I jerk her up, digging my fingers into her armpit. Move,
I say. Move, or I will leave you here. Do you understand me? I will leave you, and Prince Carden will find you and drag you back inside. Cheating a glance back, I see him. He's off his horse and leading it to the stables. Nicasia still sits atop hers, her head tipped back, laughing at something he said. He's smiling too, but it's not his usual sneer. He doesn't look like the wicked villain from a story. He looks like an inhuman boy out for a walk with his friend in the moonlight. Sophie staggers onward. We can't get caught now. Not when we're so close. The moment when I cross into the pine needle-strewn woods, I let out an enormous breath. I keep her moving until we reach the stream. I make her walk through it, though the cold water and sucking mud slows us down. Any way of hiding our tracks is worth doing. Eventually, she sinks down on the bank and gives over to weeping. I watch her, wishing I knew what to do, wishing I was a better, more sympathetic person, instead of being annoyed and worried that any delay is going to get us caught. I make myself sit on the remains of a termite-eaten log on the bank of the stream and let her cry. But when minutes have passed and her tears haven't stopped, I go over and kneel in the muddy grass. It's not far to my house, I say, trying to sound persuasive. Just a little more walking. Shut up, she shouts, lifting her hand to ward me off. Frustration flares. I want to scream at her. I want to shake her. I bite my tongue and fist my hands to make myself stop. Okay, I say, taking a deep breath. This is happening fast, I know, but I really do want to help you. I can get you out of Fairy, tonight. The girl is shaking her head again. I don't know, she says. I don't know. I was at Burning Man, and there was this guy who said he had this gig passing hors d'oeuvres for a rich weirdo in one of the air-conditioned tents. Just don't take anything, he told me. If you do, you will have to serve me for 1,000 years. Her voice trails off, but now I see how she was trapped. It must have sounded like he was making a joke. She must have laughed, and he must have smiled. And then, whether she ate a single shrimp puff or pocketed some of the silverware, it would all be the same. It's okay, I say nonsensically. It's going to be okay. She looks at me and seems to see me for the first time. Takes in that I am dressed like her, like a servant, but that there's something off about me. Who are you? What is this place? What happened to us? I asked for her name, so I guess I should give her mine. I'm Jude. I grew up here. One of my sisters, she can take you over the sea to the human town near here. From there, you can call someone to get you, or you can go to the police, and they'll find your people. This is almost over. Sophie takes this in. Is this some kind of... What happened? I remember things, impossible things, and I wanted... No, I couldn't have wanted... Her voice trails off, and I don't know what to say. I cannot guess the end of her sentence. Please, just tell me this isn't real. I don't think I can live with any of this being real. She's looking around the forest, as though if she can prove it isn't magic, then nothing else is either. Which is stupid. All forests are magic. Come on, I say,
because while I don't like the way she's talking, there's no point in lying for the sake of making her feel better. She's going to have to accept that she's been trapped in fairy. It's not as if I have a boat to take her across the water. All I have are Vivi's ragwort steeds. Can you walk a little farther now? The faster she's back in the human world, the better. As I get closer to Maddox, I remember my cloak, still bunched up and hidden in a woodpile outside Hollow Hall, and curse myself all over again. Leading Sophie to the stables, I seat her in an empty stall. She slumps on the hay. I think the glimpse of the giant toad undid the last of her trust in me. "Here we are," I say with forced cheerfulness. "I'm going inside to get my sister, and I want you to wait right here. Promise me." She gives me a terrible look. I can't do this. I can't face this. "You have to." My voice comes out harsher than I intended. I stalk into the house and go up the steps as quickly as I can, hoping against hope that I don't run into anyone else on the way. I fling open the door to Vivienne's room without bothering to knock. Vivi, thankfully, is lying on her bed, writing a letter in green ink with drawings of hearts and stars and faces in the margins. She looks up when I come in, tossing back her hair.
"That's an interesting outfit you've got on."
"I did something really stupid," I say, out of breath. That makes her push herself up, sliding off the bed and onto her feet.
"What happened?"
"I stole a human girl, a human servant, from Prince Baelkin. And I need you to help me get her back to the mortal world before anyone finds out." As I say this, I realize all over again how ridiculous it was for me to do that. How risky, how foolish. He will just find another human willing to make a bad bargain. But Vivi doesn't chide me.
"Okay, let me put on my shoes."
"I thought you were going to tell me you'd killed someone." "Why would you think that?" I ask. She snorts as she searches around for boots. Her eyes meet mine as she does up the laces.
"Jude, you keep smiling a pleasant smile in front of Maddox, but all I can see anymore is bared teeth."
I am not sure what to say to that. She puts on a long fur-trimmed green coat with frog clasps.
"Where is the girl?"
"In the stables," I say. "I'll take you." Vivi shakes her head.
"Absolutely not. You have to get out of those clothes, put on a dress, and go down to dinner and make sure you act like everything's normal. If someone comes to question you, tell them you've been in your room this whole time."
"No one saw me," I say. Vivi gives me her best fish-eyed look.
"No one? You're sure?"
I think of Carden, riding up as we made our escape, and of the guards, whom I'd lied to. "Probably no one," I amend. "No one who noticed anything. If Carden had, he would never have let me get away. He would never have given up having that much power over me."
"Yeah, that's what I thought," she says, holding up a forbidding long-fingered hand. "Jude, it isn't safe."
"I'm going," I insist. "The girl's name is Sophie, and she's really freaked out." Vivi snorts.
"I bet."
"I don't think she'll go with you. You look like one of them." Maybe I am more afraid of my nerve running out than anything else. I worry about the adrenaline ebbing out of my body, leaving me to face the mad thing I have done. But given Sophie's suspicion of me, I absolutely think that Vivi's cat eyes would be enough to send her over the edge. Because you are one of them.
"Are you telling me in case I forgot?"
Vivi asks. "We've got to go," I say. "And I am coming. We don't have time to debate this."
"Come then,"
she says. Together we go down the stairs, but as we are about to go out the door, she grabs my shoulder.
You can't save our mother, you know.
She's already dead. I feel as though she has slapped me. That's not, isn't it? She demands. Isn't that what you're doing? Tell me this girl isn't some stand-in for Mom. Some surrogate. I want to help Sophie, I say, shrugging off her grip. Just Sophie. Outside, the moon is high in the sky, turning the leaves silver. Vivi goes out to pick a bouquet of ragwort stalks.
Fine. Then go get this Sophie.
She is where I left her, hunched in the hay, rocking back and forth and talking softly to herself. I am relieved to see her, relieved she didn't run off, and we weren't even now tracking her through the forest. Relieved that someone from Bailkin's household hadn't ferreted out her location and hauled her away. Okay, I say with forced cheerfulness. We're ready. Yes, she says, standing up. Her face is tear-stained, but she's no longer crying. She looks like she's in shock. It's going to be okay, I tell her again, but she doesn't answer. She follows me mutely out behind the stables where Vivi is waiting, along with 2 raw-boned ponies with green eyes and lacy manes. Sophie looks at them and then at Vivi. She begins to back away, shaking her head. When I come near her, she backs away from me, too. No, 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 she says. Please, no. No more, no. It's only a very little bit of magic, Vivi says reasonably. But it's still coming from someone with lightly furred points on her ears and eyes that flash gold in the dark. Just a smidgen, and then you won't ever have to see another magical thing. You'll be back in the mortal world, the daylight world, the normal world. But this is the only way to get you there. We're going to fly. No, Sophie says, her voice coming out broken. Let's walk to the cliffside near here, I say. You'll be able to see the lights, maybe even a few boats. You'll feel better when you can see a destination. We don't have a lot of time, Vivi reminds me with a significant look. It's not far, I argue. I don't know what else to do. The only other choices I can think of are knocking her unconscious or asking Vivi to glamour her. Both are terrible. And so we walk through the woods, ragwort steeds following. Sophie doesn't balk. The walk seems to calm her. She picks up rocks as we go, smooth stones that she dusts the dirt from and then puts in her pockets. Do you remember your life from before? I ask her. She nods and doesn't speak for a little while, but then she turns back to me. She gives a weird, croaking laugh. I always wanted there to be magic, she says. Isn't that funny? I wanted there to be an Easter bunny, and a Santa Claus, and a Tinkerbell. I remember Tinkerbell. But I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. I know, I say. And I do. I have wished for many things over the years, but the first wish of my heart was that none of it was real. At the water's edge, Vivi mounts one of the steeds and puts Sophie up before her. I swing up onto the back of the other. Sophie gives the forest a trembling look and then glances over at me. She doesn't seem afraid. She seems as though maybe she's starting to believe that the worst is behind her. Hold on tight, Vivi says, and her steed kicks up off the cliff and into the air. Mine follows. The wild exhilaration of flying hits me, and I grin with familiar delight. Beneath us are the white-capped waves, and ahead the shimmering lights of mortal towns, like a mysterious land strewn with stars.
I glance over at Sophie, hoping to give her a reassuring smile. Sophie isn't looking at me, though. Her eyes are closed. And then, as I am watching, she tilts to one side, lets go of the steed's mane, and lets herself fall. Vivi grabs for her, but it's too late. She is plunging soundlessly through the night sky toward the mirrored darkness of the sea. When she hits, there is barely even a splash. I cannot speak. Everything seems to slow around me. I think of Sophie's cracked lips, think of her saying, "Please, just tell me this isn't real." I don't think I can live with any of this being real. I think of the stones she filled her pockets with. I hadn't been listening. I hadn't wanted to hear her. I'd just wanted to save her. And now, because of me, she is dead. Chapter 18. I wake up groggy. I cried myself to sleep, and now my eyes are swollen and red, my head pounding. The whole previous night feels like a feverish, terrible nightmare. It doesn't seem possible that I snuck into Bailkin's house and stole one of his servants. It seems even less possible that she preferred to drown than to live with the memories of Fairy. As I drink fennel tea and shrug on a doublet, Narbonne comes to my door.
"Your pardon,"
he says with a short bow.
"Jude must come immediately."
Tatterfell waves him off. "She's not fit to see anyone right at the moment. I'll send her down when she's dressed."
"Prince Dane awaits her downstairs in General Maddox's parlor. He commanded me to fetch her, and not to mind whatever state of dishabille she was in. He said to carry her if I had to."
Narbonne seems repentant at having to say that, but it's clear that none of us can refuse the crown prince. Cold dread coils in my stomach. And how did I not think that he, of all people, with his spies, would find out what I'd done? I wipe my hands against my velvet top. Despite his order, I pull on pants and boots before I go. No one stops me. I am vulnerable enough. I will keep what dignity I can. Prince Dane is standing near the window, behind Maddox's desk. His back is to me, and my gaze goes automatically to the sword hanging from his belt, visible beneath his heavy wool cloak. He does not turn when I come in. "I have done wrong," I say. I am glad he stays where he is. It's easier to speak when he's not looking at me, and I will repent in whatever way. He turns, his face full of wild rage that makes me suddenly see his resemblance to Carden. His hand comes down hard on Maddox's desk, rocking everything atop it.
"Have I not taken you into my service and given you a great boon? Did I not promise you a place in my court? And yet, you use what I have taught you to endanger my plans."
My gaze goes to the floor. He has the power to do anything to me. Anything. Not even Maddox could stop him. Nor do I think he would try. And not only have I disobeyed him, I have declared my loyalty to something completely separate from him. I have helped a mortal girl. I have acted like a mortal. I bite my bottom lip to keep from begging for his forgiveness. I cannot allow myself to speak.
"The boy wasn't as badly hurt as he might have been. But with the right knife, a longer knife, the strike would have been lethal. Do not think I don't know you were going for that worse strike."
I look up suddenly, too surprised to hide it. We look at each other for several uncomfortable moments. I stare into the silvered gray of his eyes, taking note of the way his brows furrow,
forming deep, displeased lines. I note all this to avoid thinking of how I almost gave away an even greater crime than the one he's discovered.
Well,
he demands.
Had you no plan for being found out?
He tried to glamour me into jumping out of the tower, I say.
And so he knows you can't be glamored. Worse and worse.
He comes around the desk toward me.
You are my creature, Jude Duarte. You will strike only when I tell you to strike. Otherwise, stay your hand. Do you understand?
No, I say automatically. What he's asking is ridiculous. Was I supposed to just let him hurt me? If he knew all the things I'd really done, he would be even angrier than he is. He slams a dagger down on Maddox's desk.
Pick it up,
he says, and I feel the compulsion of a glamour. My fingers close on the hilt. A kind of haziness comes over me. I both know and don't know what I am doing.
In a moment, I am going to ask you to put the blade through your hand. When I ask you to do that, I want you to remember where your bones are, where your veins are. I want you to stab through your hand, doing the least damage possible.
His voice is lulling, hypnotic, but my heart speeds anyway. Against my will, I aim the sharp point of the knife. I press it lightly against my skin. I am ready. I hate him, but I am ready. I hate him, and I hate myself.
Now,
he says, and the glamour releases me. I take half a step back. I am in control of myself again, still holding the knife. He was about to make...
Do not disappoint me,
Prince Dane says. I realize all at once that I have not gotten a reprieve. He hasn't released me because he wants to spare me. He could glamour me again, but he won't because he wants me to stab myself willingly. He wants me to prove my devotion. Blood and bone. I hesitate. Of course I hesitate. This is absurd. This is awful. This isn't how people show loyalty. This is epic. Epic bullshit.
Jude?
He asks. I cannot tell if this is a test he expects me to pass